The protagonist was known as a hero, the hero who saved the world from the demon lord, who had stained half the world with blood, the dragon slayer, Aiden Albared. And at the moment the demon lord died, a curse fell upon him. All his companions knew this but said nothing to him. You, who would destroy sin, shall become one. This is a legend that was only passed down in the imperial court. His companion said there was no other choice. The demon lord is a hereditary being, and those who kill it will become the new demon lord, and so on. The blonde one says that basically Aiden will become the demon lord, and he emphasizes that this is a good thing. So Aiden would sacrifice himself for this country. The other companions have the audacity to say they had no choice, and they won't even apologize. Aiden keeps thinking about this, seeing that they won't even ask for forgiveness. With that, another companion tells Aiden to rest in peace, then she uses a magic seal on him. He looks at the people, thinking they were his friends, his comrades, his colleagues, but everything was a lie. He becomes frustrated and thinks it would be better to die than to be trapped there forever. A complete darkness, a never-ending downward spiral. Aiden always thought it was an infinite fall, but suddenly, a boy wakes up screaming that he wants them to be ruined. Two butlers who were there are startled to see that their master has finally awakened. The boy doesn't know where he is, and a woman crying beside him calls him dear. A man calls him son. The boy doesn't understand why these people are there. He gets up and asks who they are. His mother is shocked, as he slept for 2 days and is already forgetting who they are. She hugs him and says that she is his mother, calling him Aiden Reams. The boy wonders if his name isn't Aiden Reams and not Aiden Albared, so it seems that the protagonist has reincarnated into this boy's body. He feels headaches, and a lot of dark energy comes his way. Aiden wonders whose memories he is recalling. The memories of a person named Aiden Reams are flowing through his mind, and this is when he realizes that he is in another body, 15 years before his death. In the void, the border between worlds, abandoned by his companions, Aiden is sure he died before he could become the demon lord, and was forced to commit suicide. Remembering this, the protagonist becomes angry, saying that those bastards deserve death, and he will find each of them and kill them one by one. Seeing that the protagonist is angry, the butlers tremble with fear. Aiden stops to think, and realizes that the former owner of the body was a troublemaker, harassing women, hitting others. He was a complete human waste. The protagonist wonders why he reincarnated into this particular body, and also questions why he was unconscious for 2 days. From what he recalls, he was drunk and soaked by the rain. Aiden thinks that if he weren't the son of a duke, he surely would have been killed already. Sometime later, he was looking at himself in the mirror, finding all of this very strange. He wonders if he is really Aiden Albared. Maybe he just dreamed of that other life. Then he decides to check his powers. He opens the system, and there was his name and titles. His name looked strange, and his titles, King of Mercenaries, Reaper of Witches, and Nemesis of Talos, all were unavailable and would be unlocked sequentially as the protagonist gained qualifications. He sees that the system, the power he gained by eating the heart of a berserker, along with his title, which should be Dragon Slayer, at least the system is still there and confirms that it wasn't a dream. However, he is annoyed that his name is broken, but that doesn't matter. Aiden starts to laugh, saying that this must be a gift from the gods, and now he just needs to find them and cut them apart, limb by limb. Just then, the butler was arriving and starts trembling upon hearing the protagonist say this. Aiden greets him, and the butler, terrified, says he brought a drink for him. The protagonist takes it and thanks him. The butler is scared, not understanding why the protagonist thanked him. He thinks Aiden is plotting something, and this starts to weigh on his mind. He sees that the protagonist enjoyed the drink and is astonished, still unable to believe that Aiden actually said thank you. The protagonist asks the butler if he has anything to say, but the butler replies that he does not. As he leaves, the other butler asks how he managed to get out of there alive. The green-haired butler is still in disbelief, saying that Aiden actually said thank you. The orange-haired butler asks if the protagonist has gone mad. Meanwhile, Aiden is speechless, because all of this is just too crazy. Basically, he has gone back 15 years in time. So what happened to his other self in the past? He wonders if he exists in this present time separately from himself. Then Aiden remembers that by this time, his other self should have already gained independence from Master Valken, the former mercenary king. Aiden calls for Philip, the green-haired butler. Philip responds and thinks that Aiden has never called him by name before. The protagonist says that he wants to ask something. Philip starts trembling already, just from seeing the protagonist. The other butler bids farewell and already laments for Philip, but the protagonist is there, looking all nice, while the butler is scared of him. Aiden wants to know about the mercenary king and asks if Philip knows anything about the mercenary king's apprentice. The protagonist thinks that he was quite famous as the apprentice of the mercenary king. Philip says that he heard the mercenary king disappeared some time ago. Aiden thinks that this indeed happened in his previous life too. However, Philip says that the mercenary king never had an apprentice. Aiden is confused by this and wonders what his other self is doing. Where is he? In the past, in a slum, young Aiden thinks he will test this guy. So he bumps into the man and moves to another place. But when he bumped into the man, he took the opportunity to steal his money pouch. However, the man followed him. He asks Aiden how he dares to steal from him. This man was the mercenary king, Valken. Valken grabs the protagonist's arm and says that he has a pretty resilient body, and from now on, Aiden will be his disciple. Valken tells him that he will train him to become the best mercenary, and that's how Aiden met Master Valken. From him, the protagonist made a name for himself as the disciple of Master Valken, and later, after killing the Mad Dragon, Aiden was called the Dragon-Slaying King. Back in the present, Philip emphasizes that he never heard that the mercenary king had a disciple. The protagonist is confused because the mercenary king's disciple doesn't exist here. At the protagonist's home, the butlers were talking, saying that the young master has been different lately. The one on the right agrees, saying that the last time Philip spilled wine, Aiden didn't throw anything at him, even thanking and being friendly with them. They still find this very strange. They heard that people change after an illness, and it seems to be true. They say that lately, Aiden seems a bit down, and his eyes are very empty. The protagonist is completely bored because there is nothing to do. All his meals are prepared by cooks, and he doesn't need to clean anything either. With this free time, he searched for Aiden Albared, but as expected, he doesn't exist. So his betrayal, his resentment, and his vengeance, he doesn't know what to do now, until suddenly he hears something. It was the knights training. He thinks that there are many knights in the duchy. Suddenly, someone arrives and asks the protagonist why he is there. This is Carl Reams, Aiden's younger brother. Unlike the former owner of this body, who was an idiot, Carl is diligent and has already become a knight. Despite being the second son, he even has succession rights. Carl asks again why Aiden is there, and not out drinking, as usual. The protagonist thinks that Carl is severely disrespecting his older brother because clearly Carl thinks he is pathetic. Since he often sees Aiden playing and drinking all day, Aiden can see the disdain and sense of superiority on his face. So the protagonist responds to Carl, saying that he's just watching because he's bored. Carl says that the knight's training is not a spectacle and asks Aiden to leave if he's not going to fight. The protagonist thinks that until now, he hasn't held a sword since all this happened, so he agrees. Carl asks what Aiden said, and he responds that he's going to fight. In the training field, a knight bows and introduces himself as Bazan of the Rimes Knights. The protagonist greets him as well. The other knights talk among themselves about it. The one on the left asks if they shouldn't stop this, while the one on the right says that Bazan probably doesn't want to get fired, so he'll know that he has to lose on purpose. Bazan is sweating, thinking that he's in a tough spot because he has to fight against young Master Aiden. He wonders how he's going to lose naturally to someone so weak. Aiden had even lost a fight to a neighbor's dog. The protagonist sees Bazan trembling all over and realizes that he must be thinking about how to lose on purpose. However, the protagonist wants to warm up after so long without fighting, so he decides to provoke Bazan. Aiden tells him to do his best, because if a knight apprentice loses to a weakling, he's practically useless. With that, he tells Bazan that if he loses, Aiden will have to remove him from the order. Seeing this, Carl thinks that Aiden has finally lost control, since he's never held a sword and now wants to fight seriously with a knight. Bazan prepares himself, and with determination in his eyes, he advances. They exchange blows, and the protagonist already feels pain due to his very weak body, but for some reason, he's excited by it. The fight continues, and the other knights think Bazan has gone crazy. He's going all out against the young master. However, the fight is balanced, and the other knights can't believe it. Carl looks at the protagonist and sees that he's holding his own in the fight and wonders how he's doing it. Bazan doesn't understand how the protagonist is still standing because he was sure Aiden wouldn't have a chance, but even so, his sword can't reach him. The fight continues, and Aiden finds it refreshing. His blood is heating up, and he likes this feeling since it's been a long time since he last felt it. The other knights can't believe that Bazan is being pushed back. Carl wonders how Aiden is gaining an advantage against a knight, when not long ago Aiden was getting beaten up by a dog. As the fight goes on, Bazan sees that Aiden is changing his fighting style, as if he had been holding back all this time, and this starts to scare him. The protagonist prepares himself and thinks that he had forgotten this feeling after living lazily for so long. And even though this body is weak, without any muscle, the one in control is Aiden Albirid, the dragon-slaying king who killed the Mad Dragon. The protagonist strikes, unbalancing Bazan, and quickly follows up with another blow. Now Bazan has a sword at his neck. Aiden asks him if he will surrender. With that, the protagonist wins, and everyone there can't believe that Aiden defeated Bazan. The protagonist thanks Carl, saying that he really enjoyed the fight. He says goodbye and mentions fighting again later, urging everyone to do their best in training. Carl wonders if this is really the Aiden he knows, and the knight beside him thinks the same. As night falls, the protagonist complains that his body is too weak to handle a duel. But even so, he smiles because today's duel allowed him to release a lot of the frustrations he had. He realizes that he has a good opportunity. The heavens have given him another chance for revenge. However, those people are so talented that they can be called a one-man army. Considering that they also have high status, it definitely won't be easy to defeat them. The Night King and heir to the Great Duchy of Esta Silbetta, the iron-blooded saint chosen by the cult of assassination Spica, the great archmage Shara, and the second in command of the Immortal Empire, and the great alchemist Calcis. Aiden knows he doesn't stand a chance at the moment, and he'd also have to fight them alone. To achieve his revenge, Aiden must eliminate them before they can join forces. The moment they join hands, the country of the past will face difficult times. He has to do all of this before the coalition to subdue the Dark Mages forms in 5 years, and to do that, he needs to start by dismantling and repairing this cursed body, because in this state he can't even defeat a goblin. With that, Aiden had already thought of a method that should work. Sometime later, Aiden asks Philip to buy a few things. Philip is shocked and asks if the protagonist really wants to buy those items. He emphasizes that the protagonist has been silent for a while, but now he's planning to do something and asks what it is. Aiden asks if there's something wrong with what he requested. Philip says that even if he buys a high-quality sacred potion, those ingredients are not expensive. But when he looks at the list, it includes troll excrement grass, hellflower, despair flower, and madness bloom. Philip asks if they're all poisonous plants. Aiden thinks and deduces that even if he explains why he wants all this, they'll still doubt him, so there's no other way. Aiden starts to act, saying that knowing what they're for is dangerous. He asks if Philip will play along if he tells him, and if he's been bored because Aiden has been calm these days. The protagonist also asks if they should revisit the old times. Philip runs out of there, saying he'll go buy everything right away. Aiden thinks that he needs to take advantage of everything he can in this life. Although he didn't think of such things in his past life, now he's the son of a duke swimming in money, and the story is different. He's already experienced a body that surpassed mortal limits as a master swordsman before, so he'll be able to reach that level faster than anyone else. He thinks that this method is far from normal, but it's what he has. A month and a half later, the protagonist was training, and now he's huge. He asks Philip for the mana potion. Philip arrives and hands it to him. Aiden drinks it, and thinks that by pushing his body to its limits through training, and then restoring it with mana potions, this is the break and then heal method. A single potion costs roughly the same as a commoner's life, but being the son of a wealthy duke makes this method possible. And his secret weapon? Aiden asks Philip where the items he requested are. Philip responds that they're all in the room. Philip really wants to ask what the protagonist plans to do with all those ingredients, but remembers the last time and decides not to. In his room, the protagonist sees that the despair flower and hellflower are really there, and is surprised that Philip actually bought all those poisonous plants. He says he never imagined he'd use this method, but here he is, planning it. The protagonist gets angry, remembering that this theory was created by Calcis and Shora. Aiden explains that while the poison wreaks havoc, the body will desperately use everything it can to survive, unlocking its hidden potential. He could easily die from this, but he bought a high-quality sacred potion for it, so maybe everything will be fine. The protagonist swallows the flower and says he's already beaten death once, so to hell with it. Then he takes the sacred potion to make sure nothing goes wrong. The poison's effect kicks in immediately, making him feel sick. He groans on the floor, feeling intense pain, but that's not all. He'll have to do this 100 more times. With that, the protagonist can already feel his mana flow more smoothly, until suddenly a voice speaks to him, asking if he's having fun and calling him the dragon-slaying king. Upon hearing this voice, Aiden already knows who it is. He turns around, startled, asking why he's there, and orders him to come out from wherever he is. Aiden could never forget that voice, not even if he wanted to. Suddenly, Philip arrives asking if something happened. The protagonist orders Philip to leave, but the butler says he heard screams. However, Aiden says he won't repeat himself. With that, Philip leaves the room. The protagonist thinks that what he heard was definitely not a hallucination. He asks whoever said that if he is the demon lord, because besides the voice, he knows the protagonist's real name. Aiden asks again why he's there. The demon lord laughs and says he caught the protagonist. He notes that it's been a while since they last talked and calls Aiden the dragon-slaying king, Aiden Albared. The protagonist starts screaming again, asking why the demon lord is there, since Aiden saw with his own eyes his end. The demon begins to mock the protagonist, saying that Aiden missed him a lot, and it's a shame that he doesn't have a physical body, so the protagonist won't be able to hug him. Aiden sighs and asks how the demon is talking to him if it doesn't have a body. The demon asks if he's already forgotten. In the end, when the protagonist died, he died while becoming the demon lord. Aiden becomes thoughtful and asks what the demon means by that, and if he is now the demon lord. The demon says that's half true and half false. At the moment of the demon's death, he transferred his soul into the protagonist's body. Originally, he planned to take over his body and resurrect, but with the protagonist's suicide, his plan was ruined. Aiden laughs at the demon. The protagonist thinks for a moment and asks if the demon is saying that its soul exists within him. The demon responds that it's something like that. Aiden begins to think about how to kill this soul inside him, and the demon is already shocked. Aiden wonders if pouring sacred power over his body would resolve it, or if the only way to do it is by dying together. The demon tries to speak to the protagonist, asking him to wait a moment. He says that he's changed, and is no longer the same as in the past. The protagonist asks how he's changed. After all, the demon is still a being that loves madness and chaos, but the demon explains that the madness and chaos Aiden witnessed weren't originally his, but were due to the connection with the demon god, and that connection was severed when Aiden was trapped in the void. The protagonist thinks that this explains why he seemed calmer than the demon lord he saw back then, because at that time, the demon lord would scream about how much he loved the screams and said he would paint everything red with blood. Back then, he was a lunatic who couldn't hold a normal conversation. The demon tells the protagonist that he can still hear everything he says. Aiden then asks about the demon god, as it's the first time he's heard about a demon god. The demon explains that the demon god, also known as the original sin, is a being of pure malice. Even gods are cautious around him. In the past, the demon was cursed to carry out the will of the demon god. Aiden says he understands and then asks one last question. He asks if this situation was also part of the demon's plan. The demon asks what situation. Aiden explains that they went back 15 years in the past and possessed the body of Aiden Remus, and asks if this was the demon's doing. The demon says that when he entered the protagonist's body, he tried to use the dragon mana that Aiden possessed to go back in time. Aiden asks if that's really possible. Then, the demon begins to explain that dragons are beings created as agents of the gods. They can interfere with the laws of the world. Using the power of dragon mana wouldn't be an impossible task. Aiden asks why he didn't use that to escape the void instead of going back in time. However, the demon changes the subject and says he's tired and will rest a bit. The protagonist shouts at him not to dare leave, but he's already gone. Another month has passed. Since then, the demon would talk to the protagonist occasionally. For Aiden, discovering that the demon is inside his body was disturbing, but at the same time, it was comforting to have someone who remembers his past. Now, Aiden is capable of cutting a scarecrow in half, even with a wooden sword, and his training method is very effective. He says that now this scarecrow won't be enough anymore, until he notices something. The knights were training there as well. The protagonist gets a psychotic look on his face and says he's going to use the knights as training dummies. The demon remarks that the protagonist fits more with the side of evil than with the side of heroes. Aiden tells him to shut up. While training with the poisonous herbs, the protagonist discovered that this sacred potion causes pain to the demon. So he shouts at the demon that he's going to drink the entire bottle of potion. The demon says that no one could play the role of hero better than Aiden. The protagonist laughs and tells him to be careful, but suddenly, the protagonist sees a knight. He says this guy looks familiar and tries to remember where he saw him. Suddenly, the instructor calls the knight low and says he's falling way behind the other apprentices. Low says he'll do better. With that, the protagonist realizes who he is. He's the free knight, Low. Aiden sees that Low is quite different from his previous life. He used to pretend to be a knight, even though he was a mercenary, earning the nickname of the Free Knight. Aiden remembers that Low had a flawed personality. Low tells Aiden to get out of the way, but Aiden says he can handle it on his own. Even so, the protagonist owed his life to Low multiple times. There were some S-rank mercenaries, including Aiden, but Low ended up dying while fighting together against the Mad Dragon. The protagonist thought he would see Low's face in hell. Aiden feels that he has truly returned to the past now. He then approaches the knights, and the instructor asks what the young master is doing. Aiden speaks to Low, who asks if Aiden is talking to him. With that, the protagonist gets into his mind, saying that the proper thing to do when a superior speaks is to state your name and rank. Low apologizes and introduces himself, saying he's a knight apprentice. He thinks that he was already having trouble concentrating, and now Aiden has come to bother him. The protagonist asks if Lova just thought about why he's bothering him. Low tries to deny it, but wonders why Aiden is acting like this all of a sudden. He was about to give up on being a knight anyway, and thinks maybe he should quit now. Meanwhile, the protagonist is delighted, saying it's very exciting to see Love squirm. For the first time, he's happy to be in this foolish body. With that, the protagonist orders Lova to meet him at the training field tonight. Then he approaches and whispers something in Loa's ear. Lo looks at the protagonist, confused, and the protagonist smiles. Lo tries to ask Aiden something, but then gives up. Aiden thinks that if they've met like this, it must be fate, and considering the debt Aiden owes to Lo, the protagonist will give him a small gift now. Night falls. The protagonist waits for Lovey at the training field. He hears a noise and asks if it's Loa. Lo arrives, trembling, and asks how the young master knows his secret. He starts crying and asks if it's true, if Aiden can really heal his arm. In the protagonist's past life, he and Lova were friends. Back then, Love had already lost his arm. He says he keeps thinking about it to this day. If his right arm were fine, he could have become a knight. And that desperate wish Love left unfulfilled in his previous life, Aiden will repay the last debt he owes to Lo with this. Back in the present, Lo asks the young master if he really can fix his arm. He remembers when Aiden said he knew his arm was getting stiff, even though he had never told anyone about it. And yet, Aiden knew his secret. Aiden explains that Lo's arm is suffering from mana separation syndrome. Lo is shocked and thinks that mana separation syndrome refers to all the deficiencies that occur in the mana channels. So that's why his arm is stiffening, but there's a big problem. Lova asks if mana separation syndrome isn't incurable. Aiden confirms and says that people do say it's incurable. Lo is shocked and points out that Aiden said earlier it could be cured. The protagonist thinks that it's not impossible, it's just that they don't know how to cure it yet. The cure for this will be discovered in about 10 years. He says he knows the cure and is more than willing to treat Lo's arm. However, nothing in this world comes for free, so the protagonist will make a contract. Lo takes the contract, but when he looks at it, he's shocked. It states that the first condition is for Lo to fight with Aiden every day. The second condition is for Lo to swear to do anything Aiden commands. Lo asks if this is a slavery contract, which the protagonist confirms, even asking if Lo didn't like it. Lo isn't sure if he can trust the protagonist, as he just said it was incurable, but now he's saying he can cure it. However, he thinks that adding one more issue to his already troubled life won't change much. So, he agrees. The protagonist is happy. He never imagined he would one day make Love his slave. The protagonist finds this moment exhilarating, and as a bonus for treating his arm, the protagonist is going to take an item as well. Seeing the protagonist acting like a psychopath, Love thinks that perhaps he has sold his soul to the devil. The demon comments that the protagonist really is on the dark side. Aiden orders him to be quiet. A few days later, in the small town of Marilyn, inside the carriage, Lo asks Aiden if this is really the right place. No matter how he thinks about it, that place seems strange. The protagonist asks if Lo is doubting him. Suddenly, the carriage stops, and the driver announces that they've arrived. Aiden heads to a location and asks Lova to follow him. Lo is already worried, wondering if there really is a way to heal his arm in such a place. They walk until they reach a pharmacy. There's a sign saying that it's not a clinic and asking people to stop coming there. It also warns that they don't make medicine or drugs there. Loa sees this as a sign that everything is going to go wrong. Aiden recalls that this was the place where Lo came in the past to cure his illness. Supposedly, there was someone there researching a cure for mana separation syndrome, but in the end, it didn't work out for Lo. The protagonist opens the door and enters. Lo asks if anyone is there. It seems the owner isn't present. He looks at a large painting and calls the protagonist over, asking what he thinks the painting depicts. Aiden explains that it's the Philosopher's Stone, a superstition that mages and alchemists believe in. This stone is an imaginary object that interferes in the domain of the gods, something that supposedly can bring the dead back to life. Aiden finds it absurd, but considering that he himself has transcended the divine realms of death and time, maybe it's not impossible. Suddenly, from a dark doorway, someone says that this is a story that most ordinary people wouldn't know. This person remarks that the protagonist is well informed. Aiden says he's heard a few things here and there, but it was actually Calcis and Shaura who talked about it. The woman says it's been a while since she's had someone interesting visit. However, as the sign outside says, she doesn't do business. Aiden asks Lova to wait outside for a moment. After he leaves, the protagonist says he'll get straight to the point. He calls her Cassie. She finds it interesting that he knows her name. He explains that his knight is currently suffering from mana separation syndrome, and he knows that she's interested in this disease. He calls her the Beastkin alchemist, Cassie. This impresses her even more because few know that she is a catwoman. She asks how much he knows. He walks up to her and says that, like her, his knight also suffers from mana separation syndrome. She is shocked and wonders how he knows this. The protagonist says he knows that her symptoms are more severe than usual, and that without those herb leaves, her condition would worsen. Aiden thinks that Loa's condition is limited to his arm, but Cassie's is different. Her disease has affected all her organs, leaving her gravely ill. Cassie sighs and admits that he knows a lot about her. However, there is one thing he's mistaken about. She says it's true that she's researching a cure, but she hasn't found the method yet. This means she can't cure Lova's arm. Aiden tells her that if she cures his knight's arm, he promises to protect her and support her research in his territory. She was about to speak about the illness, but the protagonist throws a paper on the table and tells her to look at it. She starts checking it and is shocked by what she reads. Aiden explains that it's the cure for mana separation syndrome. He knows this because, in his past life, Calcis talked about it so much that he ended up memorizing it. He doesn't remember it perfectly, which is why he sought out Cassie, because he needed someone who could understand it even with incomplete information. Aiden asks if it's now possible. She's trembling and asks the protagonist for half a month. She's impressed to see that there is a method to cure it. Cassie acknowledges that the protagonist has managed to convince her. Then, Aiden mentions that it would be difficult to obtain the medicinal ingredients listed with the resources Cassie has. She knows that the fact the protagonist brought it up means he wants something in return. Aiden says he wants the ring. Cassie scoffs, saying that he's coveting a woman's ring. He asks her to stop joking because he already knows the true purpose of the ring. She then says that he must also know how important the ring is to her. This is the Ring of Rapidity, the second reason Aiden came there. An artifact that triples your physical speed for 10 seconds, 3 times a day. A very useful item for surprise attacks, escapes, and during battles. Thanks to this artifact, which Lo received as a memento from his previous life, he was able to become S rank even with just one arm. Such an artifact would be the only means of defense for someone like Cassie, given her physical limitations. With this in mind, Aiden promises to protect her. If she goes to the Duke's house, she won't need the ring anymore. He asks her what she thinks. Cassie says she doesn't mind, as long as she can continue her research. However, she asks if Aiden really wants this, because there will be rumors that he accepted a female beastkin as a guest in the Duke's house. Aiden points out that he's a notorious scoundrel and doesn't care what people will say. This shocks the Catwoman. With that, she agrees to hand over the ring, but before doing so, she asks if he'll take care of her room and food. He responds that it will be better there than in this place where she's staying now. Back at the protagonist's house, they arrive, and Aiden thinks that at first it was strange, but now it already feels like home. Suddenly, Philip arrives, asking where the young master has been. Aiden asks what the problem is. He shouts that it's an emergency. Aiden asks what's happening. Philip says that Carl has disappeared in the Monster Mountain. The protagonist immediately becomes worried. The butler then explains further. 2 days ago, a report came in about someone who went missing on the mountain. Carl formed an investigation team and set out, but he hasn't returned yet. Aiden thinks that the Monster Mountain should only have insignificant monsters. He asks about the search team, and Philip says they'll be leaving soon. Aiden is terrified because if Carl disappears, he will have to take over as the heir of the duchy, and all his plans for revenge will be ruined. Therefore, Aiden has to save Carl. He informs Philip that he will join the search team, and then asks the butler to show Cassie to her room. The protagonist tells Cassie that he will ask her for a favor, while Philip is shocked by her being a Catwoman. At the place where the search team is gathered, the protagonist arrives and asks to join the team. His father is there and asks if he's serious. Aiden says yes, but his father won't let him go. He starts shouting, asking why not. His father explains that Carl and dozens of knights disappeared at the same time. This isn't a simple missing person case, and that's why he won't let his other son go to such a dangerous place. Aiden starts to fake it and cries, saying that Carl is his little brother, and if something happens to him, his father is surprised by this. While the protagonist cries, he thinks that if something happens to Carl, his plan is ruined, and the demon calls him disgusting. The protagonist tells the demon to shut up, until suddenly, his father hugs him and says he can't believe Aiden cares so much about Carl. With that, he lets the protagonist go with the search team but tells him to be careful. The father instructs another guard to take care of Aiden. The guard agrees and says he will. At the Monster Mountain, the guard says everything is as he thought. This guard is named Spiele, and he is the vice captain. He explains that it seems Carl and the others were attacked and their tracks vanished from there. Aiden finds a blade on the ground and realizes it's a blade that goblins use. He thinks that many strange things are happening there. Carl and the knights being overpowered by mere goblins, and these low-intelligence goblins erasing their tracks. There's only one explanation: the Goblin King, the Hobgoblin. They possess intelligence and strength on a different level than common goblins. If it's them, all of this is possible. Aiden explains to Spiele that hobgoblins are present. Spiele is frightened and says that even for him, hobgoblins are difficult to handle. He suggests that they prepare first and then return, but Aiden says there's no more time now, and if they delay any longer, everyone will be killed. So he asks to bring a search dog. Spiele says they already have search dogs on the case, but it seems the scent has been completely erased. The protagonist asks to bring the dog to him. When the dog arrives, Aiden takes a vial and gives it to the dog to drink. Spiele wonders what the protagonist is doing with the dog, but suddenly the dog picks up a scent, starts barking, and points in a direction. Aiden explains that it was a potion to enhance the dog's sense of smell, and he thinks to himself that he's glad he asked Cassie to make it before setting out on the search. It had been very useful in a search mission in his previous life. The dog begins to follow the scent, and everyone follows. Later that night, they all find a goblin village. They see Carl and the knights locked in a cell, but fortunately they are all alive. Aiden sighs in relief that they didn't arrive too late. However, something is wrong. There are 3 hobgoblins in the village, and Aiden doesn't understand how there can be 3 leaders in one village. Spele tells the knights that this is more serious than he thought, so he asks everyone to prepare to give it their all, as their opponents are hobgoblins, which are challenging even for experienced knights. He then tells the protagonist to rescue the hostages and escape with them, while he and the others fight to buy time. Aiden thinks it's unbelievable that there are 3 leaders, but he decides not to interfere, believing that all these knights should be able to handle them. With that, Spele draws his sword and shouts for everyone to attack. The goblins already sense the attack, and Spele is furious that they kidnapped Carl. He comes flying down from above, shouting that he will exterminate all the goblins. The captives are overjoyed to see the knights there. Then, Aiden runs and unlocks the cell, already asking if everyone is okay. Carl is shocked to see his brother there. The protagonist unties everyone and explains that the knights will cover them so they can escape. But suddenly, Carl asks Aiden to be careful, as there is a monster there. Carl suddenly starts screaming that there is a monster behind the protagonist. And indeed, there was a giant monster behind him. The monster attacks, but Aiden manages to dodge. It was then that he realized that the reason for there being 3 hobgoblins was because there was a creature of a higher classification than hobgoblins there, the worst monster among humanoid demons, a troll. With that, the protagonist orders Carl to take everyone and get out of there quickly. Carl shouts to his brother, saying that he's no match for the troll. Aiden replies that he knows it's a troll, but that he's not going to die, emphasizing that he's the older brother. Carl thinks that this has nothing to do with it. Aiden grips his sword tightly and charges at the troll. The troll also attacks, but the protagonist dodges and cuts the troll's leg. However, the wound quickly heals. Aiden expected this, knowing that the troll's regenerative power is tremendous, and he wouldn't be able to win with his normal strength. With that, the protagonist takes something out of his pocket, and the troll is already attacking again. Aiden jumps, and the troll tries to hit him. Spele shouts for Aiden to run and leave the troll to him, but Spele thinks that if hobgoblins are already tough, then a troll would be nearly impossible. The troll throws a punch, but Aiden manages to dodge. Then, he takes out the ring he asked Cassie for. It was just a precaution, but now is the time to use it. With that, he activates the ring. Speed ring. Time remaining, 10 seconds. In this life, the protagonist hasn't reached this stage yet, but with this ring, it's possible. With 8 seconds left, the protagonist starts slashing the troll. He keeps slashing, and the next thing he needs is the sword aura stage. With 1 second remaining, Aiden cuts off the Goblin King's head using the sword aura. Spele finishes off the monsters on his side and shouts for everyone to go help young Master Aiden. And when he sees Aiden, he can't believe that Aiden is using the sword aura, as even he himself can't master it. However, the protagonist was already unconscious from the effort, collapsing onto a tree. The pigeons get angry with him. Aiden knows that the problem with using the sword aura for 10 seconds is that it becomes very difficult to move afterward, so he decides to use the speed ring with caution. However, it was very effective. Meanwhile, the others were searching for the protagonist. The next day, the protagonist's father was talking with Spele. He asks to ensure that the mourning families and victims receive the maximum compensation, and asks if it's true that Aiden defeated the troll. Spele confirms that yes, he did, and that he and all the other knights witnessed everything. The father becomes pensive, as Aiden not only used sword aura, but also defeated a troll. He wonders if this is truly the son he knows. That night, the protagonist was cultivating. He reflects that even though it was only for a moment, using the sword aura, Aiden already felt an increase in his mana capacity. However, this time he clearly realized something. The protagonist is still weak, so he decides to become stronger, so that he can seek revenge. Suddenly, the demon appears in front of the protagonist in the shadows. The demon says he greatly appreciates the protagonist's determination to kill. The protagonist is startled for a moment, but recognizes the voice. The demon laughs and says, "That's right, it's him, the Lord of the Underworld." Aiden starts laughing at his appearance, and the demon gets angry about it. The protagonist laughs even harder. The demon says it's because the protagonist is weak that he has this appearance. Aiden asks how he is able to appear. The demon responds that only he can see him, as the two are one. As the protagonist grows stronger, the demon can manifest into this form. Aiden asks if he's going to have to keep seeing the demon from now on, and emphasizes that he doesn't like that. The demon says that's rather rude to say to his savior. The protagonist recalls that the demon said the demon lord is a curse passed down by the demon god, so he notes that the demon was freed from that curse because the link with the demon god was severed. With that, he asks the demon for his original name. The demon becomes sad, as it's been so long since he lost his name that now he simply exists. Aiden takes the opportunity to name him Curse. The demon asks if his name is going to be an insult. The protagonist agrees, since he is a curse that was placed on him, and thus the name will be Curse. The demon finds this a bit silly, but the protagonist tells him to shut up. The demon just smiles and sighs, saying the protagonist can call him whatever he wants. A week later, the protagonist goes to Cassie's room. He enters and asks if the treatment is going well. She asks if the troll master has come to visit. Aiden thinks he's only being called that because he killed a troll, and in that way, it seems like they're saying he resembles a troll. He even wonders why they don't call him Troll Slayer. The protagonist asks where Love is. Cassie responds that he's next door, in the room. He goes there and sees Loa. He seemed depressed, but when Lo turns around, he is crying with happiness because his arm is moving normally. He quickly runs and kneels in front of the protagonist, thanking Aiden for recognizing and treating his condition. Lova says that even though he's just a humble being, he swears to dedicate his life to the protagonist. Aiden smiles suspiciously and thinks that's right. From now on, he'll treat Lo like a slave. So he says he'll accept the promise. But Aiden turns and asks Cassie if she hasn't treated herself as well. She replies that her mana separation syndrome is a bit unusual and that she needs a little more research, maybe another month. The protagonist agrees and says she did a good job. Cassie says it was all thanks to the method Aiden gave her and calls him Trollmaster again. Lo laughs at this and the protagonist gets irritated. He then shouts at Lo, saying that if he's healed, he should get out because there's a lot of work today. Lo is happy with this and asks for any work. Elsewhere, Lo was struggling with physical exercises until a man arrives. This man sees the troll that the protagonist killed and realizes that given its condition, it should fetch a good price, as trolls are rare materials. Aiden asks if the income from selling the troll can be used to buy the herbs listed on the paper. The man begins by saying that his group of merchants has everything, but when he sees the paper, he says these aren't herbs, but poisonous plants. Aiden gets close to the man and says that if he says they're herbs, then they are herbs. The man then says they are definitely herbs, and that he will get them for the protagonist. The protagonist is pleased, thinking that easy money is very good, while Lo is almost dead in the background. Hearing this, the demon comments that it seems the protagonist's mercenary habits haven't changed. Suddenly, Philip arrives and explains that the Duke is calling for the protagonist. Aiden is surprised, so he decides to go see what it's about. Upon opening the door, he is immediately taken aback. His father is standing there with a big smile, but there is also a giant man present. Aiden wonders what this man is doing there. The man looks at the protagonist and remarks that, judging by his appearance, it seems the rumors about him killing a troll are indeed true, and he greets him. Aiden recalls the past when he encountered this same man. The redhead had said that the protagonist stank. Aiden thinks he has no pleasant memories of this guy. The demon asks if the protagonist knows him. He knows this man a bit. He's an old man who despised mercenaries. So the protagonist introduces himself as well. This man is the protector of the northeastern border, Margrave Tyreed Cetus. Cetus asks if the protagonist knows him since he called him by name and title. Aiden confirms, after all, this man is Margrave Cetus, one of the few in the Empire who has reached the stage of Swordmaster. A Swordmaster is a transcendental stage that all knights dream of, those who surpass the realm of talent and enter the realm beyond humanity. They can cut mountains with a sword and make the air tremble with their breaths. The protagonist was one of them in the past, and this is the stage he needs to reach again. Cetus laughs and says that the protagonist is well-mannered, contrary to the rumors. He even praises the protagonist's father for raising such a good son. The father asks if it's okay for Cetus to leave his territory now, since there have been rumors of orcs there. Cetus says it's not just in his territory. There have been suspicious movements at the Assassin's Tower in the Death Wasteland, managed by the Assassin Cult. Aiden remembers that the Assassin Cult, the traitorous Ironblood Saint, was from there. Cetus comments that unusual monster movements are occurring in 3 places at the same time. In Cetus, at the Assassin's Tower, and there in Remis. The father says that now that Cetus has mentioned it, it really does seem strange. Cetus says he's thinking of forming an investigation team and asks if the Remis will help. The father says yes. Cetus smiles and says there's one more thing. He approaches the protagonist and asks if Aiden would help the Knight's Order. The protagonist thinks this came out of nowhere. Cetus says he's heard a lot about the protagonist, since he reached the stage of sword aura in less than half a year of wielding a sword. Initially, Cetus thought it was absurd, but upon seeing Aiden in person, The giant redhead can tell that he can transform Aiden into the greatest swordsman on the Western continent, and he promises this in his own name. The father tries to intervene, but Cetus tells him not to worry, as he will take good care of Aiden. Then, he asks the protagonist and urges him to choose. Aiden was somewhat serious, but soon gives a smile. Then Aiden responds by saying he appreciates the offer, but he'll have to decline. Cetus asks if the protagonist knows what it means to join the Knight's Order. The protagonist says yes, and that this order is the most recognized in the Empire, emphasizing that he's confident he can become a swordmaster on his own. Aiden thinks that he's already been through this stage in the past, so reaching it again is just a matter of time. The protagonist looks at Cetus and says right to his face that even now, if the two of them were to fight, he could at least scratch him. This shocks Cetus. He feels challenged and finds it a bit rude as well. Everything starts to tremble. It's Cetus exuding his power. The protagonist smiles and comments on this ability to make even the air tremble with his killing aura, but that was expected of a swordmaster. Cetus smiles, not believing that Aiden is resisting his aura ability. Then, he asks the protagonist if he can keep his word. The protagonist says yes and asks if they should bet on something. Cetus asks what kind of bet. Aiden only did this because he already knows Cetus and knows that he likes to gamble. Then, the protagonist says that if he can't land a single scratch on Cetus, he will join the Knight's Order. But if the protagonist wins, Cetus will have to give him his sword. Cetus thinks for a moment, stops the pressure, laughs, and calls the protagonist audacious, saying that he is coveting his family's heirloom. He also speaks to the father, but the father couldn't take it and fainted. Cetus accepts the bet. The demon asks the protagonist if he was aiming for the sword from the beginning, and the protagonist confirms this because he will need it when the opportunity arises. This sword is one of the legendary swords, Beelzebub. The demon remarks once again that Aiden is truly on the side of the demons. On the training field, Cetus and Aiden were getting ready. The protagonist asks if Cetus is planning to use a sword meant to kill ogres or goblins. Cetus responds that he doesn't know if the protagonist is a goblin or an ogre, but regardless of who the opponent is, a knight's duty is to give his best. Aiden thinks that this damned courtesy never changes, whether in the past or the present. There are two conditions for the match: no using sword aura, and Cetus cannot move his right foot. This might seem unfair, but for a swordmaster it's hardly a disadvantage. If the protagonist attacks without thinking, he'll be knocked out immediately. Cetus says there's already a large audience, so they should begin. The protagonist agrees and quickly advances. Cetus sees this and easily blocks the attack, even finding time to comment that the protagonist is accustomed to real combat. Aiden affirms that he knew Cetus would block and thinks that this was expected. The protagonist continues to attack, and Cetus only blocks. Cetus notices that the protagonist's fighting style is that of mercenaries, and warns him that when Aiden joins the Knight's Order, this will have to be corrected. The demon observes that the relationship between them isn't good. Hearing these things, the protagonist becomes furious and attacks with more intensity, using the Mercenary King's technique. Cetus was saying that he wouldn't lose to a simple attack, but the sword curved and almost hit him. Now, the protagonist was taking the fight more seriously. The other knights were impressed by all of this. The father sees that his son is fighting well against Cetus, and even though Cetus is stationary, he is still a swordmaster. However, Cetus decides to take the fight more seriously too. He manages to block the attacks and wonders what kind of technique this is. It's chaotic, but it hits vital points with precision. Cetus then becomes pleased and says that he indeed has to take the protagonist to the Knight's Order. Suddenly he attacks, but Aiden manages to dodge. The protagonist even wonders if that was just Cetus swinging his sword. The demon comments that if the protagonist had tried to block it, he would have certainly been cut in half. Aiden backs away, and Cetus comments that the protagonist is using an interesting sword technique, saying that if that's all he has, he won't be able to hit him. Aiden says he's still standing, so he'll continue. Cetus responds that he's not disappointed, but he already welcomes the protagonist to the Knight's Order. With that, the protagonist also thanks Cetus. Suddenly, the protagonist disappears. This shocks Cetus. Even he, a swordmaster, can't see the speed the protagonist reached. With that, Aiden manages to wound Cetus. Cetus realizes he was deceived because Aiden hid his abilities. The protagonist smiles and says he will make good use of the sword Beelzebub. The other knights didn't understand what happened but cheer for Aiden for being able to wound Cetus. The protagonist is happy with this as well. The demon asks if the protagonist wasn't bothered by using the ring, but he says no. The demon comments that it seems the protagonist is more connected to the underworld than a dragon slayer. Aiden gets angry with him and asks if he should take the sacred potion again. So the demon rephrases, saying that the protagonist is a hero. Cetus says he's very impressed and that Aiden is a very good opponent. The protagonist responds that it was luck. The demon tells the protagonist to stop pretending to be humble. However, the protagonist was thinking that this was a shock to him, as he thought he would rip off one of Cetus's arms, but it was only a scratch. With that, Cetus hands over his sword as promised. Aiden thanks him and says he will take very good care of it. He thinks this is a great prize. The demon notices and comments that the protagonist's expressions are crude. Later that night, the protagonist was examining the sword, and the demon congratulates him on obtaining it. Aiden is already suspicious and asks what's going on, since not long ago, the demon was calling him a cheat. The demon laughs and says that the protagonist doesn't know how to use the sword properly. Aiden asks what he means, and the demon replies that he knows the secret of the legendary swords that humans are unaware of. The protagonist starts to ask what this secret is, but the demon just laughs, saying he won't tell for free. He suggests that if Aiden swears to serve him as king and never drink sacred potions again for the rest of his life, he'll reveal it. However, the protagonist places his finger on the blade, cuts it, and lets the blood drip onto the blade. With that, he makes a blood pact with the sword. The demon asks how he knew, and Aiden responds that the demon lord's subordinates used black swords, so he deduced that this was the case. Beelzebub is one of the 72 legendary swords. The 72 swords appear as simple, sturdy blades on the surface, but in reality, they were created from the bodies of demon lords who once ruled the ancient underworld. It was only revealed much later that they were cursed swords. Each sword carries the power of a different demon lord, and one of the 3 conditions to awaken its hidden power is to feed it blood and form a blood pact. The demon finds this frustrating because he could have gained an advantage this time. The protagonist says he would never serve him as king and already tells the demon to prepare to take a sacred potion every day. With that, the demon apologizes and calls the protagonist his lord, but the protagonist still doesn't know the second condition to awaken the sword. The next day, Fried was in his office. He asks Aiden if he's really going to join Cetus's search party. The protagonist confirms. Fried says he knows Aiden is strong, but this search is dangerous since the place is incomparable to the Demon Mountain. It's hard for the father to let his son go. Aiden says he will be with Cetus there. Cetus confirms this and asks Fried not to worry, assuring him that he will make sure Aiden stays safe no matter what happens. Fried sighs and says that this isn't a picnic, and Aiden confirms that he knows this. However, this investigation is for the safety of Remus's territory, so if it's for the territory, Aiden also wants to go. Cetus approaches them and asks Fried to let Aiden go. Fried is still a bit hesitant. The protagonist thinks Cetus is being nice, as in the protagonist's previous life, he was useless. The demon already understands that the protagonist is trying to join the search to be able to awaken the sword Beelzebub. The protagonist thinks that the second condition to awaken the sword is to absorb a large amount of vital force by defeating monsters and gaining vital energy, which the protagonist finds delightful. The demon already feels sorry for the monsters that will encounter the protagonist. In the Pierran Mountains, there was a lot of noise and commotion. Monsters of all kinds were running through the forest, seemingly fleeing from something stronger. The protagonist and Cetus are arriving in Attila. Aiden thinks that this is the fortress of Attila, built to keep the demonic beasts of the Pierran Mountains at bay. He sees that the facilities and soldiers are all in disarray, and at this rate, it seems they would struggle even with a single horde of goblins. The protagonist wonders how they are keeping the monsters out. Suddenly, a man arrives and welcomes them. He introduces himself as Dasvalt Timon, the Viscount and head of the fortress of Attila. Timon greets Cetus, but when he refers to the protagonist, he makes a strange face and calls him Trollmaster, somewhat mocking him. Even the knights were mocking the protagonist, saying that he's a ruffian and that he's called a troll, not because he killed one, but because he looks like one. Luvi gets angry, but Aiden tells him to calm down. The demon comments that this is unusual for the protagonist since it's not normal for him to stay calm after hearing such words. Aiden thinks that fighting won't help anything, and he's heard this so many times that it doesn't even bother him anymore. Cetus asks if the air here is so fresh because there are many insects making noise. He uses his fear ability and asks Timon if that's right. Timon, sweating nervously, says yes, and the other knights, also sweating, just try to play it off. Aiden smiles and thinks that Cetus definitely knows how to be a jerk. A while later, the three were walking, and Timon comments that he's heard about monster attacks in each territory. Aiden takes the opportunity to ask if anything has happened there in Attila, but Timon just ignores him. This irritates the protagonist. Cetus asks if there are monsters living right in front of the fortress, and asks Timon if he's not afraid of something happening. Timon says there's nothing to worry about. He mentions that the orcs have settled in the middle of the mountain range, and perhaps it's because of the orcs that the monsters aren't coming down to the territory of Attila. Aiden wonders if the monsters are killing other monsters from a distance. Suddenly, the demon calls out to the protagonist and warns him that something gigantic is approaching. Aiden wonders what it is since he hasn't seen anything yet, but then he's suddenly surprised. He shouts that the monsters are approaching and that they need to close the gates immediately. Timon laughs and tells the young master to stop joking, but Cetus orders Timon to close the gates now. The ground starts to shake, and Cetus sees that it's a horde of monsters. Various monsters are approaching the territory. The knights begin to panic, wondering what they should do. Even the Viscount doesn't know what to do. Then Cetus instructs them to close the gate. With that, they run and close the gate, but as they were closing it, a wolf runs and slips through, attacking a knight. The knight sees death approaching, but Aiden arrives in seconds and decapitates the wolf. The knight falls to the ground, terrified. As for the protagonist, he looks at the sword and thinks that it's still not enough, but even so, it's very good at draining vital energy. The other knights wonder if that ruffian just used sword aura, then realize that the rumors of him killing a troll were true. The demon mocks the protagonist, calling him the Troll Master. Aiden tells him to shut up, but the demon asks why the protagonist is always rude to him. The protagonist responds that everything the demon says is annoying. Suddenly, the guard approaches Aiden and bows, thanking him for saving him. The protagonist feels embarrassed and tells the guard to grab a weapon and protect the wall. Love arrives and asks if Aiden is okay, but the protagonist just asks Love to watch the gate. There, a massive number of monsters were gathered. The protagonist smiles and says that from now on, they will all be snacks for his sword. Lo doesn't understand what the protagonist is talking about. Aiden looks at his sword and asks if it wants to devour the monsters until he snaps out of it and wonders why he's saying that. The demon laughs and comments that Aiden can't help these crazy thoughts because the sword Beelzebub is the sword of gluttony. It triggers the gluttonous instincts of its wielder. The demon says he enjoyed hearing the protagonist's true thoughts. Aiden feels embarrassed and thinks he needs to be more careful. He remembers why he's there, to awaken Beelzebub. So he decides that he's going to gracefully devour all this vital energy. From above, Cetus informs the protagonist that he's going out and will return after clearing some monsters. Aiden shouts, saying that he'll take care of it, and asks Cetus to rest for a bit. However, Cetus flies off. The protagonist is shocked by this. Cetus advances on the monsters, wondering if he should clear everything at once or not. The knights are impressed by Cetus's power, and the protagonist becomes worried, begging Cetus to leave at least half for him. However, Cetus makes a few slashes here and there, and only the bodies of the monsters remain. He laughs, saying that it's been a while since he's used his strength properly. Aiden wonders why he even came here if he didn't do anything. Timon thanks the two of them, saying that thanks to them, the damage was almost non-existent. The demon calls out to the protagonist, and Aiden asks if the demon is going to mock him again. But that wasn't it. The demon explains that what he was talking about wasn't the horde of monsters. Aiden asks what that means, and the demon replies that the gigantic thing he mentioned wasn't the horde of monsters. The protagonist then starts to become alert until something appears. A huge fireball comes flying toward them. Aiden shouts for everyone to get out of the way. The fireball continues to approach. An explosion occurs, throwing some knights backward. One of them screams, asking what was happening. Cetus is impressed, saying that this fire spell is of a massive scale, and asks if there was a mage attacking them. The protagonist says it's not a mage. The demon asks him if he knows what creature that is. Aiden says that a fire spell and the Pierren Mountains could only mean the creature from his past life. The protagonist emphasizes that, because of that creature, he barely made it back from the heavens in his previous life. How could he forget something like that? The demon tells him to stop being ridiculous, as he and the heavens don't go together. Aiden begins to respond, but then he hears the sound of bells. One of the warriors starts trembling, asking why they were all gathered together. The monster army was right in front of them. Timon yells and asks how the wasteland trolls and the Pierren Mountain orcs could join forces like this, since they always fought each other. Cetus begins to take the lead and says he'll be right back. The protagonist says it's too much for him to handle alone. Cetus looks at him, irritated, and asks what he means by too much for him. Aiden asks him to look more closely behind the horde of monsters. A larger monster holding a staff was there. Cetus is startled and asks what that was, as that monster has firepower and a form comparable to that of a swordmaster. He asks Timon and Aiden to evacuate the entire place, releasing his aura. He says that even he could only buy them some time. Aiden says there's still another way. Cetus asks how the protagonist intends to deal with a creature that even he finds challenging. The protagonist asks Loa to lead the soldiers and keep those creatures as far away as possible. Without wasting time, he advances to lead the soldiers. Cetus asks what Aiden is planning, as a high troll is a difficult opponent even for a swordmaster. The protagonist wouldn't be able to handle it. Aiden says he already knows that, and that from the moment the high troll created an army, the difficulty of dealing with him tripled. He emphasizes that even if Cetus faces them, if he does it alone, he wouldn't last long. However, there is a way for everyone to survive. The protagonist says they don't have much time, so he'll explain as quickly as possible. He begins to explain the entire situation, leaving Timon and Cetus surprised. Timon yells that this idea is ridiculous because if Cetus leaves now, that place would be destroyed in less than 30 minutes. While they were talking, the High Troll attacks once again, and the fireball hits the wall. Annoyed, Cetus asks the protagonist if he realizes how absurd the entire plan he proposed is. Aiden replies that he does, but this is the only way out they have. He emphasizes that they don't have much time, and asks the two to trust him. Cetus remembers the protagonist saying that if they fought now, at least with some scratches, he would make it out, and for everyone's sake, he wanted to help. He smiles and says that was expected, and that's why he would fully trust the protagonist. However, he says that if Aiden fails, he will have to join his Order of Knights. The protagonist smiles, thinking that this was expected from someone obsessed with bets, and agrees with what Cetus said. Cetus gains momentum and leaps far away. The demon asks if there's only one High Troll in that world, and how the protagonist could be sure it's the same one he encountered in his past life. Aiden asks the demon if he imagines how much the orcs and trolls hate each other. The only creature in the world that could subjugate the orcs and command them is this creature. This is thanks to using an extremely vicious method. The monsters continue attacking, and the warriors try to face them, but they were struggling greatly. Lova keeps advancing at speed, and with just one strike, cuts off the head of one of the monsters. The protagonist is elated seeing this, thinking that Lova became strong enough to easily defeat trolls. It seems the herbs he gave Lova had a significant effect. The demon says that apparently, the protagonist's peculiar method really worked. Aiden emphasizes that these trolls can't be killed just like that. The High Troll begins using his magic on the troll that lost its head. The protagonist says there's a reason why an army led by a High Troll is called an immortal army. The High Troll continues using his magic and reciting some words, while the warriors shout that they had defeated one of the trolls. A flame shoots out from its neck and connects to its head, bringing it back to its body. The troll comes back to life with even more rage. Aiden says that the High Troll can revive the trolls repeatedly, and that to stop this, they need an aura sword of a swordmaster or an archmage to annihilate them at once. The protagonist starts walking and says there's still another method. He begins to stroke his sword, saying that his baby must be hungry since she didn't eat earlier. Therefore, he's going to feed her several trolls. The demon comments to Beelzebub that he must be going through tough times. Lo was standing alone in front of some monsters. He thinks that after eating the protagonist's herbs, he thought he'd become strong enough, but he thinks he couldn't believe his life would end like this since he didn't even get to repay his master. The troll attacks him, and he prepares for death, apologizing to his master for failing. Suddenly, the protagonist appears on top of one of the troll's heads and says that Lova did a good job. He attacks the troll with the sword, making it scream loudly. Lova asks his master to be careful, because even if he manages to cut off the head, the trolls wouldn't die. Aiden says to his sword that it's time to eat. He thinks that he may not have the power of a swordmaster or the strength of an archmage, but he has the authority of Beelzebub's gluttony. The troll starts screaming and shriveling. The gluttony of Beelzebub's sword absorbs the existence of its target, and once it does, the target is completely obliterated. The High Troll watches this, confused. A dark aura begins to surround the protagonist as he laughs and says that trolls are really delicious. Just one of them has a life force equivalent to dozens of wolves. He starts to feel even hungrier and looks to the side. The monsters become frightened of him because he was laughing uncontrollably, consumed by gluttony, and says he wonders if orcs are as good as trolls. He asks Beelzebub if he doesn't want to taste them too. After absorbing 4 trolls, he continues smiling and hungry, saying that it still wasn't enough. He states that the trolls were full of vitality inside, but no matter how much he ate, it always seemed like he wanted more. The trolls and the High Troll begin to tremble at the sight of this. The High Troll becomes enraged and uses his magic once again. Aiden dodges all the attacks and continues advancing, saying that the High Troll seems very angry. The demon tells the protagonist to stop running and fight the High Troll head-on, like a true dragon slayer. Aiden responds that if it were in his previous life, he would have done exactly that. The High Troll keeps attacking non-stop, furious with everything. The protagonist comments that, unfortunately, at this moment, dodging and fleeing is his only option, because if he gets hit by that fire magic, he would be roasted instantly. He remembers the favor he asked Cetus and thinks he needs to buy time until Cetus returns. An axe comes flying at him, and the demon warns him that an attack was coming. The protagonist looks and manages to dodge, saying that these orcs are annoying. The demon asks why the protagonist wasn't absorbing the orcs from the beginning, since even if they aren't as good as trolls, they still have a good life force in their bodies. Smiling, the protagonist replies that he has other plans for the orcs. He says that if Cetus manages to arrive at the right time, not killing the orcs will be more beneficial for them. Aiden says that until that time comes, he just has to... Suddenly, a giant fireball appears in front of him. He looks at it and comments that the High Troll never gets tired of using that. The High Troll continues using his magic non-stop, burning everything in front of him. He notices that he hadn't hit the protagonist and looks up, seeing Aiden very high up. The protagonist says that the High Troll is burning everything, friend or foe, and doesn't care about anything anymore. Without speed analysis, he comments that he would have become barbecue a long time ago. The demon says that the protagonist can't fly or walk in the air, so he asks how he plans to dodge the next attack. Aiden becomes worried and shouts that the demon was right. The flames were already approaching him and he starts yelling, saying that he couldn't die in such a stupid way. With great speed, Cetus approaches, using his aura blade, and cuts through the High Troll's attack, telling Aiden that he managed to hold the battle very well. The protagonist laughs, commenting that Cetus managed to extinguish that fire. He thinks that a swordmaster is really very fast because he traveled such a great distance in such a short time. The protagonist looks and sees that next to Cetus, there was someone else, and he thinks that everything went very well. The High Troll looks and wonders how that guy was there. The orcs start looking at him, and the protagonist shouts at the disgusting troll, saying that the course of the battle just changed. The demon shouts at the protagonist, telling him to pay more attention because he was very high up and was falling. He starts screaming, saying that if he falls like that after using all his strength, it could be fatal. An orc catches him in the air and takes him to the ground. The protagonist thanks him. The orcs start crying and trembling. The warriors are confused because that orc just saved the protagonist. The leader of the orcs apologizes for not protecting everyone, raises his hand, and shouts that now the orc army would avenge the trolls who humiliated them. With their leader in front of them, the orcs begin to fight bravely against the trolls. The soldiers are even more confused, asking what was happening there, as suddenly the orcs were fighting the trolls. The demon tells the protagonist that everything happened exactly as he predicted. Aiden says that's exactly why the High Troll had managed to control the orcs. They used the orcs' loyalty to their tribe and their chief against them, taking the chief and the children as hostages to control them. But if those hostages were freed, everything would change. The protagonist says that the enemy of your enemy is your friend, and that's why he didn't recklessly absorb the orcs. The High Troll, seeing all this change in his army, starts trembling with rage. He says that his plan is falling apart. He notices someone coming toward him and uses his magic to defend himself from Cetus, who thinks that the High Troll used magic to protect himself. He really is at the same level as a swordmaster. Cetus thinks that the protagonist was right from the beginning, because if he had fought alone against everyone, he wouldn't have had the slightest chance. However, the leader of the orcs advances and takes advantage of the High Troll's lowered guard, attacking him without hesitation. Cetus realizes that now the situation has changed because there are two swordmasters. The High Troll screams in pain and anger. Cetus says that it's time for the High Troll to stop screaming and die quietly. The High Troll begins to say that he can't die in such a meaningless way. He would never forgive the humans who killed his parents. Fire starts coming out of his eyes and nose, leaving the orc leader and Cetus confused as the flow of mana became strange. The High Troll begins to expand, saying that he would explode all the mana in his body and take everyone there with him. Cetus thinks that not even he can stop this. He steps in front of the knights, thinking they wouldn't withstand the flames. Cetus turns around and shouts for everyone to get out of there as quickly as possible because it was going to explode. While everyone was panicking and running, Aiden passes by them, advancing straight toward the High Troll. Cetus shouts for him to come back because he would die, but the protagonist doesn't listen and continues advancing. What no one knew was that his hunger was immense. He starts laughing and leaps, aiming Beelzebub at the troll's belly. He shouts that the final blow would be his. A colossal explosion occurs, engulfing everything around it. Beelzebub begins to penetrate the High Troll's belly, which starts to explode. Still hungry, the protagonist tells Beelzebub that it's time for the main course. The entire explosion begins to be swallowed by gluttony. The High Troll starts screaming. Lovi and Cetus are worried about what's happening, shouting the protagonist's name. Cetus wonders what's going on, how Aiden is going to stop such a massive mana explosion. He questions whether the protagonist really had a plan, as Aiden absorbs all that mana and vitality and notices something strange. He says that the life force and mana are much greater than he imagined, and maybe he can't absorb it all. The High Troll continues screaming and releasing everything he had. The protagonist asks Beelzebub to hold on a little longer while the sword absorbs it all. Aiden shouts, calling the demon, saying he needs help. An intense light begins and the demon appears there, irritated, asking how the protagonist has the nerve to use him for something like this. The demon says that if Aiden promises not to take sacred potions for a week, he will help. The protagonist shouts that he accepts the deal and orders the demon to act quickly because Beelzebub has already absorbed enough life force and is in the final condition to awaken the sword. The demon touches the sword and Aiden says he needs to infuse demonic energy to awaken the corrupted lord that is sleeping in the sword. The demon begins to use his energy and asks the Lord of Gluttony, Beelzebub, to awaken. The chains inside the sword begin to move, the eyes open, and he says it's been a long time since he felt this. He declares that it is the will of the Lord of Gluttony, who sought to destroy even the heavens. Who dared to wake him up? In front of the protagonist, the two face each other. Aiden says that this was expected of a former ruler of the underworld. His presence is terrifying. The protagonist comments that if he were an ordinary human, he would be mentally dominated in seconds and used as a puppet. However, he has something that even this Beelzebub fears. The demon starts to smile and says it's been a long time since they last met. The demon says that Beelzebub wanted to know who woke him up. As soon as Beelzebub sees the demon, he is scared and asks why he is there. The demon says that it's time to stop this conversation and orders Beelzebub to hand over the authority. Beelzebub becomes sad and says he can't believe that after so many years of sleeping, as soon as he regains consciousness, this happens. The demon gets angry and shouts, asking if he's going to give the authority or not. Beelzebub, scared and without a choice, hands over the authority. The protagonist thinks that the Underlord defeated all the former kings of the underworld, becoming the most powerful ruler of all time. No wonder Beelzebub fears him. The protagonist tells the Underlord that he could be more useful, but he says that the protagonist should just keep his promise not to take the potions. Aiden responds that he will keep it, and continues to absorb all the energy. The protagonist orders Beelzebub to devour. His face appears on the sword, scaring the high troll, who begins to be pulled in. Beelzebub starts to swallow everything around him. Sadist says he can't see anything and asks everyone to be careful. Lo clings to a tree as a very strong gust of wind was pushing them. Aiden shouts for the high troll to become his new strength. The high troll responds no and tries to fight against the gluttony, but he didn't have the strength to escape. A few seconds later, everything was calm. Cetus comments that the wind stopped suddenly and asks where the high troll went. Loa, scared, asks if it's over and if they are safe. Aiden, exhausted, wonders if that was the true power of the Lord of Gluttony's authority, all this life force and mana. Suddenly he feels like vomiting and says he ended up eating too much. The Underlord comments that it's his fault for trying to eat everything he sees. Underlord emphasizes that no matter how powerful an ability is, if overused, it becomes a poison. He tells Aiden that, as sad as it may be, he will need to let go of some things. Despite feeling sick, the protagonist refuses and says he will absorb everything, no matter what it is. As he runs his hand across the ground, he notices something and asks what it is. Underlord says it's a phoenix. The protagonist says he now understands why the High Troll was using so much firepower. He wonders if the phoenix was consumed by the High Troll and fell into a coma. He touches the egg and remarks that this species is as rare as a dragon. How did it end up here? He pauses to think, and his mouth begins to water. He asks if by eating it he could also use firepower. Underlord asks if Aiden wasn't just about to vomit from overeating. Gluttony overtakes him again, and he admits it's true, but using firepower is another story. Underlord comments that looking at Aiden like this, he realizes how dangerous human recklessness and greed can be. He bends down and thanks for the meal. Suddenly, Cetus arrives, smiling, and slaps the protagonist on the back, saying that in the end, he really did it. However, the protagonist was so full that the slap was enough to make him start vomiting. Cetus asks if he's okay. Underlord remarks that this happened because of the protagonist's greed. Cetus looks closer and sees the phoenix there. He asks what such a rare creature is doing here. After vomiting, the protagonist feels sad, saying he lost some strength and mana, and that he needed to eat that phoenix. However, the egg begins to crack, and a bright light starts to emerge from it. Aiden watches in awe as the phoenix's wings unfold and it flies away. Underlord says the phoenix woke up after absorbing the mana that the protagonist had vomited onto it. Cetus comments that that's the legendary phoenix. The warriors say they were very lucky to see a phoenix in person. While everyone is amazed, Aiden is furious, saying that it's all Cetus's fault because he lost a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Suddenly, the phoenix returns and lands on the protagonist's head. People start shouting that the phoenix landed on the young master's head. The protagonist wonders why it's sitting on his head. The phoenix looks at the protagonist and starts using fire on him, which frightens Cetus and Loa. Aiden asks if the phoenix knew he wanted to devour it and now wants to burn him alive. However, he starts looking at his body and realizes it isn't hot. He asks what's happening. Underlord explains that this is the phoenix's blessing and that with it, he will have resistance to most flames. This is happening because it was revived with the mana that the protagonist vomited onto it. He says that the phoenix probably sees him as a savior. Aiden begins to smile and thinks that this will be very useful against Shora. After giving the blessing to the protagonist, the phoenix starts flying freely again. Sadis rushes over, shouting and asking if the protagonist is okay, as he was on fire a moment ago. However, the protagonist is focused on the feather that had fallen from the phoenix. He holds the feather and smiles, saying he's fine. Sadis comments that ever since he met the protagonist, he has been experiencing unbelievable things, one after the other. Aiden replies that he's just as surprised because it's the first time he's gone through something like this too. The protagonist notices the orc leader standing there, watching them, and asks if he really is the leader of the orc tribe and why they are still here. Did he want to keep fighting? The orc says that the oath was broken and that the price must be paid. The price is his death, so he asks the protagonist to take his head. Aiden is completely confused and asks what oath he's talking about. This is how Aiden learned about the Orcs' Day. A long time ago, the head of the Remies family and the orc chief fought a duel over that land. The orc chief lost the duel and swore to return to the mountains and never descend again. They then settled in the mountains and protected the land. The protagonist thinks that's why the orcs didn't descend and live there. Aiden remembers Timon saying that the monsters don't reach them because of the orcs living in the mountains. Aiden looks at the orc chief and thinks that they are a race that values their oaths more than their own lives. The orc leader says that his head will be enough and begs them to forgive his clan. The protagonist turns around and says he doesn't need his head and asks him to return to the mountains. This leaves the orc chief confused. He gets angry, shouting that the oath was made by the ancestors and that he needs to pay the price for breaking it. He keeps shouting, which irritates the protagonist to the point of asking if he should really cut off this noisy orc's head. However, they helped protect the territory, so he needs to be patient. Aiden has an idea and starts laughing, telling the orc chief to pay with something other than his head. The orc wonders what the protagonist is talking about. The next day, Sadis comments that he's not sure what he's seeing. The protagonist asks if that's a compliment and thanks him. One of the warriors was carrying a sandbag, thinking it was extremely heavy, and wondering how those guys could carry it so easily. Sadis says that orcs and humans working together is something fantastic. Aiden mentions that normally, it would take them months to rebuild things, but with the help of the orcs, they could finish in a single week. The protagonist emphasizes that the best part is that this way, the orcs protect their leader's life, and they get free labor. Everyone ends up happy. Sadis sighs and says he expected that kind of idea because he never really understood Aiden's thoughts. He notes that whenever he talks to the protagonist, it feels like he's talking to a dragon that's lived for hundreds of years. While they were talking, Sadis mentions that maybe they should leave this matter to the Tower of Assassination, since even the wasteland monsters appeared. This has gone beyond their control. Aiden replies that he understands. He starts laughing maniacally and thinks that he already got what he wanted, so it's no longer his problem. He was only there to awaken Beelzebub, and as a bonus, he got a phoenix's blessing. Now he just needs to return quietly and train more. However, his plan didn't work out. As he was leaving, everyone organized a party for him, thanking him for saving the territory. Everyone was saying that the High Troll was defeated by Aiden's sword, and on top of that, he could control the phoenix. Another man in the crowd exaggerated further, saying that he could control the phoenix and the orcs with just a finger. As he walked among them, irritated, he wondered where all this distortion came from, not to mention that he hated this superficial ceremony. Underlord comments that the flower crown looks great on the protagonist, and also notes that, apparently, the people weren't being superficial. They genuinely thought Aiden was a hero. The protagonist feels a bit embarrassed and asks why being a hero is such a big problem, since he wouldn't make any money by being a hero. Underlord says that with those words, the protagonist sounds more like a mercenary than a knight. Aiden responds that, either way, he really planned to train in silence this time, in Cassie's research laboratory. The protagonist was asking if there was really no way to fix this. Cassie apologizes and says that at the moment, there are no possibilities to resolve the situation. She explains that the mana vein syndrome in his body is more serious than she imagined, and emphasizes that it requires a much more delicate remedy than the one used to treat the knight. Aiden looks at her and asks how much the remedy would cost, as he's willing to pay any price. She replies that money isn't the problem. They need an alchemist skilled enough to create a high-quality elixir. Cassie mentions that an alchemist of that level could only be found at the Imperial Court. Even so, she expresses her gratitude to her master for everything, smiling, and says that if she had stayed there, she would have died after spending her whole life searching for a cure. Aiden stands up and asks if it would really be possible if they had the alchemist. She questions if he didn't hear that this type of alchemist, but he interrupts her, saying that he knows an alchemist and asks her not to worry because he'll take care of everything. She can stay there and wait, as he'll bring the alchemist. Cassie reflects that, in the beginning, she had doubts. Out of nowhere, Aiden appeared and offered to show her how to cure the mana vein syndrome. He even provided the funds for the research. Then came acceptance. Even knowing that her body wouldn't last much longer, She had no choice but to accept the protagonist's offer. The third feeling was despair. She was devastated to discover that the method to cure her body was incredibly difficult. Until now, all the humans she had met had warm words, but their actions were cold. However, this man named Aiden has cold words, but his actions are warm. She thinks it's been a long time since she felt such warmth. Sighing, with her head down, Cassie comments that this is interesting, and with tears in her eyes, she smiles, saying she will ask him to bring a good alchemist. After all, her research is perfect. As the protagonist leaves the room, Underlord comments that Aiden was acting on behalf of someone else. He notes that he's heard that a sudden change in a person can be fatal, so the protagonist should be careful. With a serious face, Aiden responds that he's just fulfilling a promise because promises are very important to mercenaries. He says that anyway, he was thinking about visiting that alchemist. The protagonist comments that Cassie doesn't have much time left. 3 days later, in Markellan City, a fair was taking place. The protagonist was walking among all the people, thinking that the largest free trade city in the Empire was a very lively place. Underlord asks what the protagonist meant by was a city. He says it's a warm city, where you can feel that everyone is working hard. The protagonist explains that the city was completely destroyed by an attack from a mad dragon, but he thinks he's the only one who feels strange about this situation. Underlord asks where the alchemist the protagonist mentioned earlier is. Aiden responds that he'll find the way, and tells Underlord to shut up. Underlord comments that the protagonist is being quite unrefined. In the outskirts of the city, near the slums, a group of people was cornering someone in an alley. One of the men was threatening the cornered person, saying he wanted the production ready that day. The man, trembling with fear, tried to explain that no matter how hard he worked, he could only make one per week. He insists that if he's forced to make double of these high-quality elixirs, suddenly one of the men punches the wall, shouting that it's his problem, and if he doesn't bring everything they asked for by tomorrow, he'd better be very careful. Joseph crouches down in fear while the man threatens him, saying his throat might end up getting damaged. Suddenly, the protagonist appears shouting, "Fraud, extortion, threats. For those suffering from these, we offer solutions." Their leader asks who that guy is and orders Karen to deal with it. Karen approaches the protagonist and asks who he is and what he's doing there. Aiden asks Karen if he really doesn't know who he is. Karen tells the protagonist to stop this and leave, but Aiden looks at Joseph and asks if he's suffering from fraud, extortion, or any threats. Karen gets annoyed at being ignored and starts attacking the protagonist, shouting how dare he ignore him like that. Screams are heard, and a few seconds later, Karen is lying on the ground after the protagonist punches him and throws him hard against the wall. The other two are frightened by this, asking who the protagonist is. With a serious face, Aiden tells Karen to step back because he couldn't protect his client. While the protagonist is looking at Karen, another man comes attacking him, shouting how he dares to mess with his people like that. Aiden dodges all the attacks and starts laughing, pulling down the man's pants. The protagonist asks what he's doing with such pretty panties. The man gets completely enraged and curses the protagonist, calling him a bastard and saying he looks like a troll. As soon as Underlord hears this, he says that now that man is dead. The protagonist becomes extremely angry and asks what the man just said. The man shouts, asking if the protagonist thinks he can mess with Cerberus, the biggest predator in that city, and get away with it. With one strike, the protagonist breaks his sword in half, leaving the man trembling with fear. He asks who the protagonist is and how he's using sword aura. Aiden looks him in the face and says his eyes will need some fixing. After finishing the guy off, the protagonist comments that he was still lucky because comparing him to a troll was reason enough to be dead. Underlord says that the protagonist was the first person to use Beelzebub in that way. Their leader is completely shocked to see that the protagonist uses sword aura. He asks what a swordmaster is doing here in the slum. Aiden approaches and asks Joseph if he needs help. The protagonist says he offers his services at a very fair price. Joseph looks at this and wonders why a swordsman awakened by sword aura is offering to help him for such a low price. He wonders what the protagonist will want after this. Joseph looks at Aiden and wonders if he can really trust that person. After much hesitation, he thinks he has no other choice. Crying, he begs for help. Joseph was a renowned Chinese alchemist in the underworld of Markellan City. His daughter had been kidnapped by the Cerberus Guild, a criminal organization. Even though he tried to stop them, he couldn't do anything. The guild demanded that he make one pill a week, saying that this way he and his daughter would be fine. Their leader said it was a good deal, considering he was in a dangerous place. In the protagonist's past life, Joseph had provided these pills to them for years, but when he found out his daughter was already dead, he sought out the protagonist for revenge and soon joined her in the afterlife. Aiden thinks that was in his past life. Now they still have time to save Ellis. Joseph starts screaming, desperate, that he'll do whatever the protagonist asks. He just wants to save his daughter. Aiden starts laughing and says he'll save her, but Joseph needs to keep his word so that the protagonist can get anything done. Underlord comments that Beelzebub said the protagonist is the first person he's seen with a greater gluttony than his own. However, the protagonist says this is a fair deal. Aiden turns around and asks their leader to stop right there. The man freezes in fear, and the protagonist appears in front of him, asking if he really thinks he was spared for no reason. The protagonist says he has some questions for him, but he already knows that the thug won't answer willingly, so they'll start differently. The man shouts that there's no need because he'll answer anything. At the Cerberus Guild headquarters in the guild leader's office, he's laughing and saying that with Joseph's 2 pills, they'll make a good profit. This man is named Ankle, the leader of the Cerberus Guild. He wonders if he should take a pill since they're so good for the body. Suddenly, someone starts to open the door. Ankle gets irritated and asks who dares to enter without knocking first. As soon as he looks, he sees one of his henchmen. He asks if he managed to bring Joseph's pills. When Ankle looks closer, he sees that his henchman is badly injured and asks why he's in that condition. The protagonist enters the room, saying that he's finally found him. Ankle asks who the protagonist is and if he's the one who did that to his henchman. He emphasizes that he doesn't know what the protagonist wants, but entering a tiger's den like this is foolish. Under the table, Ankle was activating his security system, a mana-powered emergency alarm artifact. He starts laughing, thinking that his men would arrive quickly. However, time passes, and no one shows up. Ankle wonders why no one is coming. He thinks that maybe the artifact is broken. Ankle starts shouting, asking if there's anyone outside because there's an intruder in his office. The protagonist asks if Ankle is talking about his guild members. Aiden says that the last time he checked, all the members were sleeping very soundly. With a serious look, the protagonist says that he won't let Ankle sleep so easily, and demands to know where Joseph's daughter is. Ankle starts laughing and asks if the protagonist is a mercenary hired by Joseph. He tells the protagonist not to regret this because he's the strongest in the guild. Ankle slams his foot on the table and rushes to attack the protagonist. A few seconds later, a cell is unlocked. Ankle, with his face all battered, says that Joseph's daughter is inside. Aiden looks around and comments that he can't believe they locked a girl in there. They really are a bunch of trash. Ankle explains that Joseph's daughter is not an ordinary child. He opens the cell and says that she may seem calm now, but suddenly she appears enraged and, using some aura, kicks Ankle in the face. He rolls on the ground and with a cold, angry look, focused on Ankle, she says she's going to kill him. The protagonist looks at Ankle on the ground and thinks Ellis is impressive. Even though he left Ankle on the brink of death, she's still quite strong. Underlord comments that this child is using an interesting power. The protagonist looks to the side and sees that she's attacking him, but he easily defends himself. She keeps attacking repeatedly, while the protagonist only defends himself and asks Underlord if he said she has an interesting power. He replies yes, emphasizing that the power she's displaying is the same as that of an annoying person. Aiden looks at her and thinks that, in any case, it's none of his business. His goal is just to save her and take her back to Joseph. As she continues attacking non-stop, she screams that she wants to go back to her father's house. The protagonist says they will see her father. As soon as she hears this, she stops attacking and asks if she really will see her father. Aiden kneels down, smiling at her, and says that her father sent him to rescue her. So they're going home now. With her hands injured and trembling, she asks if she really can go back to her father's house. The protagonist responds yes and calls her to leave. She simply hugs him tightly and starts crying uncontrollably, saying she was very scared and missed her father. Aiden says that being alone there must have been really frightening, but now she's safe and can see her father. Underlord observes the situation, surprised, saying he didn't imagine the protagonist still had empathy in that head of his. Aiden asks Underlord what he thinks the protagonist is. He replies that the protagonist just seems a little different from who he was in his past life. After returning home, Ellis ran and opened the door, calling out for her father. Joseph, upon seeing his daughter, began shouting as well. They embraced tightly, and she began to cry uncontrollably upon reuniting with him. Joseph, also in tears, apologized to his daughter, saying he was deeply sorry for what had happened. As the two hugged and cried with happiness, the protagonist watched from the doorway, satisfied with what he had done. After some time, Ellis fell asleep on the couch. Joseph sat at the table and thanked the protagonist for everything. Aiden said it wasn't over yet. He started to laugh and remarked that the most important part was still to come, the time for the client to settle the account. Joseph smiled and stated that he would compensate him for everything, asking how much he wanted. The protagonist asked how much he thought his daughter's life was worth. He replied that Ellis was worth more than his own life. While she slept, Joseph said that if the protagonist wanted money, he would spend his entire life paying it off. Aiden, disheartened, commented that he already had plenty of money. He asked if Joseph had something else, like alchemy skills. This left Joseph a bit frightened. Uncomfortable, Joseph asked if the protagonist really wanted that. Aiden responded that what he needed most now was an alchemist with the most precise skills possible. Joseph said he understood and remarked that the protagonist had helped him because he knew about his alchemy skills. He emphasized that after the protagonist received the help, he would have to pay the price. Joseph took out a chest and opened it, revealing a fantastic elixir. The protagonist looked at it and thought, "This is it." This was what he had learned in his past life. Joseph said that this was the best elixir he had ever made. He asked the protagonist to try it, as he had made it with all his alchemist skills. Mouth-watering, the protagonist asked if he could really use it. Joseph replied that yes, it was part of the payment for the help the protagonist had given. Underlord told Aiden to wipe the drool off his mouth because of the elixir, saying it was disgusting. The protagonist commented that he was only saying that because he hadn't tried the elixir. If he did. So, Aiden took the elixir, and an extremely good energy and sensation took over both him and Underlord. Their eyes sparkled with energy. The protagonist thought this was expected. That elixir was top quality. Just by taking that elixir, his mana capacity doubled. Aiden looked at Joseph and said that the elixir was excellent and incomparable. Joseph smiled and said he would use it as payment, continuing to make those elixirs for the protagonist. Aiden refused and said that wasn't what he needed. He asked what Joseph thought about joining the Duke's house. The protagonist asserted that if they accepted, both he and his daughter would be safe for the rest of their lives. Joseph was very surprised by the invitation and asked who the protagonist really was. Aiden apologized for not introducing himself earlier. He looked at Joseph and introduced himself as the eldest son of the ducal family Rems. His name was Aiden Remes. Joseph began shouting as soon as he heard the protagonist's name and asked if by any chance he was the troll prince everyone had been talking about lately. Aiden was slightly irritated, thinking that once again this story of the troll prince had come up. Underlord commented that it seemed the protagonist was famous even in those parts. Joseph asked what would bring a young master of the Duke's house to a place like that. The protagonist replied that he needed to deal with an emergency. Aiden emphasized once more, saying that if Joseph helped him resolve this problem, the duchy would protect his family for the rest of their lives. Joseph said it was a great offer and asked what the problem was that needed solving. He asked to start discussing this urgent matter the protagonist had mentioned. After all the conversation, they went to Cassie's research laboratory. Upon arriving there, Joseph began examining Cassie and said that this was the most severe case of mana separation syndrome he had ever seen. He emphasized that if it weren't for the strong physique of the feral race, Cassie would likely have already left this world. Joseph took a look at the research and said that if they made the medicine according to all of that, she would certainly be cured. However, the main problem was the ingredients for the medicine. Aiden stated that they could obtain all the ingredients through the Duke's house. Joseph replied that those were not simple ingredients. They were truly impossible to acquire. He took out a piece of paper and explained that, from what he could see, mana separation syndrome was a disease where the mana channels froze. According to what he saw, they needed potent fire attribute mana to treat the frozen mana channels. But Aiden asked how they could obtain potent fire attribute mana. Cassie responded that she knew of two ways. The first was the heart of a fire dragon, the other, a phoenix feather, but she couldn't imagine where they would find such rare creatures. The protagonist reached into his pocket and asked if this would suffice. He showed a phoenix feather. The two were completely shocked and asked why he had that. Joseph asked how he got a phoenix feather, a creature they had only heard of in legends. He replied that the phoenix dropped it, and he picked it up. Joseph calmly took the feather and said that it was more than enough. With that feather, they would be able to make the medicine, and it would take 2 days. While they were talking, Cassie watched from a distance. Crying with emotion and with a smile on her face, she began to have hope. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, calling for the protagonist. Philip opened the door, and the protagonist asked if there was a problem. He said that Duke Fried was looking for him. Aiden became nervous, thinking that this time he had disappeared without telling anyone. He went to his father's office. Fried said that he heard that this time Aiden went to the city of Miklan. The protagonist confirmed, emphasizing that it was for business. He apologized, saying that he should have informed him before leaving. Fried replied that he didn't call him there to scold him. Aiden was surprised by this and asked why he was called then. Smiling, his father showed a letter, saying that the invitation to the imperial banquet had arrived. They were celebrating the upcoming birthday of the crown prince. Fried said that this time he wanted the protagonist to go. Aiden was shocked and asked why he should attend the imperial banquet. He questioned why Carl couldn't do it, since he was used to these events and representing the family. The protagonist thought that he still had a lot to do. Fried smiled and said that was true, but Carl refused, saying he was busy with the duties of the Knight's Order. His father added that besides that reason, many people wanted to see the protagonist. Aiden sighed and said that he was also very busy, but then the protagonist paused to think for a moment and asked his father if this year was the imperial year 450. Fried confirmed, emphasizing that the protagonist needed to be at that banquet, whether he liked it or not. Suddenly, Aiden began to smile and agreed with his father, saying that he would go. Fried was surprised by this sudden change. The protagonist said that if his brother Carl was busy, he had no choice and would have to do it. However, he asked his father to consider it as a brief appearance. Fried was very happy and said that his son had made a good decision, asking him to be very careful on his journey. As the protagonist walked alone, Underlord commented that he wouldn't go to a place like that without a good reason, and asked what the real motive was that suddenly made the protagonist agree to attend the Imperial Banquet. He replied that a major event occurs at the Imperial Banquet in the Imperial year of 450, the attack of the Black Mages on the Imperial Banquet, and in the midst of it all is the Queen of the Black Mages, the Silver Witch. He said that he needed to bring this woman to his side at all costs. Underlord asked why he wanted that, given that he despised Black Mages. Aiden explained that, unlike the radical heretical group of Black Mages, Chaos, she was the leader of the moderate faction, Fire of Florence. Although the protagonist defeated her in his previous life, in this new life, they might have a different ending. Aiden begins to remember the night when everything happened. She was lying on the ground, defeated, and he was looking at her. The witch called out to him, smiling, and said that if they had met in a different way, they could have become very close. Seeing her on the ground, he thinks it's a shame that he couldn't correct the corrupted dark magic or restore the will of Florence. The protagonist sets out on the road to the banquet. Inside the carriage, he asks why they need so many people just to attend a birthday party at the Imperial Palace. Lova explains that the size of the escort represents the power of the family. It's inevitable for the sake of the Duke's reputation. He asks the protagonist why they had to make that detour, or if there was a specific reason for stopping in that village. Aiden says he just wanted to take a quieter route. That was what the protagonist said, but in reality, he wanted to get more first-rate elixirs from Joseph. However, there was a small problem. Joseph says that even if he wanted to make elixirs now, it wouldn't be possible because they need ent tears, which come from tree spirits. This is used as an ingredient for high-quality elixirs. Joseph comments that they are going extinct, and people can't even find traces of them, let alone a tear. The protagonist thinks that he's never seen one in his life, so he doesn't know much about them. He thinks that guy would definitely know. Aiden smiles and thinks he'll pick up a gift in the meantime. He tells everyone to go ahead straight to the village. He needed to stop somewhere first. Lo shouts that he would go with him to escort him. The protagonist looks at him and says that he's weaker, so he would go alone. Lo cries and agrees with the protagonist. As he walked alone, Underlord asks if he was sure there was someone to meet on that mountain. Aiden replies that he never said he was going to meet a person. He looks ahead, smiling, and thinks that this is the place. To this day, he still can't understand his master's thoughts. In front of him was a large heart-shaped stone. Underlord comments that this heart-shaped stone looks quite artificial. The protagonist remembers that his master said that it was a gift for a disciple who would come one day. Aiden keeps thinking that this is what his master said. He really had some unique tastes. Underlord asks if the protagonist was really saying that was a gift because to him, it was just an ordinary stone. Aiden starts to walk towards the stone and says that his master liked to exaggerate with the packaging. He draws his sword and says to his master that he would take it again, once more. The protagonist strikes, cutting the heart in half. Underlord is confused, asking why he was doing that right after saying it was a gift from his master. Aiden says that was just the wrapping paper. As soon as the stone is cut, a secret passage appears, leaving Underlord impressed. He comments that it's a dungeon, and asks if it was really supposed to be a gift. The protagonist says that his master was always an eccentric person. Aiden emphasizes that his master always used to say things like, "Since you're disciples of the mercenary king, you must learn through pain," or, "You only get stronger by overcoming near-death experiences." The protagonist comments that, on top of all that, this wasn't just any dungeon. Several monsters begin to appear there, and Underlord asks if the protagonist and his master didn't get along so well in the past life. Aiden says that he already mentioned his master was a different person. When he entered without knowing anything in his past life, he really thought his master was trying to kill him. However, in this life, he couldn't be more grateful than he is now. Many monsters start to appear, and their leader shouts when he sees the protagonist. Underlord says that the one flying is a lich, a foolish being created when a dark mage transforms into an undead. Aiden comments that it's one of the most difficult opponents to deal with if you don't know how to fight it. The protagonist says that this lich caused him a lot of trouble in his previous life. The lich calls the protagonist a fool, saying that he entered there without fear and without preparation, and because of that, he would become an undead just like the others. Aiden charges forward like lightning, bypassing all the monsters and going straight for the lich, who is completely caught off guard by this. The protagonist thinks that if he defeats the lich, the rest of the undead he summoned will also disappear. Moreover, The protagonist recalls that he had defeated countless high-level liches in his past life, so this mediocre lich wouldn't make the slightest difference to him. The protagonist attacks, and the lich begins to disintegrate, saying that he would leave without witnessing the rebirth of the Black Mage Kingdom. All the undead in the place start to disappear as well. As the lich dies, the protagonist notices something shining and wonders what it could be. Underlord asks if that pendant is the gift his master left. Aiden replies that no, it's something he's never seen before. He takes the pendant in his hand and comments that the pattern on it looks strangely familiar. He then decides to keep it. Underlord tells Aiden to also take the lich's bone dust. The protagonist is confused and asks why. Underlord says that since the protagonist is going to hunt Ents, the lich's bone dust is something that drives them crazy. The protagonist bends down to pick it up, thinking that he didn't want to keep following Underlord's advice, but he had no other choice since he knew nothing about Ents. Suspicious, Aiden says that if Underlord is making him gather all this for some strange reason, he'd better be prepared. Underlord tells the protagonist to stop whining and trust him for now. He asks once again where this supposed gift is. Aiden asks him to wait a little longer. Underlord comments that the protagonist was reluctant a moment ago, but now he's collecting all the bone dust. He says it's good to keep useful things. After gathering all the bone dust, the protagonist heads to a staircase. Underlord is surprised to see that there was a hidden room in the dungeon. The protagonist explains that it's actually a second hidden dungeon. He emphasizes that as crazy as his master might have been, he still wasn't stupid enough to throw them into a dungeon with just a lich. Underlord comments that it's already crazy enough to throw them against a lich alone. After walking a bit, the protagonist says they've finally arrived. In front of a strange tree, something was emanating a great amount of energy. As they approach, Underlord says that it's... Aiden interrupts, telling Underlord that he had already seen that in his past life too. Underlord asserts that there's no way to forget that cursed shield, because if it weren't for it, he would never have lost that fight. The protagonist comments that it's been a long time since he's seen the spiritual shield of the lamenting spirit. Aiden begins to approach, and says that the item was imbued with the spirit of lamentation poisoned by madness, and that madness used to poison the user too, which is why he had great difficulty with the shield in his past life. He slowly approaches and touches the shield, saying that it won't be a problem the second time around. All the energy begins to envelop the protagonist's arm, and he says that one of the reasons he liked that shield, the shield starts to disappear completely, and the protagonist comments that, unlike other items, this one can sleep as a bracelet. Moreover, he emphasizes that you can simply take off the bracelet, which is quite convenient. He looks at the bracelet and hears some screams, saying that he even missed those screams of madness. Aiden comments that because it's a familiar item, it reminds him of the time when he was the Dragon Slayer King. Underlord asks if he really missed it, emphasizing that the protagonist is as crazy as his master. The protagonist tells him to shut up and says it's time to leave, asking if he needs to call him. Aiden says that he knows he is watching everything, emphasizing that he would like to make a deal, so he asks him to show himself. Suddenly, a rabbit wearing a hat appears, saying that he had been waiting for the protagonist to call him. The rabbit comments that it seems like Aiden needs to make a deal. He introduces himself as Rabbits and says it's a pleasure to meet the protagonist, mentioning that he's a spiritual merchant from the friendly Spirit Emporium. Rabbits tells Aiden that if there's anything he wants, he just needs to ask. Potions, weapons, food, and anything else. He emphasizes that there's nothing their spirits don't have. Spiritual merchant. Spirits of commerce with strong monetary desires. The Spirit Emporium was created when these spiritual merchants gathered, with the hat merchants as the central figure. The protagonist thinks that usually when someone clears a dungeon, the Emporium sends a spirit to negotiate for the dungeon's byproducts. But Rabbits asks if Aiden wants to trade that shield on his arm. The rabbit says he could buy it for a not-so-bad price. The protagonist says he won't sell it, leaving the rabbit shocked. Rabbits asks what kind of deal he wants to make if he's not going to sell the shield. Aiden responds that he wants to obtain some information. He says he would like to know where the Ents live on that continent. Rabbits comments that it seems like the only thing the protagonist wants is information, but he warns that information on where the Ents are located is very expensive. Rabbit says that even with a discount, information about a small Ent village would still cost 2,000 gold coins. Aiden replies that he doesn't want to pay that amount. Instead, he'll pay 4,000 gold coins, which drives the rabbit crazy with happiness. Underlord asks if the protagonist is going mad because he doubled the price for no reason. Underlord questions if, in the previous life, the protagonist owed something to this rabbit. The protagonist smiles and responds that he's just doing what he was taught. Underlord asks what exactly he was taught. Aiden begins to laugh and says that he has a skill for squeezing spiritual merchants, a technique his master taught him. He explains that this is exactly how he squeezed this same rabbit in his previous life, and that's why rabbits would let him shine again. The protagonist tells Rabbits to hurry up and give him the location of the Ents and the 4,000 gold coins. The rabbit is confused, asking if the protagonist isn't buying the information for 4,000 gold coins, but rather asking for the information and an additional 4,000 gold coins. Rabbits asks if the protagonist lost his mind when he fought the Lich. Aiden replies that he's not crazy, but rather proposing a trade. He explains that he wants to exchange something behind him. Rabbits gets irritated, asking how a human could even do that. The protagonist looks at him and says that if he doesn't want to, that's fine, but he should know that the protagonist would destroy it right then and there. The protagonist remembers the moment he asked his master if he really planned to sell that to the spirits. His master replied yes, because that was his scheme to make money, something no one knew about. Looking at a blue energy, he said that it was the real reason why the spirits came to the dungeons. It was the dungeon core. Aiden was surprised and commented that no one would want that even for free, asking why the spirits were so eager to get their hands on it. His master said that he didn't really know the reason, but in any case, when a person conquers a dungeon, everything inside that dungeon becomes theirs. His master emphasized that this meant the core was also his, and he could sell it or do whatever he wanted with it. The protagonist asked, "What if the spirits don't buy it?" His master said that in that case, he just needed to destroy it. After recalling all this, Aiden smiled and said he would break it if the spirit didn't want to buy it. Rabbits got irritated and started trembling. The protagonist ordered him to choose quickly whether he would buy it or not. Nervous, Rabbits began to think and wonder how that human knew about the dungeon cores. Everyone leaves them behind. Why doesn't he do the same? Reluctantly, Rabbits thought that if people found out he bought a dungeon core, they would curse him. But if he didn't take the dungeon core, the Hatter would fire him. Aiden grew tired of waiting and said he would break it since it was taking too long. The rabbit shouted for him to wait and then said he would buy it. Aiden started laughing and said he should have said that right away. Underlord was impressed and said he was curious to see where the protagonist would extort money from next time. Rabbits handed a bag full of money to the protagonist, who looked at it with a smile on his face and said it was a good deal. He began to leave and said that someday they would meet again. Rabbits shouted, wishing they would never meet again, but then the rabbit became serious, cursing the protagonist and asking if he really thought he would get away with deceiving a spiritual merchant. With a terrifying look, Rabbit said he wanted to see if the protagonist could make it back from the village of the Ents, as no human had ever returned from there. Meanwhile, Aiden was happily walking with his money. Lova was waiting for him in the carriage with the escort. He began to worry, thinking that it had been more than half a day since the protagonist had left, and maybe he should go look for him. Suddenly, he noticed someone approaching, and upon closer inspection, saw that it was Aiden. He went up to the protagonist and said he was worried, asking why he took so long. Aiden told Loa to stop with that strange worrying. He began to recall how Loa used to be, and thought that he couldn't get used to him being so polite now. The protagonist asked if everyone had rested enough because they were going to the Imperial capital right away. That night, at the entrance of the dungeon, a person was walking there and said they had finally found it. But as soon as they began to enter, they were surprised, wondering why there was no one there. They walked up to the Lich's remains and knelt down, saying it had vanished. The witch looked and said it should have been right there. The next day, in the Imperial capital Immortalitium, the protagonist's carriage was arriving. The carriage stopped, and the protagonist got out. The butler bowed, welcoming him and saying he would be Aiden's guide to the guest room where he would be staying during his visit. The butler was a bit irritated to see the protagonist. He had been expecting Carl to show up, but the delinquent Aiden came instead. However, the butler thought that if the protagonist was notorious even in the Imperial capital, he must not be a common delinquent. They couldn't afford to offend him in any way. Already inside the castle, Aiden reached his room and threw himself onto the bed, saying that even the Imperial Palace's guest beds were good. Suddenly he stopped, and thought that that night the dark mages would cause chaos there. He remembered that in his past life, many people got hurt and even died there. Underlord asks why the protagonist doesn't just go and warn everyone that there will be an attack today. Upon hearing this, Aiden says that this is a great opportunity, and he can't let it pass by so easily. Underlord asks if he doesn't care if people get hurt or die there. The protagonist asks if Underlord thinks he's a demon. Aiden emphasizes that in his past life, he was the hero who saved the entire world. Night falls, and the protagonist says he has a plan. While people are greeting each other and continuing the event, the protagonist starts to walk among them, and everyone stops and begins to look at him. The crowd starts to speak ill of him, saying he's a delinquent because he caught a troll. However, they comment that it was stolen, that he took someone else's achievement. Aiden walks through the crowd, recalling this from his past life, and thinks that it's been a while since he was treated like this. It seems that all people are the same, whether they are nobles or mercenaries. As he walks, he thinks he doesn't care about the others, because there are only 3 people here that he needs to see. From a distance, he sees a man off to the side. This man is drinking and commenting that palace drinks really are different. If he could import this kind of drink to the magic tower, it would be perfect. Suddenly, the protagonist approaches, calling him Mage Gustav, noting that it's a pleasure to meet him. This man is Gustav Dora, head of the mages of Anguis, the city-state of mages. He asks if the protagonist knows him. Aiden replies yes, asking if he isn't a mage from the magic tower of Anguis. The protagonist comments that when it comes to Anguis, Gustav is one of the best. Gustav turns his face and says that if he wants to make peace with the country of the magic tower, he's talking to the wrong person. Aiden explains that it's not about that he's on good terms with the bosses of the magic tower. The protagonist mentions that he read the book Gustav wrote and says he found it interesting. This catches Gustav's attention, who asks if he really read it and found it interesting. The protagonist replies that he couldn't help but be intrigued by the presentation of a new direction he'd never seen before. Gustav touches the protagonist's shoulder, and with a sparkle in his eyes, begins shouting about the recognition of the greatness of magical engineering. Unlike those old men from the magic tower, Aiden has an excellent vision. The protagonist smiles and comments that he's never seen a field of study as useful and superior as that one. Aiden thinks that's what he would say if he hadn't fallen asleep every time he tried to read that book. He thinks he barely made it past the first page. Gustav gets excited and starts talking non-stop about his book. Underlord begins to get irritated and begs the protagonist to make that guy shut up. However, the protagonist asks Underlord to pretend he has no ears and stay strong. Underlord asks why they need someone obsessed with magical engineering, which isn't even real magic. The protagonist explains that this magical engineering might be disregarded and considered useless now, but later it will become one of the indispensable technologies for the whole world. Underlord understands and comments that this Gustav must be a pretty famous person. The protagonist confirms, saying that he is indeed a famous person, noting that he caused a huge and unprecedented incident in history, known as the Mad Terrorist of the Magic Tower, Gustav Dora. Underlord gets confused again and asks how he became famous as a terrorist if he's known for engineering. Aiden explains that he will probably cause an accident during an experiment soon, have his mana sealed, and be expelled from the country of the Magic Tower. After that, he will attack the Magic Tower with magical engineering weapons that he developed on his own. That's how this person almost annihilated the country of the Magic Tower. The protagonist comments that the salvation of the Magic Tower was the great mage Shara. Aiden adds that thanks to this story of almost annihilating the country of the Magic Tower, magical engineering gained recognition. While the two were talking, someone was watching from a distance, slightly irritated by the situation. Gustav commented that it was the first time he had such a deep conversation about magical engineering and wondered if he got carried away and talked too much. Aiden reassured him, emphasizing that he really enjoyed the conversation, which even helped him expand his knowledge. He mentioned that he would like to have an even deeper conversation the next time they meet. Suddenly, someone angrily shouted the protagonist's name. As soon as Aiden turned to see who was calling him, he was a bit confused because the face was familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was. The man shouted, saying that the protagonist was a thief who had stolen the Cetus family relic and would not be forgiven. Aiden looked closely at the man and asked if they knew each other. Gustav asked the protagonist if something had happened between him and Prince Tian. Aiden replied that no, today was the first time they had met. Suddenly, the protagonist paused to think for a moment and remembered that Tian mentioned the name Cetus. He realized that's why Tion's face seemed familiar. Tion was the eldest son of Marquis Tirid Cetus. Aiden smiled and said it was a pleasure to meet Tion. The protagonist commented that he was wondering where they had seen each other before, but realized that Tian looked a lot like his father. However, Tian interrupted the protagonist, telling him to shut up and calling him a fraud. Tion asked Aiden how he dared deceive his father and steal the entire family's inheritance. The protagonist wondered why he was being called a fraud. The people around began to comment and ask each other if the protagonist had really stolen the inheritance. One of the nobles paid more attention and noticed the protagonist's sword, commenting that it seemed Aiden had indeed defeated the troll on his own. Aiden asked Tian to wait a moment because there was some misunderstanding. He said he had won it in a fair bet. Tian, angry, asked what fair bet that was, saying he had heard a lot about the protagonist's antics. Tion asked if Aiden really expected him to believe that someone like him could wield his father's sword and still win a bet. Aiden started to get irritated and said that Tion was going too far. Underlord commented that this was surprising and asked if the protagonist knew what patience meant. Aiden asked Underlord if he was suggesting that the protagonist should hit Tion right there, in front of everyone. Tion then challenged the protagonist to prove he wasn't a fraud, since he thought the conversation was going too far. Tion proposed that if the protagonist won a duel against him, then he would kneel and apologize. However, if the protagonist lost, he would have to kneel and return the Cetus family inheritance. Aiden thought that Tian was getting ruder and was just as stubborn as his father. The protagonist began to laugh and asked if Tian was really suggesting a duel at the Crown Prince's birthday banquet. He wondered what might happen if the prince found out. Suddenly, the prince came walking over and commented that it would be fun to have a duel on his birthday. The two of them looked at him, and the guards announced the entrance of the esteemed Crown Prince of the Empire. Everyone there bowed their heads in respect to the prince, called the Little Son. He went straight to the two who were arguing. Tian bowed his head, greeting the Empire's little son. The prince smiled and commented that he had overheard a very interesting conversation there. Tian, frightened, apologized and said they would accept any punishment for the disturbance. Aiden was very nervous, thinking that Tian should thank the prince for saving him. The protagonist also bowed his head, apologizing. The prince asked them to lift their heads, saying there was no need for apologies. He smiled and said he would like to see the two of them duel right there. Both were surprised by this. The prince commented that Tian was known for his exceptional martial skills and that Aiden had been making quite a name for himself with his recent exploits. He emphasized that if both of them fought and displayed their skills, it would be the best birthday present he could receive. Aiden thinks about how Prince Mars was famous in his past life. He was considered the best candidate to become the emperor, but there was one small problem. He was a battle maniac. The protagonist realizes that he can't refuse Mars's suggestion and wonders what he should do now. Tian starts to smile and eagerly accepts the duel. He thinks that his father never acknowledged him, but recognized the protagonist, saying that Aiden was a genius destined to surpass him. Tian believes that he doesn't know what trick the protagonist used on his father, but he is determined to expose Aiden in front of everyone and reclaim the family inheritance. In doing so, he would be recognized by his father. Tian looks at the protagonist, smiling, thinking that he is trembling with fear. He feels it's well-deserved, as Aiden had dishonored the Cetus family. Underlord notices that the protagonist doesn't seem normal and asks if he's really okay. With a mocking expression, Aiden says that he truly doesn't like to fight, but if the Crown Prince is asking, he won't refuse. The protagonist thinks that he might feel a little bad for the Marquis, but he can't refuse this, so he'll take the opportunity to teach this kid some good manners. Underlord comments that the protagonist doesn't seem well, considering he's about to fight a child. The demon asks if the protagonist is still human. The people make space for the duel, and in the middle of everyone are the two opponents. Mars says that for everyone's safety, sword aura and the use of artifacts are prohibited. He emphasizes that he's quite curious to see what kind of duel they will display. Tian greets the prince, promising to have an honorable duel. He says he will prove right there that all the rumors spreading about Aiden are false. Smirking, the protagonist asks if they could start fighting already. This drives Tian mad with anger. He leaps, shouting that the protagonist's trick is the problem. The protagonist remains standing in the same spot as Tian attacks, thinking how ridiculous it is that this amateur fighter defeated his father. Tian believes he'll have to apologize to the prince because he plans to end it all with a single strike. In the midst of his attack, the protagonist simply strikes Tian's face with his sword, leaving Tian incredulous. The prince is surprised and begins to smile. One of the nobles asks how Tian lost so easily. Aiden steps back a bit and apologizes, saying he was surprised and accidentally slipped. He was just lucky. He smiles and comments that it's hard to judge someone's skill based on an accidental outcome caused by mistakes on both sides, so he would like to disregard this round. Mars agrees and says he would disregard it, asking both to focus a little more. With a mark on his forehead, Tian agrees, thinking he let his guard down. He acknowledges that even though the protagonist is a vagabond, he knows a bit about swordsmanship and must know how to use a sword. However, Tian is bothered by something else. He wonders what that disgusting expression on the protagonist's face was when he was struck. The two return to their positions, and Tian warns the protagonist that this time he will go all out. Mockingly again, the protagonist says he doesn't care whether Tian fights or runs. Extremely irritated, Tian thinks that the protagonist is trying to provoke him, but it won't work a third time. Tian grips his sword tightly and advances without hesitation. However, Aiden dodges all the attacks with ease. The protagonist thinks that this is what was expected from the Marquis's son. His sword is honest and fair just like him, but the protagonist parries one of the blows and comments that compared to the Marquis's, Tian's sword is very light. Tian yells, asking what Aiden was saying. With a serious expression, the protagonist says that the Marquis's sword was heavy and precise, while Tian's sword was merely trying to imitate the Marquis's. This sends Tian out of control. Aiden looks intently at Tian and says that regarding the swordsmanship the protagonist used against the Marquis, which Tian was so eager to see, now he will get to witness it. The protagonist stops merely defending and quickly shifts to attack, leaving Tian frightened. Tian thinks the protagonist is very fast, but manages to block the attack. He places his sword in the perfect position to block the protagonist's strike, thinking that his father was defeated by such weak swordsmanship as the protagonist's. However, Aiden's sword curves and continues advancing, leaving Tian confused. The protagonist's blow lands directly on Tian's face. As he falls, Tian wonders how he couldn't stop that attack. Underlord comments that he thought Aiden would go easy because of his connection with the Marquis, but it seems the protagonist is taking this more seriously than ever. Aiden says that a stubborn knight like Tian won't stop until he's knocked out. In other words, if the protagonist doesn't make him pass out, he'll keep coming back until he dies. Tian thinks he's losing to such weak swordsmanship. He shouts that this is impossible and stomps his foot on the ground. Aiden smiles, surprised that Tian is holding up well. Tian charges with everything he has, consumed by his anger, shouting that he is the eldest son of the Cetus family and destined to be the leader of the family. But before he could even finish speaking, the protagonist uses his mercenary king's sword, the Nightbreaker, striking Tian so quickly that he had no time to react. Tian begins to fall to the ground, unconscious. A man rushes over and catches Tian, commenting that it seems his friend caused some problems while he was away. Aiden turns around and says it's all fine, he was feeling a bit rusty anyway. The protagonist thinks that this man is an acquaintance of Tian, so now he won't have to work so hard to find him again. This man is one of the 3 people the protagonist came there to see. The man greets Aiden, saying it's a pleasure to meet him. This man is the younger brother of the traitor knight Sylvetta Cius. His name is Dyer Cius. Dyer smiles and introduces himself to the protagonist, saying he is from the Cius Archduchy, the sword that guards the northern continent. The house of Archduke Cius, known as the strongest knightly family, often says that no one who inherits this blood fails to become a master swordsman. They are famous for selecting their lord based solely on martial skills. The protagonist thinks that if he had been reborn into that family, he would have already become a master swordsman. Looking at Dyer, he thinks that this person is one of the geniuses born once every 100 years in that family. Underlord comments that he's heard the name Cius a few times, but Dyer is the first time he's heard it. While everyone was watching the protagonist, Underlord asks if this isn't the best moment for him to approach Dyer. The protagonist responds that it's not. A better moment will come, and until then, he wonders what intense gaze he's feeling on his back. All the nobles were there, asking if the protagonist remembered them and trying to get as close to him as possible. This leaves Aiden shocked. Suddenly, one of them calls the protagonist Master Troll, and he shouts in irritation, asking who said that. After a while, the protagonist runs out of the event, wondering if all those people would follow him there. Underlord asks the protagonist if he doesn't find those nobles disgusting, since not long ago they were despising him. After the confusion, they started admiring him. Aiden asks what's there to hate about that, because humans are all the same. He emphasizes that this is how humans behave. They cling when they need someone and discard when that person loses their usefulness. The protagonist asks Underlord not to trust him too much either. After all, he's human too. Underlord responds that it doesn't matter that Aiden is human. He trusts the protagonist completely. Aiden feels embarrassed, saying that was touching and unexpected. Underlord comments that the protagonist is more of a troll than a human, so he trusted him 100%. Aiden gets irritated, saying that Underlord was in for it now. When they get back, the protagonist will set aside 100 bottles of sacred potion for him to drink. While he was fuming, someone starts to approach. Suddenly, a woman asks Aiden if that swordsmanship he used earlier was the mercenary king's. This leaves him startled. He looks at her, realizing that she recognized his master's swordsmanship. The protagonist starts to smile, sensing an energy in her. Aiden thinks this is exactly what he expected from the last person he needed to meet. She approaches, and he asks if she has seen that swordsmanship before. She replies that she hasn't seen it, but she's heard of it. The mercenary king's swordsmanship that makes any defense useless. She says that if he had been a knight, he would have been one of great honor. Aiden remembers his master and thinks that he himself couldn't have been a knight. His master would have told her to throw that so-called honor in the trash if he wasn't making money. However, he smiles and tells her that he probably would have been. The protagonist asks if she doesn't find these banquets boring because he hated these formal events. He thinks that no matter how much she changes her appearance, how could he forget her presence after having fought her hundreds of times? Aiden says, "You don't like them either, do you, Nisetta Florence?" She remains silent for a moment. She transforms and says that if he already knew, then she wanted to ask him something. She asks him how he awakened that sword. The protagonist smiles and says he got a little help from a friend, but he had already figured she would come after him if she saw the sword Beelzebul. Nisetta says that the protagonist is trying to change the subject, so she will ask again. The protagonist is surprised because she began releasing a lot of energy, and he asks where the demonic energy flowing from her body is coming from. Aiden feels pressured by this murderous aura. He wonders if she was referring to Underlord when she mentioned the demonic energy. He's surprised that she can sense it. Even so, Aiden thinks he doesn't want to talk about that now. Although they were on the verge of killing each other in their past life, he wants to try something different this time. He tells her that he's on her side. Niseta says he talks as if he knows something about her. The protagonist starts to say that she is the leader of the moderate faction of dark mages, Florence's Fire, the Silver Witch, from a lineage in the Kingdom of Dark Mages, the Kingdom of Florence. He says that on top of all that, she is the head of the intelligence organization, White Moon. He asks if that's enough. She gets irritated and yells, asking how he knows so much. The protagonist notices that her murderous aura has lessened. He says they don't have much time, something is about to start soon. Niseta tells him to stop dodging the subject and give her an answer. However, she begins to sense something strong. A huge magic circle appears in front of them. She says that's necromancy, summoning undead, noting that she didn't expect them to escalate things to this level. The protagonist says that these guys always follow the same pattern, both in the past and now. Aiden looks at her and says that magic won't stop until the caster is dead. He tells Niseta that she has many questions, but he wants to deal with this first. Smiling, he asks if she's here to capture the heretic dark mage group, Chaos. Niseta stares at the protagonist, thinking that he even knows she was here to capture the Chaos group. Who is this person? She agrees and says they'll continue the conversation later, then disappears in front of him. Aiden thinks he'll let her handle that part, and looking at the undead, he thinks he needs to take care of this. The undead start to invade the banquet hall. The soldiers begin to organize, forming lines to contain the attack. Tion grabs his sword and starts attacking them all, throwing several undead away. He yells for everyone not to be afraid because they were just the weakest undead. Underlord is impressed, saying that even Tion has reached the advanced aura stage of the sword. The protagonist says that being at that level is quite rare. This means Tion is extremely strong, but he chose the wrong opponent. Aiden says that even with all that strength, Tion lives thinking he's losing because of his incredibly skilled friend. Suddenly, a zombie troll appears, and the soldiers scream, asking when reinforcements would arrive. Tion looks at the troll and freezes, thinking that it's too dangerous. He would have to wait for reinforcements. However, Dyer passes by him without hesitation and pierces the monster with his spear completely. Underlord remarks that Dyer is just one step away from becoming a swordmaster. The protagonist agrees, saying that Dyer is at the stage just before the Master Swordsman barrier, a semi-master. Aiden thinks that while Tion is strong enough, having his closest friend and rival be Dyer is unfair. Underlord asks if the protagonist is just going to stand there instead of helping them. Aiden replies that they can handle it on their own. He adds that, besides, he needs to confirm something. Underlord asks what that something might be. While they were fighting inside, outside, a knight in black armor was approaching. Tion mentions that he feels an incredibly dense energy coming from somewhere. The knight keeps getting closer. As soon as the black knight sees Dyer, his eyes turn red. He grips his sword tightly and prepares to attack with incredible speed. Dyer watches him approach. The knight leaps to strike him. A powerful explosion occurs. Dyer, sweating and trembling with fear, looks ahead and sees the protagonist defending him with his shield. Aiden looks closely at the knight and thinks that the one responsible for ruining this banquet has finally appeared. The strongest of the undead, the Death Knight. The protagonist reflects that, on top of everything, he suspected something was wrong and was right. Even though the Death Knight is the strongest of the undead, Dyer, as a semi-master, should be capable of handling this knight. Aiden had always wondered why Dyer lost that fight, but now it's clear. The Death Knight was strengthened with dark magic to have power beyond that of a semi-master. The protagonist realizes that without the spiritual shield, he too would not have been able to block that attack. Now it's clear why Dyer lost. The Death Knight mutters Dyer's name under his breath. The protagonist is startled, wondering what he just said. Suddenly, the knight attacks the protagonist forcefully, saying that he doesn't need the other insects. Aiden defends himself while thinking that this was it from the beginning. He should have realized something was off. He should have noticed that the undead weren't moving to attack, but to separate Dyer and the other soldiers. In other words, everything was planned to kill Dyer. The knight continues to attack the protagonist, who finds himself facing an opponent at the semi-master level, a difficult task just to block. Aiden, realizing the right moment, shouts to Dyer that the time is now. Dyer, emerging from behind the protagonist, charges forward with his spear enveloped in aura, but the knight blocks the attack with ease. As he steps back, Dyer comments to the protagonist about the knight's strength, who stopped his spear as if it were nothing. Aiden, feeling the opponent's power, confirms that the knight is at a semi-master level, which leaves the protagonist thoughtful. He starts to ponder why they targeted Dyer among so many important people, and concludes that the person who would benefit most from Dyer's disappearance is the one who sees him as a thorn in his side. This leads him to suspect Silbetta, his younger brother, who has always been considered a genius, while he, the eldest son, was seen as just an ordinary knight. The protagonist becomes angry, realizing that Silbetta is involved, and that in the past, he underestimated his brother, believing that he became the king of knights by luck. However, this situation shows that Silbetta claimed the position with cunning and possibly with secret alliances, including the Dark Mages. Aiden reflects on the corruption of things as he investigates further. Dyer, still confused, asks the protagonist how they should deal with this. The protagonist, confident, reveals that he has a tactic for defeating stronger opponents, a personal technique he calls provocation tactics. Although skeptical, Dyer agrees to try it, as they have no other option. Underlord, observing the situation, questions the protagonist, asking when he has ever not provoked his opponents. Aiden responds that the fact that Underlord mentions it confirms the effectiveness of the technique, and that giving it a name brings legitimacy. The knight, determined to kill Dyer, prepares a new attack, but is once again blocked by the protagonist. While the protagonist reflects on Silbetta's betrayal, he decides that this time things won't go as his brother plans. The knight, frustrated by the protagonist's constant interruptions, attacks furiously, but is surprised by a sudden advance from Dyer. Aiden smiles, admiring the seriousness of the semi-master, who dodges the attack. Dyer, distracted by not feeling the impact of his spear, is almost struck by the knight, but the protagonist blocks the blow at the last moment, causing a great explosion. Trembling with rage, the knight realizes that his attacks are constantly being thwarted, and Aiden begins to provoke him even more, saying that it's easy to defend against his attacks. The protagonist's plan starts to work. The knight, enraged, focuses his attacks on him, ignoring Dyer. The fight continues, with the knight attacking the protagonist and him blocking, while Dyer attacks the knight, who defends. However, the knight is unable to land any significant blows, and the marks of the battle spread across the area. Dyer, exhausted, comments that while the protagonist managed to stop all the attacks, he himself couldn't hit the knight. Already tired, Dyer notices that the protagonist continues to laugh, which leads him to ask if he's okay. Underlord, noticing something strange, questions if Aiden is being possessed by Beelzebul again, but he denies it. Aiden, fully conscious, reassures the others, saying that he's not incapable of counterattacking, but that he doesn't want to. This leaves Underlord curious about the protagonist's motives. Aiden explains that the Death Knight cannot be hurt with direct attacks alone, which is why he needs the shield. Underlord asks if the protagonist's plan involves attacking with the shield, while a powerful aura begins to circulate around him, who keeps an enigmatic smile on his face, saying that it's simple. The spiritual shield of the Wailing Spirit is imbued with a spirit tainted by madness. The more someone uses this shield, the more it fills with madness, and the user becomes stronger in proportion to how much they are infected by this madness. The protagonist raises his sword and advances, hitting the knight with terrifying force and speed. He says that in his current state, he can surpass even a semi-master. Dyer is impressed, thinking that the protagonist was hiding his true strength. He had already suspected that the protagonist was a strong person due to the fight they just had, but he never imagined that Aiden was at the same level as him, a semi-master. However, Dyer looks at the protagonist once more and realizes that he is not just a simple semi-master. He is strong enough to dominate even the Death Knight. With an expression of madness, he turns to the Death Knight, thinking that the madness made him slightly miss his attack. Underlord comments that every piece of equipment the protagonist uses seems to match Beelzebul, and that's not normal. Overcome by madness, the protagonist prepares to attack again, saying that the stronger the item, the more likely it is to have some flaws. Underlord asks what nonsense he's talking about. As items resemble their owners, Aiden says that due to the prolonged use, the madness is becoming difficult to control, and he emphasizes that he needs to end this quickly. The protagonist activates his agility ring. The knight advances to strike the protagonist, who is standing still. He attacks, causing a huge cloud of dust due to the force of his blow. The knight tells the protagonist to die, but he soon notices something coming from another direction. The speed is so great that it hits the knight before he can see what it was, leaving him scared because he couldn't see the protagonist moving. Aiden appears in front of the knight, smiling, and says that he's right there, calling the knight a slow piece of trash. The knight tries to attack, but the protagonist cuts him once again with incomparable speed. Dyer watches the fight from a distance, unable to believe that the protagonist has become even faster than before. He thinks that, at this moment, Aiden is so strong that if he joined the fight, he would only get in the way of the two. Smiling, the protagonist tells the knight to wait just a little longer, because soon he will send the Death Knight's master to join him. The King of Knights will die. With numerous attacks and moving like lightning, Aiden dominates the fight. Not giving the knight any chance, the knight realizes that he is dying, and that the mission is about to fail. So he gathers his last drop of energy and rushes as fast as he can toward Dyer, who can only scream, unable to react. The knight was on the verge of fulfilling his mission, shouting that he would never fail. The protagonist notices that the knight is moving to attack and thinks that must be. However, the knight ignores the fight with the protagonist, realizing that he can't win. Aiden observes this, wondering where the knight is going. As soon as he realizes what's happening, he becomes alarmed. Daer, defenseless and cornered by the knight, is about to be killed. Suddenly, the protagonist begins to feel intense pain, thinking that the effects of the ring are starting to manifest. He realizes that if this continues, everything will go according to Silbetta's plans. Daer is helpless and can only watch the knight. Suddenly, someone appears shouting. Tion bursts in, shouting for the knight to stay away from Daer. Feeling some fear and thinking that Daer is much stronger than him and yet is in this situation, Tion questions how he could do anything. However, Tion doesn't hesitate, grips his sword tightly, and charges forward, shouting that he can't let his friend and rival die in a place like this. At that moment, Tion remembers Aiden's words. Your sword is much lighter compared to the Count of the Frontiers. The Count's sword is heavier and more precise. With this in mind, he positions himself and uses the aura on his sword, slicing the knight in half. The knight looks to the side, worried about the mission, but it's now too late for him. The mission has failed, and the knight begins to disappear. All the other undead also start to vanish, and they realize it's over after having taken down the Death Knight. The guards wonder if Tion really managed to defeat the knight with a single blow. Suddenly, they all rush to Tion and start shouting that he defeated the Death Knight, saying that this was expected of someone who inherited the blood of a master swordsman. Daer calls out to him and says that he has finally become a semi-master, and even saved everyone's lives. Daer emphasizes that Tion is indeed a worthy rival, and that he will repay this someday. With his head bowed, Tion agrees and shakes Daer's hand. Everyone starts shouting and celebrating the victory. Daer says that above all, they couldn't forget to mention the person who held off the knight alone for so long. When he turns to call the protagonist, he notices that he's no longer there. Daer asks where he might have gone. Tion wonders if he really killed that knight, because the feeling of the strike, the protagonist was walking alone and trembling, thinking that forcibly increasing his power was severely harming his body. He thinks that now that all the work is done, he needs to go home and rest. Underlord asks Aiden if he shouldn't enjoy the victory a little. Almost fainting, the protagonist responds that if he doesn't rest now, he'll end up resting forever because he's in no condition to enjoy anything. Besides, it's too early for him to feel the joy of victory, as this was just the first step. The protagonist thinks that he never imagined that the hardline king, Silbetta, was conspiring with the dark mages, and this makes him wonder what else those scum might have done behind his back in his previous life. Underlord comments that at least the timing was perfect, and almost everything went according to Silbetta's plan. The protagonist says that he already knew that, and that she did her job. He thinks that she is incredibly strong, and thanks to her, they managed to deal with those chaos guys in time. The summoning spell was broken, and the Death Knight disappeared just in time. It could have been really bad if she had taken a few seconds longer. Suddenly, Lo comes running and shouting from a distance. He asks the protagonist if he's okay since the undead suddenly attacked from outside. Trembling like an old man, Aiden asks if he looks okay, and questions where Lova had been until now. With his face all battered, Lova apologizes, saying he was fighting the undead. The protagonist replies that he did well, and that now they need to rest. Lova agrees with that. The next day in the guest room of the Imperial Palace, the protagonist was sleeping like a log. He hears a noise and wakes up, getting up and saying that he passed out as soon as he entered the room yesterday and has no idea how long he slept. Niseta comments that he really can sleep for a long time, nearly scaring the protagonist to death. She says that no one would get there no matter how much he shouted because she had put a sound barrier around the entire area. The protagonist isn't surprised, thinking that he expected this, but didn't think she would show up the very next day. He asks how she managed to get in there, and she walks up to him, saying that entering a place like that is easier than twisting a goblin's neck. Niseta then says that now it's her turn to get answers. She begins to release her aura again and asks how he knows so much about her. Aiden thinks it's not good to face a murderous intent like this right after waking up. She says that if he tries any tricks, she'll kill him immediately. The protagonist responds that he wants to maintain a healthy and friendly relationship with her because they have the same goal. She questions how a noble of the Empire could have the same goal as hers, and asks if he even knows what her objectives are. The protagonist starts laughing and says it's because he despises the dark mages. While he smiles, she becomes serious and starts releasing her aura again, scaring the protagonist. She asks him to repeat that he hates dark mages one more time. Aiden lowers his head and says that nowadays it seems like dark mages have forgotten their principles. This calms Niseta down and surprises her. The protagonist continues, saying that a long time ago, someone showed him dark magic in its original form. He explains that it was a power created to purify lands contaminated by dark mana and to fight against monsters from the underworld. Aiden asserts that current dark mages are following the wrong path, emphasizing that they need to correct the course of the renegade dark mages. He stands up, saying that he doesn't like the renegade dark mages, especially those chaos bastards who attacked the palace yesterday. He extends his hand to her, smiling, and asks if that's not enough for them to maintain a friendly relationship. Niseta is impressed, thinking that an imperial noble knows the essence of dark magic and even recognizes the dark mages. She wonders if this is really true, or if he's just trying to trick her to get out of the current situation. Aiden says she can think a bit more about it, and in return, he'll give her some useful information. She looks at him and asks if he really thinks he knows something she doesn't already know, given that she's part of the intelligence organization. He insists that he does, because only he knows what he's about to say, something that hasn't happened yet. He approaches her and begins to speak in her ear. At that moment, his door suddenly opens abruptly. Lova shouts, telling the protagonist that he has a visitor. Tian says he needs to talk to him. However, they are embarrassed when they see the protagonist so close to Niseta. They quickly close the door, apologizing, and run out of the room. Aiden shouts that they got the wrong idea and tries to explain the situation. The protagonist goes outside the room to talk to Tian. Embarrassed, Tian asks if Aiden had finished handling his matters. The protagonist replies that nothing had happened. They were just having a brief conversation. Aiden looks at Tian, thinking he misunderstood everything, but he managed to tell Niseta everything before sending her away. During the conversation, Niseta questioned what he said, asking if the protagonist really thought she would believe that there would be a drought in Barkin, known as the Land of Abundance. She asserts that this territory is an agricultural place that hasn't had a drought since the Empire's founding, and suddenly Aiden says a drought will hit this place. The protagonist yells at her, saying she just needs to believe him. Within 3 months there will be a drought there. However, he needs to hurry and get Tian, because if this continues, he might end up involved in another strange misunderstanding. Niseta sulks and asks if the protagonist really thinks there's anything that can be misunderstood, considering he is known for being a delinquent. As he pushes her out, the protagonist shouts for her to trust him, and that they would talk again later. Before leaving, Niseta looks at him and says it better not be a lie, as she knows very well how to find him. He starts to feel chills, thinking the drought would happen, but he was nervous. The protagonist thinks that once this happens, Niseta will have no choice but to believe him. Returning to the hallway, the protagonist asks Tian what he wanted, which leaves Tian a little surprised and embarrassed. The protagonist asks if he wanted another duel, and Tian begins to tremble. He says it's hard for him to admit, but the protagonist is the rightful owner of that sword, emphasizing that his father had already said the protagonist is worthy of possessing it. Aiden is puzzled, wondering if Tian came just to state the obvious. The protagonist asks if that's all Tian wanted to say. Cold sweat on his brow and a bit reluctant, Tian lowers himself, thanking the protagonist. Aiden is taken aback, wondering if this is the same stubborn Tian from the night before. Tian says that if it weren't for the protagonist, he would have lost his closest friend, and for that, he is truly grateful. Still with his head bowed, Tian mentions that everyone is saying he defeated the Death Knight and protected the Imperial family, but he already knows that the protagonist knows the truth. Tian asserts that the Death Knight disappeared before he could cut him down. He highlights that at that moment, he clearly saw the way to break through the Swordmaster's barrier that the protagonist had taught him. Aiden sighs, happy about this, thinking Tian would have the same stubborn personality as his father, but realizes he was wrong, even though Tian's last attack was very similar to Cetus's. Tian looks seriously at the protagonist and says that for these reasons, he recognizes him as his rival, just like Daer. Tian declares that the protagonist is the second person he recognizes as a rival, so he should feel happy about that. With a smile on his face, Tian tells Aiden that someday he will surpass the protagonist and reclaim the family inheritance, so the protagonist should not let his guard down. Aiden thinks he was right from the start, because Tian is just like his father. Tian asks if they could be a bit closer, casually talking. The protagonist responds that they already are, and the two start laughing. A few days later, Aiden was returning to his home. Lova comments that they should soon reach the Remus territory. The protagonist asks how his injuries were. With tears in his eyes, Lova says that thanks to the holy potions Aiden gave him, all the wounds have healed, and for that he is very grateful. The protagonist remarks that for these reasons, Lova should be nice to him. Aiden feels very happy, thinking the Imperial family is quite generous. They gave him so much money for helping to protect the palace that he could buy several mansions. Thanks to this, he bought some things he needed and some gifts for his parents and colleagues. He thinks that he bought things that are more or less suitable for other people, but he should have bought gifts for the children personally. He worries, wondering if Ellis will like it. He looks at the gift and thinks that she will like it. A few hours later, they finally arrive at the Marilyn Remes territory. As they pass through the main street, all the people were there to greet him and celebrate his return. They shouted, congratulating the protagonist for protecting the imperial palace from the undead. Inside the carriage, he feels a bit embarrassed, thinking that the rumors have already reached here. Underlord comments that he has heard that rumors among humans spread faster than the wind. Aiden thinks that no matter how many times he sees these welcome ceremonies, he can never get used to them. Suddenly, he notices something and shouts, asking what that was he was seeing. With strong and shiny arms, a beautiful statue of the protagonist was made. He gets irritated and embarrassed, thinking what the heck that was. Underlord mocks him, saying that he has seen that face somewhere before. Lova comments that this was a gift from the Duke for the protagonist's achievement in stopping the superior troll. Incredulous, Aiden asks if it was really his father who did that. Lova praises the statue, saying that it looks beautiful, with that strong and firm chest, prominent biceps, and defined external obliques. Underlord, on the other hand, says that he feels sick hearing this and has the urge to vomit. The protagonist shouts for him not to vomit on him, while Lova, frightened, asks the protagonist to calm down. After passing through the whole city, they finally arrive at the Remes ducal house. Aiden comments that he will stop by his father's office, while Lo should distribute the gifts. Walking through the corridors, irritated, Aiden thinks that his father is going too far by erecting such a horrible thing with his face on it, without even consulting him. As he passes one of the butlers, the butler wishes him a good day, and Aiden notices that everyone had a strange expression. He wonders why this is, and whether it could be his fault for making everyone uncomfortable. The protagonist gets even more irritated, convinced that it's that statue's fault, which makes him look even stranger. Upon arriving at his father's office, Aiden knocks on the door and opens it, smiling, saying that he's already back. As soon as he enters the room, his father, with a tone of sadness, says that he is sorry. Aiden feels awkward, thinking that his father didn't need to act like this, as now he feels like a villain. He tries to play it off, saying that the statue is impressive. With his head down, his father explains that he tried to stop it because it was the people his son had brought, but it was beyond his power. Aiden starts to worry, and asks what his father means by that. The father replies that the family he brought was taken by inquisitors sent by the Order of the Sacred Fire. This leaves the protagonist stunned. He thinks that this can't be true and remembers Ellis's happiness. The Duke explains that the inquisitors said they would take the family because they were fugitives from the Order, and when he was informed of this, he refused immediately, as they were protected by the Duke. However, his father says that Joseph stated that he would go to the Order voluntarily, and with that, the Duke could do nothing more. The protagonist, irritated, slams the table and asks if the two were escorted to the headquarters of the Order of the Sacred Fire, and his father confirms it. Without saying a word, and even more irritated, the protagonist turns and begins to leave the room. His father, noticing his irritation, calls out to him and starts shouting that they should never get involved with the three great orders, because if he does something against them, not only he, but the whole family will pay the price. Aiden smiles and tells his father not to worry, as he just wants to see the faces of the two one last time, nothing more. The Duke agrees but asks him to be very careful. The protagonist slams the door shut as he leaves, leaving his father worried. Outside, the protagonist stood there, completely irritated. Underlord comments that he feels the protagonist is different, inside and out. The protagonist responds that if he had said everything he felt, his father wouldn't have let him leave the house. Hatred, along with anger, begins to take over Aiden, and he says that no matter who it is, whether it's one of the three great powers or not, no one has the right to take his protégés without his permission. He starts to lose control, and with a serious expression, he declares that if they do anything to one of them, he will destroy the Order completely until nothing is left. The three great churches on the continent are the Order of the Sacred Fire, the Order of the Just God, and the Order of Sacred Slaughter. These places represent and symbolize their respective gods, and even the Empire cannot easily interfere with their decisions. Those chosen by the gods to symbolize such orders are called saints. They serve as intermediaries who manifest the will and power of the gods on earth, bridging the gap between divinity and humanity. As he travels, he thinks that the situation with the Order of the Sacred Fire is different now. Unlike the other churches, the Order of the Sacred Fire hasn't had a saint for several decades. He believes that a religious order that loses its saint is on the path to decline. Over the decades, the Order of the Sacred Fire has gradually lost its power, and now has less than a fifth of its original size. Suddenly, the carriage stops, and the driver says that they've arrived. The protagonist steps down, stretching, while Lova gets out vomiting. Aiden looks back and thinks that in his previous life, while he was a mercenary, he always traveled in carriages like this, and it brings back good memories. Aiden thanks Pobol, saying that they arrived so quickly thanks to him. Pobol smiles and says that it was nothing since the protagonist is one of his most valuable clients. The protagonist thinks that using shortcuts known by merchants brought them here much faster than usual. He thinks that's precisely why he continues to use this company, even after selling that troll. Aiden looks at Lova and says that if he keeps this up, he's going to vomit everything he ate yesterday morning. Lova says he's fine and asks the protagonist not to worry about him, but he continues vomiting. Seeing that Lova wasn't well, Aiden tells him to stay there and rest. The protagonist looks at the church and thinks that even though it's weakened, it's still one of the 3 great churches. It remains as huge as ever. Aiden tells Pobol that he was right. Pobol says that the protagonist insisted on coming here, but a man was desperately shouting at the church gate, pleading for them to heal his son, who was in critical condition. The guards prevent him from entering and tell him that the church is closed at the moment, asking him to seek another church. The protagonist thinks that at this time, the main sanctuary of the Order of the Sacred Fire should be full of people receiving treatment. However, instead the Muns, the battle priests, are blocking the entrance. Aiden thinks that the order to close the sanctuary around the time when Joseph and Ellis were taken is definitely connected. Pobol asks the protagonist how he intends to get inside. The protagonist smiles, saying that he always finds a way. Suddenly, he starts laughing in a frightening way, making Pobol suspicious and wondering what he was planning to do now. A few minutes later, at the entrance to the sanctuary of the Order of the Sacred Fire, one of the guards notices someone approaching. The protagonist comes close to them and says that his name is Aiden Rimes of the Duke Remi's house and that he has internal business, so he wishes to enter. One of the guards apologizes and says that the sanctuary is closed to outside visitors, and no matter who the protagonist is, he will not be allowed to enter. Aiden becomes serious and says that he needs to enter. The guard replies that he cannot enter, and the protagonist says that unfortunately, he will have to enter anyway. The guard continues to say that it's not permitted. The protagonist orders them to open the gate. The guard starts to get irritated and taps the protagonist on the shoulder, saying that he's already warned that no one is going to enter. The moment he touches the protagonist, the guard begins to see everything moving too fast and spinning. The protagonist had slammed his head into the ground with force. The other guard is terrified and shouts, asking how the protagonist dared to attack a member of the order. Even a duke's family would be punished for such an act. However, the protagonist doesn't care and charges at the other guard, delivering a blow to his neck and knocking him out instantly. Pobol watches from a distance, scared, thinking that you can't teach an old dog new tricks. The protagonist tells Underlord that he must be very careful now. Underlord asks why the protagonist suddenly started worrying about him out of nowhere. Aiden responds that it's because that place is full of sacred energy. Underlord retorts that it must be an extremely unpleasant place. 2 more guards notice the gate opening and wonder if it's time to change shifts. However, as soon as they take a closer look, they see that it's the protagonist entering and shout, asking who that person is, since they were told not to let anyone in. Aiden is impressed, saying that the interior is quite large. Underlord asks if he knows where Joseph and the little girl are. The protagonist smiles and says no, asking how he would know that. Underlord is surprised and asks how he was planning to find them then. Aiden responds that he has a way. The guards begin to gather and shout that there's an intruder, declaring that they must band together and stop him. If necessary, they are allowed to kill him since he invaded the sanctuary. Underlord, concerned, asks if the protagonist is thinking of fighting all of them at once. Aiden replies that he's not crazy enough to turn the entire order against him. He just needs to ring the Bell of Lamentations, activating the Ring of Agility. Once again, the protagonist's speed surprises everyone as he passes by each guard as if they were nothing. As he runs, Underlord asks what the Bell of Lamentations is. The protagonist explains that it's one of the laws of the Order of the Sacred Fire. When someone suffers a grave injustice or has an incurable critical illness, they can ring the Bell of Lamentations to meet the High Priest without any interference. However, people started ringing the bell for trivial reasons, so it was moved to the top of the building to prevent this from happening. More guards arrive, but the protagonist continues advancing without difficulty. Underlord asks if it wouldn't be easier for the Order to simply get rid of the bell. Aiden responds that he has no idea since he doesn't have a crystal ball, but he thinks it's because it's part of their laws. The guards begin to realize that the protagonist is heading toward the bell and shout that they must stop him at all costs. As he runs, Aiden thinks that the bell is farther away than he imagined. It looks like he'll have to activate the Ring of Agility for the 3rd time. He looks at the bell and thinks that he's almost there. The Bell of Lamentations is getting closer and closer. If he can reach it, everything will be resolved. However, an extremely large guard appears at the last second and attacks the protagonist. The attack is so strong that it causes a small explosion, kicking up dust everywhere. Nonetheless, the protagonist manages to dodge, thinking it was a close call. He realizes that this guard was able to locate him with precision, even though he was moving quickly thanks to the ring. The guard congratulates the protagonist for getting past all the other guards, but declares that he will not ring the bell. He says that the bell is only rung by him, the highest-ranking member of the Order of the Sacred Fire, and that his name is Bali. Underlord asks if Bali is really human. The protagonist replies that he doesn't know either, since it's the first time he's seen a human who looks like an ogre. Aiden thinks that he has no other choice, as he's already used the daily limit of his ring. The protagonist draws his sword and says that if Bali really stands in his way, he'll have to use force. Bali starts laughing, saying that it's really funny for an intruder to make threats. He comments that it seems the protagonist is at the advanced aura stage of the sword. Bali firmly grips his weapon and charges at the protagonist, shouting that, thanks to him, he's having fun. Aiden blocks the first strike, but realizes that Bali's strength is ridiculously overwhelming. The protagonist wonders how someone can have so much strength without mana. In terms of raw power, Bali seems even stronger than Marquis Cetus. Aiden is very impressed, saying he has never seen someone with such brute strength, not even in his past life. Bali starts shouting that no one has ever withstood a single blow from him before, but the protagonist managed to. This means that Aiden is very strong, and Bali emphasizes that he is getting excited about this fight. Underlord asks if it's normal for humans to get crazier as they become stronger. The protagonist replies that it's not, adding that unfortunately, they've only encountered strange people so far. Underlord asks if Aiden knew that he himself was also included in that group. The protagonist gets irritated, saying that compared to them, he is a knight, and tells Underlord to shut up. Bali charges again, saying that the protagonist will fall. The protagonist starts to summon a shield, and thinks that he has no choice. He will have to use everything he has. He plans to block the attack with the shield and then counterattack immediately. However, Bali's attack completely destroys the shield, leaving the protagonist surprised. The blow hits Aiden, throwing him far away as his blood splatters. Underlord shouts the protagonist's name. Bali hits the protagonist so hard that he crashes into the wall behind him, causing a huge cloud of dust. The protagonist is bleeding and groaning in pain, while Bali asks if that's all he had, because it was disappointing, as he thought he would get a good workout today. Bali starts walking away, saying that it was fun while it lasted. He looks at the dust and says that now he will send the protagonist to speak directly with God. Suddenly something emerges from the dust, passing by Bali's head and cutting his face. Bali is shocked, thinking that Aiden can still move even after taking a direct hit from him. He realizes that it was very close. If he had moved an inch more or less, he would be dead now. He looks at the protagonist, thinking that he had hidden in the smoke and thrown a sword imbued with aura. Bali smiles and says it was a good attempt, but it's a shame that the protagonist's last desperate attempt missed the mark. Bali prepares to attack and says that a knight without a sword is already dead. However, the protagonist suddenly starts laughing, leaving Bali confused, wondering why someone would start laughing in the face of death. When Bali realizes what's happening, it's already too late. He looks back and sees that the sword was embedded in the bell. With that, the bell begins to ring. Bali smiles and says he understands. The protagonist's real target was the bell from the very beginning. Aiden says the bell has rung, and that now Bali needs to bring the esteemed high priest. Right after that, he begins to lose strength and collapses, saying that Bali really got him this time. A little later, in the main sanctuary of the Order of the Sacred Fire, the protagonist is already standing, thinking that the healing techniques of the Order of the Sacred Fire are truly incredible, as he feels great. All the accumulated fatigue has simply vanished. Underlord, desperate, calls for the protagonist to get out of there quickly because those humans were too rude. Aiden asks why they were rude. Underlord says that while they were healing the protagonist, they poured pure sacred energy over him, making him scream in pain. Underlord emphasizes that the protagonist was unconscious so he wouldn't know, but it was like torture for him. Aiden comments that this is what he gets for entering other people's bodies without permission. Underlord, irritated, says that one day when he escapes from there, things will get ugly between them. Suddenly there's a knock on the door. A man enters the room with Bali. The old man says he's there to check on how the protagonist is doing. The old man introduces himself, saying it's a pleasure to meet the protagonist, and that his name is Hakal Korton, Vice High Priest of the Order of the Sacred Fire. The protagonist introduces himself as Aiden Remus, of the Duke Remus house. Aiden thinks he's heard a lot about this Hakal, but he seems kinder than the protagonist had imagined. Underlord asks if Aiden also knew this Hakal. The protagonist says yes, noting that this man is the successor to the current High Priest. Aiden comments that this will be the last High Priest, because he will be the one responsible for bringing down the Order of the Sacred Fire through corruption. The protagonist thinks that Hakal is an extraordinary guy, because ruining a sacred order with hundreds of years of tradition in an instant is no small feat. However, The protagonist feels a bit disappointed with what he sees, as he was curious to know what this man would be like, but he seems more decent than the protagonist imagined. Aiden apologizes for invading the church in that manner. Hakal asks him not to worry since he managed to ring the bell of lamentations. The protagonist has become a guest of the Order of the Sacred Fire. Still smiling, Hakal says that, on top of everything, Priest Bali was very eager to see the protagonist again. Bali bows down and says hello to the protagonist, expressing his happiness at seeing him again. Aiden feels a bit startled, thinking that this is the same strong man from before. He says hello, mentioning that it's great to see him once more. Bali comments that it's a shame about what happened to the protagonist's shield and says that the Order has many great shields. He could choose any of them. Aiden replies that it's fine because his shield is special and regenerates on its own. Bali is impressed by this, saying that it's quite interesting. Underlord comments that this is expected since, due to its connection with the spiritual realm, the shield heals itself. The protagonist thinks that his shield shouldn't have broken with a single blow. It probably hadn't fully recovered from the fight against the Death Knight. He looks at the bracelet on his arm, thinking that it would take 4 days for his shield to be perfect again, so he needs to be extremely careful. Aiden says that since he rang the bell, he would like to speak with the High Priest. He thinks he needs to speak with the current High Priest soon and look for Joseph and Ellis. Hakal smiles and says that, according to their law, the protagonist must meet with the High Priest. However, unfortunately, it's difficult to find the High Priest right now, so the highest authority at the moment will receive the protagonist in place of the High Priest. Aiden wonders why he can't see the High Priest. He questions this because the Order has shut itself off, and now, even with the bell rung, he can't meet the High Priest. The protagonist thinks that there's only one answer to this. Something serious must have happened to the High Priest. The three begin to walk down the corridor. As he walks, the protagonist thinks that for a moment, he thought he could speak with the current High Priest, Kurtle. Underlord asks if he had any connection with this Kurtle. The protagonist replies that in his past life, he owed a great debt to Kurtle, because he helped him when his life was in great danger. Aiden comments that, in addition, Kurtle is a person with a mindset that he can't quite understand. He remembers Kurtle asking why they needed something in return for saving lives, emphasizing that they helped those who needed the touch of the sacred fire. The protagonist says that if it were him, he would have definitely taken full advantage before saving them. Underlord says that the more he sees the protagonist, the more he thinks the protagonist resembles Tolos, a monster from the underworld. Aiden replies that as soon as they get out of there, he's going to fill Underlord with sacred potions. Underlord asks how the protagonist can threaten him like that inside a sacred church. The demon here seems to be the protagonist himself. They arrive at a room, and Hakal says that this is the highest authority of the Order of the Sacred Fire. The protagonist wonders who could be the proxy for the High Priest and someone superior to the Vice High Priest. The doors open, and the protagonist thinks that no matter who it is, he will take Joseph and his daughter back home. As the doors open, Hakal bows, saying that they have brought the person who rang the bell. When he looks inside, he sees a girl eating cookies. The protagonist is completely speechless. Joseph shouts, asking why the protagonist is there. Ellis shouts his name and waves, happy to see him again. Aiden asks why they are there. Bali bows, saluting the sacred entity of the Order, the Maiden of the Sacred Fire, representative of God, Saint Ellis. Aiden is completely speechless and extremely shocked by all of this. He begins to shout, asking how she could be a saint. Joseph and the protagonist sit at the table, and with anger, the protagonist demands that Joseph explain. Joseph says he will explain everything, but first wants to reintroduce himself. He says that he is Joseph, a former member of the Society of the Seven Stars, and that he now serves the Master of the Sacred Fire. The protagonist stands up, even more shocked, slamming the table and shouting how Joseph could be a member of the Society of the Seven Stars. Aiden thinks that the Society of the Seven Stars is composed of the 7 greatest Chinese alchemists of the Order of the Sacred Fire. The protagonist reflects that this is why he never encountered another alchemist like Joseph in his past life. Underlord asks if Joseph is really that impressive because it seems like he's just a bit better than the other alchemists. Aiden responds that the Order of the Sacred Fire monopolizes all Chinese alchemists on the continent. Those with the most skills, who are in the Society of the Seven Stars, naturally hold power, second only to the High Priest and the Vice High Priest. The protagonist asks how someone of Joseph's rank ended up in a place like that with his daughter. Joseph wonders where he should begin explaining. He starts by saying that every 40 years, a saint is born and ascends to the position of High Priest in the Order of the Sacred Fire. The chosen saint fulfills their duties for 40 years as a saint, and after that period, the position of saint is opened, and new saint candidates are born with the stigma. However, 10 years ago, the saint candidates with the stigma began to be killed one by one. From those about to reach adulthood to 1-year-old babies, all were targeted. He says that his daughter, Ellis, was also a saint candidate with the stigma, and asks the protagonist what kind of father would want to see his daughter die. That's why they fled to the farthest place, where even the Order couldn't find them. Joseph comments that recently, something as significant as the murder of the saint candidates happened within the Order. Aiden asks what could be as significant as the murder of all the saint candidates. The protagonist thinks that, at this time in his past life, there were no such incidents in the Order of the Sacred Fire, so he has no idea what is happening in the Order now. A few days ago, at Duke Remus's estate, the church was present, and a man explained that without the Duke's orders, no one could take the guests from the estate. Spile, irritated, asked how he dared obstruct the execution of the Holy Church's judgment, emphasizing that regardless of the Duke's house's prestige, if they obstructed the church's sacred duties, they would have to face severe consequences. Spile ordered the man to hand over the fugitive from the church at that moment. The discussion continued until, suddenly, the door opened. The man turned and said they shouldn't have come out now, but Spile saw Joseph and began to shout. Joseph recognized that person and asked if they could talk for a bit. He thought he couldn't cause problems for Aiden anymore. The two went inside and closed the door. Spile looked at him and commented that it had been a long time. Joseph then asked how he knew he was there. Joseph shouted, questioning why Spile hadn't looked for him earlier if he already knew where he was, and why he was acting only now. Spile lowered his head and explained that he thought Joseph had died after fleeing, but realized he was wrong upon noticing that no other stigma bearers had been born since then. Spile highlighted that he discovered Joseph's location due to the annihilation of the Cerberus Guild, which is why he came to take him along with his daughter. Joseph questioned if Spile needed to be so rude, stating that there were still people in the church targeting those with the stigma, and that he couldn't send his daughter to such a dangerous place. Spile responded that they had no other choice, and emphasized that there was a reason they had to bring the girl to the church at all costs. When the protagonist learned the reason, he shouted, asking if it was true that the high priest had fainted due to illness. Joseph confirmed, stressing that neither the church's sacred arts nor alchemy could cure him. He said the church's reputation was in decline, and with the high priest falling ill, they should feel a tremendous sense of crisis. Joseph stated that in the worst case, even the sacred fire could be extinguished, leading to the church's complete downfall. He explained that in 4 days, they planned to make Ellis the new saint through the awakening ceremony and use her strong sacred power to heal the high priest. He emphasized that once the saint's position was filled, the sacred fire would burn even stronger, allowing the church to regain its former status. Joseph apologized to the protagonist for causing so many problems without explaining anything. The protagonist listened in silence, hidden under the table. Joseph, concerned, wondered if he was angry. Aiden was also uneasy, questioning what it all meant, as something seemed very strange since the high priest should have been out healing people. The protagonist reflected, certain that Kurtel's illness was supposed to occur only 3 years later, and wondered why a future event had suddenly been brought forward. He began to think that the future might be changing because of him. Aiden then started walking with Bali, and as he walked, he thought that now that he had Joseph's permission to stay there, he needed to find out where the future began to go wrong. Underlord was scared, asking the protagonist if he was really suggesting that they needed to stay longer in that horrible place. Aiden replied that there must be a reason why the past had changed, and he needed to find out. If they discovered this quickly, they could leave earlier. Therefore, he asked for Underlord's cooperation. They arrived at the room where the high priest was. Bali said he could stay only for 5 minutes. When he opened the door, the protagonist felt a terrible stench and, startled, saw that the whole room was strange. Kurtel was lying in bed. Aiden looked at him, thinking he looked horrible, and reflected that in his past life, that kind old man died before he paid his debt. Because of this, he was thinking of paying it in this life, but now he is faced with this. Suddenly, the protagonist notices something, a familiar and sinister energy. Kurtel's body was dominated by that energy. He asks what it is. Underlord asks if he didn't see a lot of that in his past life. The protagonist asks what he's talking about. Underlord says it's a curse, which shocks Aiden, who asks what he just said. Underlord explains that normally it's impossible for a human to see a curse, but since the soul of the great lord of the underworld is with him now, he can see it. Underlord emphasizes that this curse is skillfully and delicately crafted. A fine curse has been accumulating over time, causing Kurtel's body to collapse. The protagonist becomes so enraged by this that he starts squeezing his hand so tightly it begins to bleed. He thinks that curses are the domain of sorcerers, and the fact that it has been slowly accumulating over time means that the high priest faced an assassination attempt by a sorcerer hidden within the church. The protagonist is overwhelmed with anger and hatred, thinking that this means that, even in his previous life, it wasn't an illness. He asks Underlord how he could break it. Underlord says that this curse has almost become one with Kurtel's body. Such an elaborate curse is nearly impossible to break, even for the caster. He emphasizes that if there is a solution, it would be a sorcerer who perfectly understands the structure of the curse, or, as Joseph mentioned earlier, injecting an immense amount of sacred power all at once. Aiden thinks this means Ellis is a threat to the one who cast the curse because if the high priest is healed, all the efforts accumulated by the curse will be in vain. With this, he concludes that the chances of the sorcerer targeting Ellis are high. The protagonist thinks he needs to talk to Joseph right now to increase her security. Suddenly, the protagonist hears a scream. He turns, startled, and thinks that the voice is Ellis's. He looks toward where she was and starts running, wondering if the sorcerers had already made their move. He keeps running, thinking about her. He looks at a woman inside, a little scared. The protagonist arrives and shouts, asking if she's okay. The protagonist is confused, looking around, thinking it didn't seem like an intruder or an attack. Joseph goes to his daughter, who is trembling with fear, and asks if she's okay. Aiden asks the woman what happened. The woman says she didn't do anything strange, she just extinguished the candles to replace them, and then Ellis screamed. The protagonist thinks that she screamed when the candles were extinguished, and remembering this, he recalls that she always slept with the lights on at the Duke's mansion. Apparently, she still hasn't recovered from the trauma of being imprisoned underground. The protagonist approaches them and asks Joseph to have everyone leave for a moment. Once everyone leaves the room, Ellis is still trembling with her eyes closed. She was crying a lot, thinking that it was dark and that she was scared. She begs for help, saying she doesn't want to die. Suddenly, she hears a voice saying, "No one can hurt you now, Ellis." Still scared, she opens her eyes and sees a hand extended toward her. She looks at the protagonist and sees him saying, "No one will touch my protégés, not even the Lord of the Underworld, so don't worry, Ellis." She looks at him and says the protagonist's name. She gets up quickly and hugs him, crying. She starts to cry a lot while the protagonist watches her. The lamp is lit again, and the two sit on the bed. Aiden looks at her and asks if she's feeling better now. With her head down, she says yes. She calls him, wanting to say something. Aiden asks her if she wants to say something. She asks if it's really right for her to become a saint because Ellis says that all the saints she sees in books are strong, brave, and wonderful. She asks if a coward like her can really become a saint. She says she's not good or special and remembers Cassie, saying she just wanted to go back to Aiden's house and play. The protagonist reaches out to her and flicks her forehead. She looks at him with tears in her eyes. He observes her and says that she's overthinking because of small things she saw and heard. He emphasizes that she knows nothing about being a saint. Ellis asks if he knows something. Smiling, he replies that he does and asks who she thinks he is. He starts laughing a lot and says that in the past, he and the saint were fry. He stops talking, remembering her saying, "I'm sorry, Aiden Albareo." Ellis, enchanted, asks, "Free what?" And if they were friends. He places his hand on her head. They look at each other, and Aiden says that saints don't need to be strong and brave. After all, they are human too. He tells her that if she wants to get angry, she can, and if she wants to cry, she can cry too. Smiling, he says she can also visit his home whenever she wants. She feels happy. She gets all excited about the earlier story and calls the protagonist brother, asking what he meant earlier by "we're friends," and if they were close. A bit embarrassed, he says it's not exactly like that they were just good friends. She asks if they were really just friends and nothing more. Aiden replies that they were. Ellis then asks why they are no longer friends. The protagonist has no answer to that. After a long interrogation by Ellis, he opens the door and leaves her room, exhausted. He thinks he almost got himself into trouble, saying that it was more tiring than a training session. Underlord was also shaken. He says that hearing all that is almost like taking a sacred potion. Joseph arrives, concerned, asking if Ellis is okay now. The protagonist responds that she is and says Joseph can stay with her now. Joseph thanks him for that and says he will stay with her for a while. As Joseph enters, the protagonist looks suspiciously at Hakal and asks what he is doing there. Hakal smiles, saying he heard they had a little problem and that the protagonist was handling it very well. He extends his hand to the protagonist, saying that he saved the saint, the future of their order, so he wanted to thank the protagonist personally. The protagonist shakes his hand with a smile, saying it was nothing. Their hands meet and shake. At that moment, Underlord senses something. He calls the protagonist by his old name, Aiden Albireo. The protagonist is confused, wondering what that was, as he heard someone call his name. Underlord says that this human is a dark wizard. The protagonist becomes irritated and asks what he just said, and if this man is really a dark wizard. In the underground base of the dark wizard from the Order of the Sacred Fire, Hakal was banging on the table, trembling with rage. He says that damn child was ruining everything. He comments that he should have pursued and finished off the one who escaped with the sacred mark. Suddenly someone arrives, asking him to calm down. Hakal turns, shouting, asking how he could calm down. He says that the designation has to be his, that it cannot be taken from him by someone else. He asks when those saints would arrive there. The man responds that they said they would arrive soon and that he would inform him when they did. Hakal says that it doesn't matter that the saint is there. They will kill her, emphasizing that the saint would be killed by an assassin during the saint's awakening ceremony in 2 days. He shouts that this way, he would become the leader of the Order of the Sacred Fire. While he was saying this, the protagonist was hiding nearby. He thinks that he already suspected the Order had a dark wizard, but he didn't think it would be someone so high-ranking, and not alone either. Underlord smiles, saying that as soon as they shook hands, he was able to sense the dark magic and warn the protagonist. He emphasizes that he can also feel that it is very powerful magic. The protagonist thinks that besides these two, there must be others in that order. But there is still something strange. Underlord asks what that strange thing is, and if it has to do with the protagonist. Aiden replies that he still doesn't know why Kurtle's situation is worsening compared to his previous life. He wonders if it's because he saved Alice, but he thinks that first, he needs to find out who these saints they were talking about are. Around the village outside the Order of the Sacred Fire, a man was walking nearby. The man says he doesn't know where you are, but that he would guide you inside. Another man was in a dark alley. The man says he couldn't believe he was facing a setback in such an important matter. He asks if the other man couldn't handle that problem properly. The man gets irritated, saying they had to change things because of him. He emphasizes that no one expected a child with a sacred spirit to still be alive. The protagonist observes the man talking from a distance and thinks that's why he changed the plan. He thinks the man's voice is familiar. He's heard it somewhere before. The man stares at the other guy in the alley and says that because he ascended to the position of his holiness, the Lord will also suffer the consequences. Suddenly, the man grabs the guy's neck tightly, asking how he had the courage to threaten him directly. He says that if the guy isn't more careful with what he says, his tongue will be cut out. The guy starts to lose his breath and begs for his life. The man throws him backward and begins to walk away, saying he won't forgive him next time. As the man leaves, the protagonist thinks he will finally see his face. However, Aiden is shocked when he sees the person, as it's the Red Knight, Benin Haima. The protagonist hides, trembling, while Underlord asks if that guy is also connected to the protagonist's past life. Aiden says he thinks so, as that guy was one of Silbeta's dogs. The protagonist thinks that now things are starting to make sense. He gets angry, cursing Silbeta as he recalls what he always said, that dark wizards were messing with the world and that he would kill them all in honor of the knights, as that is the duty of the Grand Duchy's chivalry. The protagonist starts trembling even more, thinking that the chivalry was rotten from the beginning. He says that today he sees many faces that disgust him. Underlord asks how they helped Hakal become the leader. The protagonist responds that it might be because of the right of succession, as for a powerful family like Sias, they don't rely only on the military but also on crucial support forces. With Dyer severely injured at the scene of the attack, Silbeta naturally intended to secure the first line of succession. However, things may have changed since the protagonist saved Dyer. Even so, Aiden becomes even more agitated, saying that Silbeta is a treacherous scumbag. Suddenly, the protagonist notices something approaching. Benign appears very quickly, shouting that there was a rat, and without hesitation, attacks the protagonist. Aiden dodges the attack, thinking that this was expected. Benin's swordsmanship remains as violent as ever. The protagonist wonders if Benin had noticed him from the start. The guy approaches Benin and asks why he's making such noisy attacks in the middle of the night. Benin looks at him angrily and says he can't say anything since he didn't even notice a rat was following him. Benin orders the guy to get out of his way as quickly as possible. The guy starts trembling in fear and runs away. Benin watches this and comments that if it weren't for his lord's orders, that guy would have died too. Angrily, he turns to the protagonist and calls him a rat. The protagonist was standing still, looking at him, while Benin approached, saying that since he dodged the attack, he must be skilled. Benin asks who the protagonist is, but Aiden responds that he's not really in the mood to say. Benin starts laughing, saying that the protagonist is quite interesting. The protagonist turns his back and starts running, thinking that now is not the time to face this guy. He needs to get out of there. However, Benin advances as fast as lightning. The protagonist notices this, and in seconds, Benin is in front of him. Benin begins to use his power in his sword, laughing, and says that people who talk too much aren't very fun. He asks how long the protagonist will last. He starts attacking the protagonist relentlessly, while Aiden only defends the attacks. Benin doesn't stop laughing, as if he's playing with prey. Underlord comments that he's surprised there's a human even closer to a monster like Talos than the protagonist himself. Aiden responds that Benin is one of the craziest people he's ever seen. They continue fighting, while the protagonist thinks this isn't good, because Benin is a top-level aura user. Additionally, the protagonist feels weakened since he can't use his shield while he's still recovering. However, there's always a way, and he imagines that Benin must have already noticed this. Benign kept attacking non-stop while smiling, but suddenly he stops smiling and becomes worried, wondering if he's imagining things because the protagonist's sword technique is definitely... The protagonist stops in front of him and calls him by his full name, leaving Benin startled. He asks how the protagonist knew his name and thinks there's only one explanation. Benin starts laughing again, saying that's it. He should have realized it when the protagonist used the same sword technique as his master. He says the protagonist must be one of those idiots from Daer's faction. The protagonist thinks this is a major blow and silently apologizes to Daer. Then he asks Benin if he really thought he'd get away unscathed by involving a sorcerer. Benin attacks the protagonist, yelling for him to shut up and calling him a lapdog of the Lance Knight. However, the protagonist easily dodges the attack. Aiden thinks it was just as he imagined. As soon as Daer's name was mentioned, Benin lost his mind. The protagonist thinks that this is a real mess. Brothers and close people are dying to kill each other. They continue fighting, with the protagonist only defending himself. He thinks the main issue is precisely the Red Knight, who caused many problems with his explosive temper. The more agitated people get, the less rational they become, and the longer it takes for them to understand the situation. They can't even realize what's happening to their own bodies. Aiden defends another attack while Benin starts laughing, shouting, and calling the protagonist Daeri's dog. He asks how much longer the protagonist will continue blocking his attacks, questioning if the protagonist really thinks he can win. Suddenly, Benin's nose starts bleeding. He stops laughing and wonders where the blood came from. He notices that Aiden is coming to attack, and blocks the protagonist's strike with his sword, but begins to feel strange. He wonders what this is, as his center of gravity is all wrong, and questions what kind of dirty trick this is. Aiden starts laughing, thinking about his original sword technique called resonance. He thinks that even if Benin realizes it now, it's already too late. Every time their swords clash, the impact creates a mana wave that disrupts the opponent's mana flow. The protagonist thinks that at first, it's so subtle that the person thinks it's a coincidence, but as it accumulates, it becomes a deadly poison. Benin is trembling with his sword in hand. Aiden looks at Benin, thinking that if he were an ordinary knight, he wouldn't even be standing now. This means Benin is holding up quite well. Benin shouts, asking if the protagonist really thinks he could win with those dirty tricks. He tells the protagonist to stop stalling and fight. Aiden says he's not in the mood, and asks why Benin doesn't come at him. Benin shouts that the protagonist should be the one to start fighting, calling him Daer's servant. Aiden tells Benin to shut up, saying that Silbeta's dog is barking too much at night, and people want to sleep. Benin gets even more irritated, asking how the protagonist dares to speak his master's name. He charges at the protagonist, screaming that his death won't be quick. However, Aiden just stands there, mocking, saying that he's scared to death and that he can't do anything else. He taunts Benin, telling Silbeta's dog to attack already, and throws a vial at his face, but Benin blocks it, shouting that the protagonist is using dirty tricks, just like him. The vial begins to release a cloud of smoke that engulfs the entire street. Benin starts shouting, cursing, and saying that the protagonist only used dirty tricks and didn't have the courage to show himself. As the smoke begins to dissipate, Benin looks around and becomes furious, saying that idiot ran away. He starts yelling that the protagonist was a damn lapdog of Daer. Meanwhile, the protagonist was getting farther and farther away. Underlord asks why he was running away without dealing with that guy. Aiden explains that at his current level, it's almost impossible to defeat a top-level aura user without the shield. Therefore, the best strategy is to prevent him from following with resonance. He thinks it was a great idea to ask Cassie for a special smoke bomb. She kept questioning him about it, but he thinks it was good to have taken it, though now he'll have to listen to her complaints about strange requests again. He starts running, thinking he can't just let that sorcerer who escaped earlier get away. The sorcerer was running as fast as he could to return to the church. While running, he thinks he needs to get back quickly and warn the Vice High Priest Hakal that someone from the church knows about them. However, the protagonist had already caught up with the sorcerer. Aiden jumps and says they were always the problem. Chaos. The sorcerer turns around, terrified. The protagonist's aura was already coming toward him. With no time to react, he can only watch the attack with tear-filled eyes. The next morning, in the underground cave of the church, Hakal was once again at his desk, irritated. He shouts, asking what the hell had happened. He thinks that the person who went to fetch the knight from Sias didn't return, and the knight hasn't arrived yet either. Hakal starts trembling, wondering if he was betrayed or if someone had reached them. He thinks it doesn't matter now. He needs to stop the Saints' Awakening ceremony, which is happening today. He thinks he needs to do it at all costs. Hakal thinks there's no more time, that there's no other way. He starts laughing, thinking he knows the perfect piece for the role of a suspicious person, so he needs to use him. At the entrance to the altar of the Order of the Sacred Fire, on the day of the Saint's awakening ceremony, some guards were stationed. The protagonist was accompanying them while Joseph held on to Ellis, crying and shouting that his daughter would be the new saint. She begged her father to stop crying because she was embarrassed. Aiden approaches them and asks if she remembers what he had told her. She starts smiling with happiness and says yes. Smiling and happy, she repeats what he said. Take as much as you can from those entities called gods who have caused us so much suffering. Joseph looks at him and asks what he's been teaching his daughter. Aiden responds that it's a way not to live with losses. A bit embarrassed, he asks them to proceed with the ritual. Ellis begins to enter, all happy and enchanted by it. Joseph keeps shouting after her, trying to go in with her, but one of the guards holds him back, yelling that he cannot enter, no matter what. He should just sit and wait. However, he continues crying and shouting, asking for her to be healthy and not to get sick. The protagonist observes this, thinking that from afar, it might seem like he'll never see her again. Suddenly, Hakal arrives and asks the protagonist to talk for a bit. The two move to a more private corner. Once there, the protagonist asks why he was called. Hakal says it's nothing much, he just wanted to give him a gift. He emphasizes that it's nothing too important, but he'd like the protagonist to accept it. Upon opening the box, a potion appears, glowing. Hakal says it's one of the few high-quality potions left in their order. He mentions that it has now become a precious and difficult-to-make item. Hakal explains that if they were to give it to the protagonist officially, it could cause confusion. So he thought it best to deliver it in secret, and asks the protagonist to come to a private place with him. Aiden, happy, asks if he can really accept it. Hakal smiles and says yes, emphasizing that the protagonist had protected the saint, the future of their order. Aiden takes his gift, and even knowing it's wrong, drinks it. As soon as the protagonist consumes the potion, Hakal starts laughing. Suddenly, the protagonist begins to feel strange and asks what's happening. The protagonist's eyes begin to change color. Smiling, Hakal thinks to himself that the protagonist is an idiot because that potion has a mental obedience and brainwashing effect. Now, even a master swordsman would obey him. Hakal touches the protagonist's shoulder and says that this is an order. The protagonist responds, "Yes, master." Hakal moves closer to his ear and orders him to use the back doors he prepared. He instructs the protagonist to eliminate the girl who is undergoing the saint's awakening ceremony. Meanwhile, Ellis was walking toward the light. As she looked at everything, she was amazed. Above her head was a ball of fire. She looks at it and remembers the priest saying that she had to enter the ball of fire to find God. She recalls that he said it wouldn't be hot, but she wonders what she would do if it was hot when she went in. She keeps looking at it, feeling scared. She remembers the protagonist smiling and saying that it was the gods who would be scared of her. He emphasized that after all the suffering she had endured, the gods were in debt to her, so she should reach them and demand a huge compensation for the damages. She slowly begins to climb the stairs, thinking there's no need to be afraid. Then, she runs and jumps into the ball of fire, telling the gods to hurry up and pay their debts to her. As she is enveloped by the fire and all its energy, Aiden appears behind her with his sword in hand, his gaze empty and fixed on her. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Order of the Sacred Fire, everyone was waiting for Ellis to come out, and as expected, Joseph was in tears. Hakal smiles, thinking that the story of an intruder who invaded the church and killed the saint is perfect to tell. He starts smiling, thinking that he will finally become the master of the order. Suddenly, several men begin to arrive. Everyone looks back. Bali shouts, ordering everyone to stay still. A small army of men was behind him. Hakal looks at them all and asks what brought them there and what was going on. He goes up to Bali, irritated, and asks if he didn't know that the sacred ceremony was in progress and how he dared to enter so disrespectfully. Bali looks at him and says they already knew the ceremony was in progress, but he came there because there was something more important to be done. Bali shouts that among the people there was a heretic who had dabbled in the darkness, and that's why he, Father Bali, was there. Hakal is shocked by this, wondering what he just said and how could he. The others are surprised. A woman comments that darkness means black magic, and a young man asks if there was a dark wizard there. Hakal points at him, shouting and asking what nonsense Bali was talking about. Hakal asserts that no one there would use dark magic, and asks what kind of joke this was, and who had sent Bali. Suddenly, everyone makes way, and the old Brabo walks through the middle of them, saying that he was the one who sent them there. Hakal is completely shocked, thinking that voice belonged to him. The others are astonished, thinking it couldn't be possible, as Lord Kurtel, known as the old Brabo, was there. Hakal wonders how they managed to break the curse, and if there was someone other than the saint with divine powers, or if there was a traitor among the dark wizards. Kurtel looks at Hakal and says it's over. The old man corrects himself, and says he meant dark wizard Hakal. Hakal becomes irritated by this, and everyone starts asking if he really was a dark wizard, and if he had been lying all this time. Hearing all this, Hakal just trembles in the midst of them. He becomes furious, thinking about how they dared to interfere with his plans. He starts laughing, thinking they're still away. Hakal looks at Kurtel and asks why he's accusing him of being a dark wizard, questioning if the old man had gone crazy. Hakal says that all this time, he had been taking care of the old man. He shouts that this must be a misunderstanding and claims that the only dark wizard there is Lord Remy's. He says he heard the protagonist say that he would kill the saint. He continues shouting that they need to find the protagonist before something happens. While Hakal was putting on his show, the protagonist steps out with his sword in hand, silently and alone. Hakal thinks to himself that the protagonist is there. He turns, shouting in disbelief that Lord Remus is present. He asks what happened to the saint. With a serious expression, the protagonist asks if he really wants to know about the saint. Suddenly, the protagonist starts smiling and rests his sword on his shoulders, saying that the awakening ceremony is going very well. Hakal is shocked by this, wondering if the spell was broken, but he doesn't understand how the protagonist managed to do it on his own. In the guest room of the Order of the Sacred Fire, before the fight against the Red Knight, the protagonist says that he knows Niseta was watching everything. He tells her that he would like to say something. The owl that was in the tree looks at him and begins to fly. She lands on the window, asking what had happened. He asks if she didn't see. As Chaos was trying to manipulate things, he smiles, saying that he is their enemy and that he would take care of everything, but he wanted to ask for a small favor. Niseta asks what kind of help he wanted. Smiling, the protagonist looks at her and asks her to deliver that thing. The two stared at each other while she reflected on the situation. Then she asked why he suddenly wanted a magical curse suppression tool, apparently to fight against Chaos. Aiden, however, clarified that it wasn't to fight Chaos, but to suppress the curse on Priest Kurtel. He explained that the curse paralyzed Kurtel's body when he was conscious. Given this, Aiden assumed that Kurtel must already be aware of Hakal's betrayal, and when he awakened, they would deal with all those idiots. Niseta agreed that Aiden had a good point and decided to help him. Using her magic, she created a ring, which she handed to the protagonist, explaining that she had made it herself and that it was called the anti-demonic ring. Niseta emphasized that as soon as Kurtel used the curse, it would be immediately suppressed. However, she warned him to be very careful, as Chaos had already brainwashed many people within the church. She even pointed out that the protagonist himself could be one of those people. Nevertheless, he took the ring and asked her to relax, arguing that he already carried a terrible curse, so that puny curse wouldn't be able to harm him. At that moment, Underlord asked if the comment had been directed at him, and Aiden, with a bit of irony, questioned who else it could be aimed at. Annoyed, Underlord admitted that he wasn't very happy with the situation. The protagonist then asked if he wanted a holy potion, but Underlord remained silent. Back in the present, the protagonist smiled as he faced Hakal, telling him that he was in big trouble. Hakal, trembling with rage, remained silent while the other church members yelled at him to explain himself. However, he just lowered his head, continuing to shake. Kurtel, trying to calm the situation, asked Hakal to stop, in the name of the time they had spent together, but Hakal interrupted him, asking why he should stop. He then shouted that Kurtel didn't understand the humiliation of not being chosen by the sacred fire, emphasizing that he had always wanted to be a saint. Hakal went on to question whether Kurtel knew how painful it was to lose the meaning of life. Even so, Kurtel kept begging him to stop, but Hakal, releasing his power, threatened to show his true strength, turning everyone into the undead. He proclaimed that they should all become his followers. Bali, realizing the gravity of the situation, told Kurtel that he could no longer ignore it, and ordered his soldiers to take down Hakal immediately. In response, Hakal asked if they really believed they could defeat him, and then he summoned his allies who shared the black blood to assist him. Suddenly, several people began using dark magic, frightening everyone. One of the soldiers tried to calm the others, reminding them that the god of the sacred fire was on their side. However, a wave of energy passed through them, leaving everyone motionless for a second. After the impact, they lowered their heads and called Hakal master, turning against their own companions, who didn't understand why they were being attacked. Bali, with few words, prepared to face them, surprised by the number of traitors, and declared that, in the name of the Lord of the Sacred Fire, he would not allow this. Kurtel, desperate, ordered Bali to stop. The old man became so nervous that he began trembling with rage, and even Bali, frightened, also started shaking, asking why he should stop. The old man then looked at Hakal and asked how long he planned to continue with this. Hakal, laughing, said that Kurtel knew nothing, because what he truly wanted was to see them killing each other. Furthermore, he revealed that he had already cast the domination curse on most of the members. Hakal declared that if anyone dared to touch him, he would make them all kill each other. The old man, irritated, glared at him, while Hakal screamed that it was already over and that he should give up. Aiden watched the scene and commented that there must have been about 15 of them. Surprised, Hakal looked at the protagonist but had no time to react. With impressive speed, the protagonist passed through everyone and said that 2 had already been eliminated. Hakal, consumed by rage, shouted that he had warned them he would make everyone kill each other if anyone dared to do something. The protagonist, laughing, turned around and defiantly said he didn't care, that Hakal could do whatever he wanted. Unhinged, Hakal screamed, asking if the protagonist thought he was joking, because with just one word from him, all the church members would die. Aiden, mocking Hakal, told him to go ahead, since it wasn't his problem, as he wasn't even part of the church. The protagonist pointed at Hakal and firmly stated, "Chaos, the only reason I'm here is to beat you up." Terrified, Hakal wondered how Aiden knew he was part of Chaos and realized that the protagonist had been after him from the start. Desperate, Hakal shouted, ordering everyone to kill Aiden, and the religious members began advancing toward the protagonist. At that moment, Underlord asked the protagonist if he really planned to kill all those innocent people. The protagonist, with a slight smile, replied that he wasn't that evil, though Underlord didn't seem entirely convinced. Aiden began grabbing some potions, explaining to Underlord that Hakal had placed curses on several people because they were weak on their own. The protagonist added that if they freed a few, the others would be liberated too. With that, he jumped and charged toward everyone, while Aiden threw 2 vials. The explosion of smoke filled the room, and Hakal, panicking, screamed, asking what that smoke was, cursing the protagonist for using dirty tricks. Without hesitation, he ordered his servants to kill him. In the midst of the smoke, the protagonist closed his eyes and concentrated on sensing his enemies' positions. His movements were so fast that within the dense fog, only screams could be heard echoing through the place. Hakal, increasingly worried, began to notice that the number of his mages was rapidly decreasing. Trembling with rage, he thought about how he had invested 10 years of his life into that plan, and now everything was falling apart. Feeling the irritation growing inside him, Hakal began releasing his power, realizing that there might be only one option left. In the smoke, one of his followers ran desperately, screaming for help, but the protagonist struck him down too, without mercy. As he took him down, the protagonist thought that, despite the man pretending to be innocent, the demonic energy emanating from him gave him away completely. Aiden, observing the situation, calculated that only 6 people remained, including Hakal. Suddenly, he felt something strange. The number of mages was falling slowly, from 6 to 5, and then to 3. He wondered what was happening, questioning if Bali was also attacking them. Underlord, in a somber tone, stated that they weren't simply disappearing. The protagonist, confused, asked what he meant by that, and Underlord explained that a large amount of demonic energy was concentrating in a single point. At that moment, one of Hakal's allies began to scream, begging for his life. However, the demonic energy left his body, and Hakal, without hesitation, shouted that he was offering him as a tribute for the lives of the others, along with half of his own. He called upon the noble of the underworld, asking for him to reveal himself. Upon hearing this, the protagonist felt a chill, wondering if it was what he feared. Even Bali, who always kept his composure, was visibly shaken, questioning what that manifestation of power was. Kertel, trembling with fear, murmured, asking if this was the end of the world. Outside, a gigantic magic circle had formed in the sky, concentrating a powerful and dense energy, while everyone inside the church sensed that something terrible was about to happen. The people under the curse began to awaken, still with headaches, and asked each other if they had truly returned to normal. Bali, realizing the seriousness of the situation, shouted for everyone to regroup, as the real battle was just beginning. He admitted that he had never felt such evil energy before. Suddenly, a massive amount of energy began to be expelled from the center of the circle in the sky. Bali, visibly frightened, wondered what it was as a beam of energy descended from the sky, striking the ground with force. The people in front screamed in pain, and the ground around them was completely destroyed. Bali couldn't believe what he was seeing. The protagonist, who had just saved 2 people, irritated, asked Bali to take everyone to a safe place, as far away from the church as possible. In the midst of the fog, a figure began to take shape. A demon was emerging. The being took a deep breath, feeling the air of the earthly realm, and with a hint of disdain, remarked that he had no idea how many centuries had passed. He surveyed the world around him, saying it was beautiful, almost like a dream, but expressed surprise that such weak and pathetic creatures could live there. The protagonist watched the scene, reflecting that Hakal had made a colossal mistake by summoning something so powerful. Underlord, equally surprised, commented that he hadn't expected to see him there, and that this was completely unexpected. Now fully aware, the demon asked who was responsible for summoning him. At that moment, Hakal, amidst the chaos, began shouting and calling for the demon. He declared that he was the demon's master, as he had sacrificed half of his life to summon him to that place. Laughing arrogantly, Hakal ordered the demon to obey and kill everyone present. However, in an instant, Hakal was attacked. The demon, with a disdainful look, said he had hoped his summoner would have a delicious soul, but instead, Hakal was filthy. He refused to start his first meal with such a despicable soul. The protagonist, witnessing the scene, began to connect the dots. That demon was the same one that had brought destruction to the world in his past life. He recognized that the demon was intelligent, probably a high-level Talos, which made him even more dangerous. Aiden, on the other hand, reflected that even most swordmasters would have great difficulty facing such an enemy. Though in his past life he had easily defeated that demon, the situation was now different. He hadn't yet regained his full strength. The protagonist felt a strange energy around him, and turning, noticed that all the church members were unconscious. Intrigued, he wondered what it was. Underlord, visibly irritated, explained that the demon had a special ability called illusory mist, which drained the life force of people who inhaled the mist, trapping them in nightmares. However, Underlord pointed out that this ability didn't work on the protagonist because he was inside Aiden. Surprised, the protagonist admitted that he thought he knew that guy, but now he was starting to question who he really was. With a serious tone, Underlord revealed that the demon's name was Mephisto, the Talos of deception and cunning, and that in his past life, Mephisto had been bold enough to deceive him. However, Underlord smiled as he recalled that, in the end, he had enslaved Mephisto's soul. The protagonist, incredulous, commented that Mephisto was truly insane for trying to deceive the Supreme Lord of the Underworld. Before he could process everything, Underlord shouted for the protagonist to pay attention. At that moment, Mephisto appeared out of nowhere, right next to the protagonist, saying that he was a fascinating human. Aiden, startled, questioned how and when Mephisto had approached so quickly. Mephisto laughed, looking directly at the protagonist, and remarked that he could move within the mist, which made him curious to know what the protagonist's soul tasted like. However, the protagonist didn't seem surprised, stating that he had expected this and acknowledging that Mephisto was indeed a high-level Talos. Just by being close to him, the protagonist already felt a crushing pressure. Underlord, however, told the protagonist not to be afraid, explaining that Mephisto wasn't in his full form. Hakal's summoning ceremony had been unstable, and as a result, Mephisto didn't even possess half of his original powers. The protagonist, hearing this, asked if it was serious, and if so, declared that he was more than ready to beat down that horned one. Mephisto, with a disdainful look, pointed at Aiden, saying that his prey was weak and poor. The protagonist, without losing his humor, started laughing, commenting that Mephisto talked too much. The tension in the air was rising, and the upcoming battle promised to be brutal. The protagonist pronounced Mephisto's name, and the demon, visibly startled, asked how he knew his name. Aiden, without hesitation, remarked that Mephisto's name was well known, even on Earth. The protagonist took the moment to taunt him, saying he was the pet Talos of the Lord of the Underworld, dragged around like a dog. Aiden, escalating the provocation, suggested that if Mephisto didn't know how to deceive the Lord of the Underworld, he could give him a few tips. This made Mephisto furious. Screaming, he demanded respect, emphasizing that he was a noble among the Talos. Unhinged, Mephisto attacked the protagonist, calling him ignorant and questioning how he dared to speak like that in his presence. Mephisto's attack was so powerful that it destroyed the ground around them, but the protagonist dodged skillfully. Mephisto then promised that he would make him feel the pain of having his soul torn apart for the rest of his life, just as had happened to him. Aiden, intrigued, noted the phrase "just like me" and asked what it was about, calling out to Underlord and questioning if he had hidden something. Underlord calmly replied that he hadn't hidden anything, he had simply forgotten to mention it. He explained that he had used Mephisto to experiment on the souls of the Talos, testing whether Mephisto could remain conscious while his soul was torn apart and reassembled multiple times, and also exploring ways to inflict pain on souls. The protagonist, surprised, commented that he almost forgot who Underlord was for a moment, calling him a lunatic. Underlord, with a smile, replied that he was certain he wasn't as much of a lunatic as the protagonist himself. Aiden realized there were too many people around and suggested they should fight somewhere else. Mephisto, ignoring the suggestion, attacked again, asking where the protagonist thought he was running, while destroying the wall behind him. Aiden, watching the scene, commented that despite all of Mephisto's power, he still didn't possess even half of his full strength. The protagonist, feeling the impact of another attack, managed to defend himself with his sword, but was forcefully thrown against the wall. Mephisto, laughing, commented that the protagonist had withstood one of his attacks, acknowledging that he wasn't an ordinary human. Trembling, the protagonist admitted that he still couldn't use the Shield of Lamentation, and that, to defeat the demon, he only had one option, though he didn't like using it. Thanks to the first-class potion Hakal had given him, all his abilities had improved, even one he didn't expect. Releasing a powerful aura, the protagonist ironically said that maybe he should be grateful to Hakal for that. Mephisto, sensing the change, asked what that energy was. Aiden, realizing what was happening, noted that the power of Beelzebub's gluttony had also improved, allowing the protagonist to manifest the souls he had devoured and turn them into specters. The protagonist then shouted, "Spectral enslavement skill," and Beelzebub started laughing, releasing even more energy. Mephisto, shocked, asked how the protagonist was using that ability, since only warlocks who harnessed dark demonic energy could do so. A giant monster appeared before them, saying, "Master, give me your command." The protagonist, with a determined look, declared that the real fight was starting now. He taunted Mephisto, calling him test subject number 1 of the Lord of the Underworld's experiment. Enraged, Mephisto charged with all his might, cursing the protagonist and vowing to show him the worst of hell. Ellis, mesmerized, looked around and asked where she was, as everything around her was incredibly beautiful. Suddenly, someone began to approach. A man, with an imposing voice, said it had been a long time since he had seen a human, and that he was already feeling like going back to sleep. With disdain, he ordered her to take the divine power and disappear. Ellis, still intrigued, realized that the man was the Lord of the Sacred Fire, the deity master of the Church of the Sacred Fire, one of the 3 great religions. Without hesitation, she looked at him and called him Uncle, asking if he was a god. The Lord of Fire, surprised by her boldness, remarked that she had called him Uncle and had the audacity to point her finger at him. Laughing, Ellis questioned whether he knew how much she had suffered because of him, and declared that she deserved a good reward for all the suffering she had endured. The Lord observed her, thinking she was a foolish child for daring to ask a god for payment, and wondered if someone had manipulated her. Amused by the situation, the Lord laughed and decided that, at the very least, it would serve as entertainment. The Lord then stated that he would reward her for this life and the past one, leaving Ellis confused to the point where she asked what past life he was talking about. He began to release a massive amount of energy while saying, "Child whose fate was altered by someone lost, I hope your journey takes a different path this time. I will be watching you." Meanwhile, on the battlefield, chaos reigned. The specter controlled by the protagonist attacked Mephisto, who dodged the blows with agility. The two faced each other, and Mephisto, irritated, complained, saying it was unbearable to see the protagonist daring to use fire magic, though he claimed it was nothing compared to his own power. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared behind Mephisto, who noticed his presence too late. Aiden, with a provocative smile, shouted that the demon was getting distracted by a superior troll, taunting him again by calling him an experimental item. Mephisto, panicking, realized he had forgotten about the protagonist's presence. The protagonist's attack was so fierce that it cut off one of Mephisto's arms and a wing, making the demon scream in pain and fall uncontrollably. As he fell, a cloud of dust rose from the ground. Aiden, not missing the opportunity, sarcastically asked if Mephisto really thought he could win while being so distracted. Trembling with rage, Mephisto began to rise, furiously asking how the protagonist dared to do that to his arm and his beautiful wings. With a look full of rancor, the demon declared that he would never forgive him for this, calling the protagonist a miserable creature. Laughing in Mephisto's face, the protagonist taunted him again, calling him an experimental item and sarcastically asking why he didn't just ask the devil for a new pair of arms and wings, even suggesting that he might get a pair of angel wings. Aiden, with a smile on his face, commented that, unfortunately, that wouldn't happen because the superior troll was already positioned behind the demon, ready to deliver the final blow. The protagonist, staring at Mephisto, declared that he would die here and now. Desperate, Mephisto screamed "no" in a final act of despair, feeling the imminent weight of his defeat. Aiden then gave the final order for the troll to finish the job, and without hesitation, the creature unleashed a massive amount of fire, creating a devastating explosion. The impact was so strong that the air around seemed to vibrate, sealing Mephisto's fate in that very moment. The protagonist laughed, provoking Mephisto once again, saying that unfortunately the Underlord would have to find another toy for his experiments. Meanwhile, the Underlord warned him to think a bit more about himself. Suddenly, noises began to rise amidst the flames. The Underlord smiled, saying that his little test wouldn't die so easily. To everyone's surprise, Mephisto started to stand up. Aiden, incredulous, remarked that he knew Mephisto was strong due to being a high-ranking Talos, but he couldn't understand how he was still standing after that devastating attack. Furthermore, Mephisto's arm and wing were rapidly regenerating. The Underlord, now visibly tense, explained that Mephisto was different from other Talos. He was a high-ranking Talos because he had the highest defense among them all, and fire had no effect on him. The protagonist, confused, remembered that at the beginning of the fight, Mephisto seemed to be afraid of fire. The Underlord then explained that Mephisto was indeed afraid of fire, as it was what he used to increase his resistance. Mephisto had endured the hottest fires of hell, which made him practically invulnerable. Frustrated, the protagonist commented that all of this was the Underlord's fault. While the two were talking, Mephisto completed his regeneration. Smiling, he said that the protagonist's weak tricks wouldn't work against him, and asked if the protagonist now understood the power difference between them. The Underlord asked Aiden if he had another plan, but the protagonist, uncertain, replied that he didn't know if he could defeat that demon. Determined, he stated that even if it cost him his life, he wouldn't let that monster hurt anyone else. Then, the two charged at each other, and the clash of their forces began to destroy the environment, causing explosions everywhere. The place was in ruins, and Mephisto, walking slowly towards the protagonist, disdainfully asked if that was all he had to offer. Aiden, lying on the ground, was bleeding and struggling to breathe. Mephisto stopped in front of him, smiling with superiority, admitting that the protagonist was stronger than other humans, but still not strong enough. The protagonist, lying on the ground and exhausted, thought it was just like what had happened before. His power had vanished, and he was losing consciousness. As his mind wandered, he thought of the people he loved, and wondered if his second life would end there. Regretful, he lamented not having spent more time with those who were important to him. Amid the confusion of thoughts, he scolded himself, remembering that he still had many people to protect, and that he should have been stronger than he was in his past life. Mephisto, mercilessly, attacked the protagonist, saying it was an honor to die by his hands. Powerless, the protagonist saw the attack approaching. Accepting that this was the end, he closed his eyes, ready for his death, and the last thing he saw was the demon's face. However, the Underlord, furious, shouted that the protagonist was the dumbest in the world, ordering him to use the power that was being lent to him immediately. Suddenly, a system screen appeared before the protagonist, declaring, "The power of the Underlord has been released." The power of the Underlord began to spread and take over the protagonist's heart, bringing new hope to the battle. Sensing something strange, Mephisto halted his attack and started to tremble. The terrifying aura emanating from the protagonist's body left him utterly terrified. Suddenly, Aiden opened his eyes and slowly stood up, while Mephisto, trembling in fear, screamed, asking where that power he knew so well was coming from. Aiden stood before Mephisto and in a dark tone commanded, "Kneel!" Instantly, the demon kneeled, unable to contain the terror he felt. Mephisto, completely horrified, recognized the power, muttering to himself that this could only be the work of the psychopath he knew. He realized he hadn't noticed it before, but now he paid respects to the Supreme Lord of the Underworld. Behind the protagonist, the aura had taken the form of the Underlord, and his presence dominated the entire area. The authority of the Sublord, a familiar and absolute power, was manifested. All the Talos, as inhabitants of the Underworld, were completely submissive to the ruler of the Underworld, which was why he had the power to govern. In front of the protagonist, Mephisto trembled with fear and bowed in submission. The protagonist, smiling, commented to the Underlord that he was much more powerful than Aiden had imagined. The Underlord, beaming with happiness, said that the protagonist was finally recognizing his grandeur and boasted about having been the strongest lord of the Underworld. However, he sighed sadly, saying it was hard to believe that now he was just a little stump. The protagonist, for a moment, was about to tease him but changed his mind, praising the Underlord, calling him truly grand and the great lord of the Underworld. Satisfied, the Underlord told the protagonist to make the most of the power he was lending him. Meanwhile, Mephisto, fallen and watching the protagonist, saw the smile on Aiden's face, who was enthusiastically talking about how the Underlord was the best. Confused, Mephisto asked if the protagonist was really a sublord. Aiden, with a psychotic laugh, trembled with rage and remembered that he had almost forgotten about Mephisto. He declared that he was furious with him and that now the demon would have to help him cool off. Feeling the crushing pressure, Mephisto knew he was in trouble. Elsewhere, she had returned to the previous room and started hearing noises, followed by a familiar voice saying, "Forward, now backward." Recognizing Aiden's voice, she ran out, happy, and upon arriving, was surprised by the scene before her eyes. The protagonist was smiling while Mephisto, badly injured, lay on the ground. She, surprised, asked what Aiden was doing there. He greeted her, asking if the ceremony had ended without problems. The protagonist approached her and, smiling, asked if she had managed to get a good look at that god. Ellis, also smiling, replied that yes, but commented that the weird uncle hadn't given her anything. He just stood there shining. She glanced to the side and noticed the big bat lying on the ground, looking quite hurt. Curious, she asked what had happened to him. The protagonist smiled and explained that he was a friend's pet. Intrigued, Ellis asked if he was really a pet. Aiden, trying to keep it light, said they had played a lot that day, so the bat was just resting a bit. The Underlord, confused, interrupted, saying he didn't know that was considered playing, since the protagonist had just finished off Mephisto. Aiden whispered that he couldn't tell Ellis the truth. She then approached the demon, crouching down, and with a tender tone said, "Poor little bat." She asked if he was very tired, and as she touched him, told him to rest well, calling him Little Bat. But as soon as her hand touched his body, a great flame ignited. Startled, Ellis stepped back as the flames intensified. The energy was so powerful that even Mephisto, who had endured the hottest flames of hell, began to scream in pain. He begged the sublord, saying his body was on fire and pleading for the resistance test to stop, as he couldn't take it anymore. The protagonist watched the scene seriously and recognized that those were flames of divine power. He wondered if Ellis had awakened a new power. The Underlord, with a tense expression, suggested that Aiden do what needed to be done. The protagonist agreed, already knowing what was required. With his sword in hand, he asked Ellis to close her eyes. As Mephisto screamed desperately, begging for mercy, the protagonist approached and without hesitation said, "Goodbye, Mephisto." Beelzebub, laughing malevolently, received the order to devour Mephisto. The demon, terrified, realized that even Beelzebub, the monarch of gluttony, was present to consume him. Blood spread across the floor, and the protagonist, exhausted, sighed with relief, saying that it had finally all come to an end. But the effort of absorbing so much energy deeply drained him, and he ended up fainting right there. Days passed since the incident at the church, and the Church of the Sacred Fire began an intense persecution of the heretics. Many were captured and purified within the church. The protagonist explained to the priests, who had fainted due to Mephisto's spell, that Aiden had helped Ellis defeat the Dark Mage. The news of the powerful new saint spread, and the priests celebrated her strength. Inside a room, the protagonist stood, deep in thought, looking out the window. The fight against Mephisto made him realize that he was still very weak. He thought that the people who betrayed him in his past life would have easily defeated Mephisto, even if they faced him now. But he, on the other hand, was still far from such power. Knowing this, he decided that he needed to become stronger. Suddenly, someone entered the room, interrupting his thoughts, and asked what he was reflecting on. Aiden quickly turned around and, surprised, asked the Archbishop how he had arrived unnoticed. Aiden observed Kurtel and thought that the Archbishop had fully recovered thanks to Ellis's divine power. Kurtel approached the protagonist with a grateful expression and said that, thanks to the information he had provided, the church was able to quickly eliminate the heretics. Aiden, satisfied, replied that he was happy to help them. The protagonist, with a smile, commented that he was very good at detecting dark mana, provoking a nervous reaction from the Underlord, who grumbled that it would have been better to let the protagonist die. Kurtel, rubbing his hands as if still a bit embarrassed, explained that the delay was also due to the commotion in the church. Suddenly, the Archbishop bowed before the protagonist, saying that, on behalf of the entire church, they were deeply grateful to him. Kurtel emphasized that without the protagonist's intervention, they would all be dead and would never have found the saint. The church would have been reduced to ruins. Smiling, he declared that the protagonist was their savior. Aiden, with a slight smile, commented that he was merely repaying a debt he had with someone from the church. Kurtel, curious, asked who that person might be. The protagonist, with a nostalgic tone, replied that it was a proud man who used to say that one didn't need a reason to help others. Kurtel thought for a moment, but soon smiled, satisfied, saying he was glad to know that the church had such an intelligent person. The protagonist, for his part, thought that with this, his debt to the old man from his past life was finally paid. Now, they were even. Kurtel then said there was one more thing to discuss with the protagonist. He explained that after hearing from other members the reason the protagonist had come there, he felt the need to discuss Ellis's future. The saint was the future of the church, and by the rules, should remain there to receive the education she hadn't had until now. However, considering the events of 10 years ago and the recent incident, the church had lost credibility, failing to fulfill its mission. The bishop then revealed, to the protagonist's surprise, that he didn't think it was right to keep the saint there. For the future of the church, they had decided to create an extension in Ramez, where Ellis could receive her training and at the same time be close to the city. Moreover, it would be big news, as churches usually expand to powerful and influential cities, and having an extension in Ramez would symbolize the growing power of the Ramez family. Aiden, hearing all this, realized that the efforts he had made to protect and help the people he loved were returning to him in the form of good fortune. Destiny was beginning to align in his favor. In a forest, by the edge of a lake, two people were conversing. The knight, frustrated, remarked that he had expected that crimson fool to ruin everything, as he had always been too emotional and clumsy. He emphasized that the group could not fail and hoped that everyone was well prepared, as they needed to ensure that Lord Sylvetta became the next Archduke. Meanwhile, a carriage traveled peacefully, driven by Pobol. In the back, the protagonist and Lo were traveling together, but Lo looked almost on the verge of death again. Aiden, visibly irritated, asked why Lo seemed to be in worse shape than he was. Lo, confused, replied that he didn't understand why Aiden thought that. The protagonist looked at Lo, reflecting that he had ordered his companion to hide and try to find out the number of Chaos members. However, Lo ended up being caught by some aging curse or something like that. Trembling, Lo explained that they had been targeted by all kinds of dark magic, as the protagonist had ordered. Despite the irritation, the protagonist thought that at least they managed to capture the Chaos members. However, it was still hard to believe that Lo had to ask Alice for help. Upset with the situation, the protagonist warned that when they returned, Lo would have to face even more intense training. Curious, Lo asked where the protagonist had stored all the rewards they received from the church, sure that they were in a lot. The protagonist replied that everything was inside his bag. Lo, surprised and indignant, asked if that bag was subspatial, commenting that a rare artifact like that prevented items from spoiling or rusting when stored. Intrigued, Lova asked if the church had really given such a valuable reward, highlighting that being part of one of the three major churches certainly had its advantages. The protagonist reached into the bag, mentioning that, in addition to other items like fairy silk, he had found something strange while storing the items at the church. Then, he pulled an egg out of the bag and asked Lova what kind of animal that egg might belong to. Lo, looking at the egg with curiosity, said he didn't know but noted that the size was similar to that of an ostrich egg. When he touched the egg, Lo noticed something strange and commented that he didn't believe it was from an ostrich due to the mana emanating from it. Aiden completed the explanation, saying that he wasn't sure either. He explained that he had found the egg in a suspicious room at the church, along with an old book, and decided to take it. Still trembling, Lo commented that if there was a book along with the egg, there should be some kind of clue in it. The protagonist had tried to read it, but it was in a language he didn't understand. Suspicious, Love asked the protagonist to wait a moment. He looked at the protagonist with an accusatory expression and slowly pieced it together. The protagonist said he had found it in a suspicious room, along with a book. "That means you didn't find it, you stole it!" exclaimed Lova, while the protagonist, embarrassed, tried to downplay the situation. "It wasn't stealing," defended the protagonist, trying to minimize the severity. "I just entered a room that seemed abandoned for decades and was emitting strange mana, and then Before he could finish, Lova abruptly stood up, shouting at him. "You can't just steal something from the church like that." He stressed that even though he was their savior, the church wouldn't let something like that slide, and insisted that they needed to return the egg immediately. The protagonist, however, moved the egg away from Lo, determined. "I'm not giving anything back. What if this egg hatches and turns into something valuable? It could even be a golden egg." Lo, irritated and unsure of what to do, could only sigh. Sometime later, the two continued down a snow-covered path. The cold wind enveloped them, and both were freezing. This was the city of Sadus, Hamertha. Love, still trembling, asked if they weren't heading back home. Aiden responded casually, "I never said we were going back to our territory." Lo, still annoyed, reminded him that the protagonist had said he was going to make his training harder when they returned. Aiden, teasing, asked if Lova really wanted a hell training. Sad, Lova replied that he didn't, but quickly added, questioning why they were there, and if it was to meet the Marquis. The protagonist confirmed, but explained that it wasn't just that. He also needed to settle some matters in the Forest of Death, which was in the territory of Cetus. Lo, curious, asked what those matters were. The protagonist replied that someone had mentioned that Ents lived in that forest, and Aiden needed an Ent to make a higher class elixir. As they made their way toward their destination, the guards of Cetus stopped them. One of the guards asked them to wait, explaining that this was Cetus territory, and the Lord was not present. Outsiders were not allowed without a scheduled meeting, so the guard asked them to return another time. Lo, indignant at the guard's attitude, raised his voice, saying that they were standing before Aiden Remez, the eldest son of the Duke, and that he had come to meet Marquis Cetus. Therefore, the guards should step aside. Upon hearing that it was Aiden, the guards became even more irritated, glaring at the protagonist with anger. Not understanding why, the protagonist wondered why they were so upset. Underlord, impatient, explained that In the eyes of the guards, the protagonist was the madman who had stolen the Cetus family's treasure, and moreover, the scoundrel who had beaten the Lord's son during the royal banquet. The protagonist, remembering everything, began to laugh, admitting that he had forgotten those details and wondering if he could use the situation to his advantage. Underlord, nervous, asked what the protagonist was plotting, as it made him uneasy. Then, Aiden drew his sword and showed it to the guards, provoking them by asking if they would let him in, given that someone from their territory also had a sword just like it. The guards became even more irritated, shouting that it was the famous Beelzebub sword. Reluctantly opening the way, the guards recognized the protagonist's identity, but emphasized that the Lord was not present and suggested that he return another time. The protagonist, realizing that he hadn't been able to enter, thought of a new strategy and asked if Tyon, the young master, was available. The guard once again said that Tyon was busy and reiterated that without a scheduled meeting, the protagonist should leave. Otherwise, they would use force. Lo, furious at the situation, asked how the guards dared to speak that way to the protagonist. However, Aiden, keeping calm, asked Lo to stop, and with a serene look, said that he already understood what needed to be done. They turned around, and the protagonist commented with a carefree tone that it seemed there was nothing more to be done there. One of the guards started laughing, saying it would have been better if he had left from the beginning, calling him a damn swindler. The protagonist, however, paused for a moment and replied with a smile, "That should be enough." Lo, confused, asked what he planned to do now. Aiden, with a glint in his eyes, said that the guards had stated he needed a scheduled meeting to enter, so he was going to schedule one right now. With that, Aiden took a deep breath, and one of the guards, curious, asked what he was doing, while the other laughed, saying that the protagonist was probably about to throw a fit for not being able to get in. Suddenly, Aiden released his aura, amplifying his voice, and shouted, "Tyon, how's your head after being beaten to a pulp by me?" Silence reigned in the castle for a moment, until a furious scream echoed, "You bastard!" It was Tyon, shouting from the castle. The guards were visibly scared, and the protagonist smiled, satisfied. "Now I have a meeting," he said confidently, knowing that Tyon would arrive quickly. It didn't take long for Tyon to appear, running and furious, calling for the protagonist. He grabbed Aiden by the shirt, angrily asking how he had the nerve to shout something so humiliating in their territory. Aiden, still in good humor, pointed at the guard and said that he had ordered him to do so, because otherwise he wouldn't have been able to enter. The guard, trying to justify himself, claimed it was all a misunderstanding. Still irritated, Tyon held Aiden firmly and said it would be better if they talked inside. They entered the house of Cetus and sat on a sofa. The protagonist, not missing the opportunity, commented that the leather of the sofa was of excellent quality, and then asked if Cetus was busy since he wasn't around. Tyon explained that his father was at the Tower of Slaughter because something strange had happened in the Forest of Death, which is managed by the Tower. As he listened, the protagonist began to think that strange incidents had started happening in that area, and that soon calamity-level monsters, including the Mad Dragon, would appear. He remembered that in his past life, he was so busy dealing with these sudden incidents that he didn't have time to uncover the true cause. But now, he knew everything. Aiden reflected that he needed to become stronger quickly, discover the cause, and prevent the worst. Tyon, intrigued, asked why Aiden had come to their territory. The protagonist, direct as always, replied that he wanted to visit the Forest of Death. Surprised, Tyon asked if Aiden knew what kind of place that was, explaining that the forest was covered in poison, making it a dangerous place, like crawling among the dead, with poisonous plants and monsters. Aiden smiled and said that was precisely why he wanted to visit it. He needed to gather rare poisonous herbs that only grew there. Tyon sighed, already imagining that the protagonist was not a normal person, but he thought that was a rather strange hobby. However, Tyon informed him that, unfortunately, the protagonist had bad timing because it wouldn't be possible to visit the Forest of Death at that moment. Confused, the protagonist asked, why? The Forest of Death, as the name suggests, is a region where death always seems to be lurking, at the heart of Cetus territory. Infested with powerful monsters and poisoned by a deadly mist, it's a place feared even by the bravest. However, even in such a hostile environment, humanity found a way to survive. Those who committed crimes or were too poor to pay their taxes were forced to live there, and somehow, they formed a survival village. Tyon explained that recently bandits had been found in the Forest of Death, and that, from what he'd heard, these bandits had been attacking the village. Moreover, since the bandits appeared, there have been numerous reports of people disappearing in the territory, leading him to believe they were behind it. He planned to lead the knights into the forest to hunt the criminals. Tyon emphasized that, even though it was just a survival village, those people were still citizens of Cetus, and he couldn't simply ignore their suffering. He informed the protagonist that if he really intended to enter the forest, he would have to wait until the hunt was completed or abandon the idea. The protagonist, with his head down, murmured that it could really be dangerous. Seeing him like that, Tian almost felt moved, believing that, despite being a scoundrel, the protagonist still cared about the villagers. To Tian, it was a sign that there was still some humanity left in him. However, what really disturbed Aiden was something else: the fear that the bandits would find the Ents before him. If that happened, they would certainly try to capture and sell them. Irritated by this possibility, the protagonist decided he couldn't let that happen. He needed to protect the Ents, his valuable resource for the elixir. Underlord, always cynical, commented that the protagonist was finally letting his true self show. The protagonist looked at Tian and, without hesitation, asked to join the mission. He wanted to help take down the bandits. At the castle entrance, the protagonist and Lova were warming up, preparing for the hunt. As they moved around, the guards watched them with irritation. One of the soldiers approached Tian and, with a disdainful tone, asked if he really planned to take those troublemakers with him. Tian, annoyed, asked what the soldier had just said. The soldier continued, saying that the protagonist and Lo were clumsy and small, and they would only get in the way of the mission. The knight further emphasized that Prince Aiden Remez, who brought disgrace to the Lord, should not be there, and that Tian, as a knight of Cetus, could not accept it. Furious, Tian retorted, asking if the soldier had really referred to himself as a knight of Cetus. He looked the knight directly in the eyes and said that, apparently, the man's honor was more important than the people who were suffering. With firmness, Tian stated that it was shameful to call a prince who risked his life to get there a troublemaker. He angrily added that speaking carelessly, as the knight was doing, was what truly stained the name of Cetus. Finally, Tian assured that the protagonist was strong enough to be recognized by him, and more importantly, by his father, Marquis Cetus, even if his actions seemed illogical at first. While Tian and the soldier were arguing, the protagonist remained oblivious, his thoughts fixed on his elixir. Tian approached and thanked the protagonist, emphasizing that the mission would be dangerous. Aiden, with a carefree smile, replied that it was no problem, as helping others was his hobby. However, he questioned if that small group would be enough for the task. Aiden considered that if the bandits were causing trouble in the forest, their numbers should be significant. Tian, anticipating this doubt, explained that he had hired a good mercenary to help with the mission. The protagonist became excited, wondering if this mercenary could be someone from his past life. Soon, a figure approached, asking if everyone was already gathered. Tian smiled, commenting that she had finally arrived. As soon as the protagonist realized who it was, he was visibly surprised. Underlord, noticing his reaction, asked why Aiden was so startled and if, by any chance, it was someone he knew from his past life. Still intrigued, Aiden responded that it was the first time he had seen that person, but he could sense where she came from. The woman smiled gently and apologized for the delay. It was then that Underlord, paying closer attention, noticed something more. The woman introduced herself. "My name is Runia, servant of the mighty god of slaughter." Lova, confused, quickly asked if she was really a priestess of the cult of the god of slaughter. The protagonist looked at Tian and commented that he had brought a mercenary from a rather peculiar place. Still intrigued, Lova looked at Runia and commented that she seemed quite different from what he had heard about the priests of the god of slaughter cult, known for being crazy. However, Runia seemed just like a polite and well-mannered little girl. The protagonist smiled and agreed, saying that he had the same impression when he first saw her. Curious, Lova asked what he was talking about, and the protagonist simply replied that he would find out soon. Runia approached the protagonist and, with a friendly smile, said she had already heard of him, asking if he was the Duke's son. Aiden confirmed with a nod, saying yes, and added, "It's a pleasure to meet you." He introduced himself, saying his name was Aiden Remez, and that it had been quite some time since he had worked alongside a priestess of the cult of the god of slaughter. Hearing this, Runia smiled and asked, curiously, if he had really worked with a brother or sister of the cult. Aiden confirmed, emphasizing that this person was quite reserved. Still smiling, Runia commented that the priests of the god of slaughter cult were always involved in mercenary work and pilgrimage journeys, so maybe they had crossed Aiden's path once or twice. Suddenly, she shouted joyfully, saying that they were connected by fate and that he could simply call her Runia. Excited, she added that now everyone should give their best and kick the bandits' butts. Listening to all this, Aiden reflected that, among the three great holy orders, the cult of the god of slaughter was the most specialized in combat. He was sure that a priestess like Runia would be more than capable of dealing with those bandits. At that moment, Tian took the lead, explaining that they would go straight to the Forest of Death. Upon arriving there, covered by the strange mist that surrounded the place, Aiden remained alert, observing the surroundings. He commented that the forest seemed more normal than he had imagined. Tian then explained that the path they were walking on had been cleared by the villagers to facilitate the transport of supplies, which was why it seemed so peaceful. However, suddenly, Aiden felt a strange aura and asked Underlord if he was feeling it too. Underlord replied that he had noticed it some time ago, explaining that it was black magic emanating from the ground, as if it were coming directly from the underworld. He mentioned that it had been a long time since he had seen a place like this, and that the name Forest of Death was more than appropriate. The protagonist was impressed, thinking about how poison and black magic constantly leaked from that place, and how people still managed to live there. Annoyed, he remembered the damned rabbit that had sent him to that place, and swore that the next time he met it, he would teach it a good lesson. Aiden then approached Tyon and asked if he was really okay with the whole situation. Confused, Tyon asked what he meant. Smiling, Aiden mentioned that Tyon's father would get furious just hearing about mercenaries, and asked if it was okay for him to have hired Runia, even though she was a priestess on a pilgrimage. The protagonist asked if Tyon might be blamed for it later. Tyon admitted that if his father found out, he would certainly be reprimanded, but that it didn't matter. He stated that he didn't have time to worry about methods when the goal was to save the citizens of his territory. Besides, he emphasized that mercenaries had more experience dealing with bandits than knights, and that hiring a mercenary had been the best choice. Aiden smiled, recognizing Tion's cleverness, while thinking that he was quite different from his father. Jokingly, Tion shouted that the protagonist was an idiot, for only now recognizing his greatness. The protagonist, laughing, commented that Tion still had much to learn about humility. As they continued walking, Tion mentioned that he thought he had seen the first village in the distance. However, when he looked closer, he was paralyzed with horror. The village was completely destroyed and burned. The soldiers were also terrified, while Runia began praying for the souls of the villagers. With a somber look, the protagonist shook his head, saying that, unfortunately, it was too late for them. In front of them, the entire village was destroyed. The Forest of Death had a total of 5 slash and burn villages. Tion had arrived at the first village, where everything was already in ruins, and there were no signs of life. All the buildings and houses had been burned to the ground, and not a single survivor remained. Worried, they hurried to the second village, only to find the same scene. The third village was also in ruins until, finally, they reached the fourth village. Tion was trembling with rage, saying that this was already the fourth village, and once again, the story repeated itself. The entire place was destroyed. The whole group started searching through the wreckage, but they couldn't find any signs of life anywhere. The protagonist looked around, wondering if there would be no survivors there either. He thought that even if these were slash and burn villages, a group of watchmen should have formed, for from what he was seeing, this was a one-sided massacre. Analyzing everything in these villages, the protagonist thought that this was not the work of mere bandits. In his thoughts, he kept questioning who was truly responsible for all of this. Suddenly, one of the soldiers shouted that he had found a survivor. Tion was shocked and yelled, asking if there really was a survivor. Amidst the wreckage, there were 2 people trembling in fear. One of the guards began to lift the debris, and 2 children were clinging together, completely terrified and shaking. Tion rushed over to them, and one of the soldiers said that apparently these 2 had survived by hiding under the wreckage. Without a second thought, Tion knelt down and extended his hand, saying they were Knights of Cetus, emphasizing that they were there to protect, so the children were now safe. The older boy, with tears in his eyes, asked if the Knights of Cetus were really there to protect them. Frightened, the little girl cried out and ran, hugging Tion. Feeling guilty, Tion apologized to the 2 of them for arriving too late. The boy looked at Tion and said that if they were Knights of Cetus, then they could save his parents too. Tion tried to comfort the boy, apologizing and telling him that his parents had surely gone to a better place. The boy shouted, saying no. He said that the people who attacked the village had taken his parents and the other villagers by force. Crying, he yelled that everyone must still be alive. Tion became even angrier upon hearing these words and asked if everyone had really been taken. After hearing those words from a desperate child, they began walking through the forest during the night. Everyone was silent. Tion was determined to avenge every villager who lived in those villages. As they walked, Aiden was also outraged by it all. He wondered why those responsible had taken all the villagers instead of killing them. He looked at the moon, thinking that they still didn't have enough information, but perhaps in the last village, there would be some clue as to what was really happening. As they walked, some noises emerged. The protagonist heard this and turned, telling Tion that something was there. With red, angry eyes, Tion asked if it could be those bastards, emphasizing that this was perfect because he would annihilate them all right there. However, as soon as he saw it, he was surprised. Some people started attacking them. Lo and the knights were already prepared for battle, but Tian stepped in front and shouted for everyone to stop. Aiden and Runia stopped immediately, though they didn't understand why. Tian smiled, saying that they weren't bandits. He looked at their leader and said it had been a long time since they had seen each other. The leader of these people asked them to lower their weapons. Surprised, the leader asked why Tian was there, and if it was to help them. This man was the chief of the 5th Slash and Burn village. His name was Marcus. The protagonist asked Tian if he knew these people. Tian said that he had been a knight of the order about 10 years ago. He mentioned that he had heard Marcus had retired after a severe injury, but he hadn't expected to find him there. The two approached each other, and Tian remarked that their welcome had been a bit heavy. Marcus apologizes, saying that in recent days, bandits had been appearing around there. He looks closely at Tian and remarks that he's grown quite a bit and is almost unrecognizable. As Marcus spoke, Tian placed his hand on his shoulder and lowered his head, sighing. Tian says he's happy because Marcus is safe and sound. This leaves Marcus startled, and he says that, hearing Tian speak like that, it must mean the other villages have... Sadly, Tian says that the other villages were attacked and completely destroyed. Furthermore, there were hardly any survivors. However, it seems the village Marcus looks after is still intact. Marcus mentions that it's getting late and they should return to the village. When they arrive, it is indeed still standing. However, they are all shocked by what they see. Many people are injured, while others shout, saying there are more patients but not enough healing potions for everyone. Tian asks Marcus if their village was also attacked. He says yes, but they managed to defend themselves since there were many former knights in that village. Marcus adds that among the attackers, there was one who wielded a strange power. He says that a person could revive the dead. Aiden and Tian are infuriated, thinking it's a necromancer. The protagonist now realizes everything makes sense. The reason they could decimate the villages so overwhelmingly, and why they took the villagers instead of killing them. He believes those bastards are clearly using humans as sacrifices for some ritual. In his thoughts, the protagonist says that these scum of chaos are acting just like in the past. They haven't changed a bit, always getting involved in the filthiest things in the world. Still enraged, he thinks that such a massive human sacrifice wouldn't go unnoticed. He should have known about something of this magnitude. Suddenly, he hears something, and turning to the side, sees that one of the wounded has a gash in his belly, while another man is terrified, asking what they should do because the wound wouldn't heal even with potions. The wound was emitting a strange aura. Aiden approaches them and hands over a potion, saying that the wound can't be healed with regular potions. The potion the protagonist gives is a sacred one, and he asks the man to try using it. The man carefully takes the potion, saying it's something very precious, and thanks the protagonist for helping. Aiden turns and says that all those whose wounds are emitting a dark light have been struck by dark magic. He explains that normal potions won't work, so they must use a sacred potion to heal them. The protagonist starts distributing the sacred potions. While doing so, he thinks he's lucky to have stored so many sacred potions in his infinite bag. Underlord comments that he thought the protagonist valued money more than human lives, but he was wrong all along. Aiden angrily replies, telling the demon not to get any wrong ideas because he wouldn't give anything away for free. Once everything is resolved, he'll still charge Tian with interest. He emphasizes that they can't let the Chaos scum get away with this ridiculous plan. Underlord says this is the real Aiden he knows. A man approaches the protagonist, concerned, and asks if he could heal the children too. Aiden says yes, as the sacred potion is very strong, but as soon as he looks at the child, he's shocked. Upon seeing the hands and hair, he realizes something is wrong. The protagonist thinks that the being is entirely covered, so at first glance it appears to be a person, but in reality it's not a person, but an ent. Ents, also known as onodrim by the elves, are humanoid trees whose function is to protect forests and green areas, especially from orcs and other beings that would like to cut down those trees. Meanwhile, near Marcus's village, a group of people was walking. One of them says that everyone in that village is a bunch of losers who were expelled from the city, and yet they still dared to resist. Another man says the old man with the sword is his, and no one else can touch him. The young man calls the warlock and says he can't use his power just yet because they want to see if the warlock can do better this time. The man asks if they weren't supposed to help each other, stressing that they only want to take the village's money and food while the warlock takes the people somewhere. The warlock curses the man, calling him a brute, saying they talk too much and only know how to use force. The warlock emphasizes that all the gang needs to do is take the humans to the designated place. The young man storms off angrily, cursing him. The warlock watches, thinking that once he finishes clearing out that village, he'll have to get rid of those thieves too. He thinks he should already have enough human sacrifices for the research. Inside one of the houses, the ent was sleeping. Suddenly he begins to wake up, asking where he was. Aiden asks if he's already awake. The ant gets scared and starts screaming for help. In a panic, he says that he doesn't taste good and begs the protagonist not to eat him. Aiden tells him to calm down, assuring him that he wouldn't eat him. Underlord calls the protagonist and asks if anyone would believe he wouldn't harm the ant with the expression he was making. With his mouth watering, the protagonist insists that he won't eat the ant. The ant keeps crying in fear, claiming that he's poisonous, and if eaten, the protagonist would have a terrible stomachache. Suddenly, Aiden opens his hand, revealing a bag full of something. The protagonist tells the ant to eat it and calm down. A smell begins to emanate from the bag, making the ant's mouth water. The ant asks if he can really eat it. The protagonist says yes, as he has no use for that bone powder. Without hesitation, the ant takes a handful and starts eating happily, exclaiming how delicious it is. Seeing this, Aiden thinks that ants are truly obsessed with necromancer bone powder. Underlord boasts that he had already mentioned that for ants, necromancer bone powder is such a rare delicacy that they never get tired of it. The little demon gloats, saying he was right. Aiden praises Underlord, admitting that he was indeed right about that. The protagonist asks the ant what he was doing there and why he was injured. The ant asks what happened to the people who escaped with him. Aiden replies that, from what he heard, the person who found the ant said he was discovered alone and injured in the forest. According to the man's account, there was no one else with him. The ant says that can't be true. Aiden asks if he knows what's going on in the forest, emphasizing that if he's honest, the protagonist might be able to help. The ant looks at the protagonist, remembering that his parents taught him never to trust a human. Suddenly, a bell starts ringing, and the guards shout that they are under attack. The protagonist hears this and says that the scum have returned. He looks at the ant and says that if he doesn't want to talk, that's fine, but he should just hide inside. The ant starts crying, thinking that he only wanted to be different from the others. With tears in his eyes, he asks if the protagonist could really help the forest, questioning if he's truly different from other humans. Aiden looks intently at the ant. Meanwhile, the bandits begin their attack, shouting that they must kill everyone and leave no one alive. The knights shout that they must defend the village with their lives if necessary, for they should not fear a gang of bandits. The knight orders the others to move forward and form ranks. From afar, the mage starts casting his magic and remarks that he didn't see those guys the first time. He wonders if they are knights from the territory. However, the mage doesn't care because they would just be more sacrifices to offer. With his magic, the mage commands the dead to rise. The guards are terrified, saying it's their first time facing the undead. Runia starts laughing and steps forward, asking if these are the criminals responsible for the recent crimes. The knights shout at her that it's dangerous. They can handle the bandits, but the undead will be a problem. Tyon arrives and tells the knights they can leave the undead to Runia. One of the knights says there are too many, and she won't be able to deal with them alone. Tyon responds that the knights may not know this, but there's no one more prepared for this situation than Runia. He says she's a priestess with the face of an angel, but a heart full of madness. A warrior of destruction who delivers death in the name of God. That's what the priests of the Order of the Sacred Massacre are. Runia leaps forward and charges at the bandits with a crazed expression, laughing as if relishing the fight. She shouts that death awaits those who have committed wicked deeds. She lands in their midst like a meteor, causing a massive impact that destroys the ground around her. The mage is terrified, shouting, "Who is that monster? Where did she come from?" Runia looks at him smiling and says, "O God of massacre and death, allow your servant to unleash her power in your name." With immense strength, she starts spinning her weapon, hitting everything around her and throwing them away as if they were nothing. Seeing this, the mage screams that the bandits and undead he summoned were being massacred by just one person. He begins using more of his dark magic and commands the curse of death to consume that lunatic. The magic reaches her, but Runia starts attacking even the magic, and suddenly, she disappears from where she was. The mage is scared by this, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, Runia appears above him, filled with bloodlust. The mage turns to look at her, but it was already too late for any reaction. Seconds later, blood splatters everywhere. After the beating that Runia gave to everyone by herself, things calm down. One of the knights approaches Tyon and says they managed to capture all the bandits. He congratulates the knight, saying they did well. Tyon asks about the villagers they captured. The knight replies that they all claimed not to know either. Tyon is outraged by this. The knight adds that the bandits are saying they only took what was valuable and left the villagers in the place the mage ordered. However, now the mage is dead. Tyon becomes infuriated, shouting and asking if that means they won't be able to save the villagers. Suddenly, Aiden arrives, saying he has a way. Tyon turns and asks where he was, as he only showed up now. However, Aiden ignores this and asks what the protagonist meant by having a way to find the villagers. Aiden continues walking seriously, saying he has a way but doesn't explain much. He asserts that they don't have much time and need to hurry. A little earlier, while the fight was happening, the protagonist was inside one of the houses talking to the Ent. Aiden shouted, asking if everything the Ent said was true because he mentioned that the mage captured all the Ents. The Ent replies yes, emphasizing that he was also captured and imprisoned but managed to escape. He says there weren't only Ents there, and he saw several humans who also seemed to have been captured. The protagonist begins reflecting on this, wondering if the humans and Ents were being prepared for a large summoning ritual, or if they planned to turn them all into undead. Aiden becomes completely enraged by this, saying that regardless of the reason, this cannot be forgiven because they dared to lay their hands on his elixir. Underlord is baffled, as, amid everything, the protagonist was furious because they were interfering with his elixir acquisition. After telling this whole story, Tian asks what those damned scum were planning. The protagonist says that from the looks of it, they don't know either. Tian asks what the protagonist's plan is. Aiden says that he heard from someone who escaped from there the exact location of where they are. The protagonist says he intends to take a small look at the area. Tian declares that if that's the case, he wants to be part of it, as everything is happening in his territory, and it's only right that they deal with it. With determination in his eyes, the protagonist says that he won't let that happen because he can't throw such a dangerous task at them, especially since he came to help. That's why he'll go too. Tian is moved by the protagonist's words, saying he hadn't realized how illustrious he was, remarking that he was seeing Aiden in a new light. The protagonist looks at Tian, thinking that he didn't need to cry about it. Still irritated, the protagonist reflects that it wasn't chaos that created this problem. If everything the Ent said is true, then the culprits are. Meanwhile, inside the Forest of Death, within an extinct volcano, a man was walking. He asked another young man how much he had managed to accomplish. The young man said he had finished the base structure, and now just needed to melt the essence of the sacrifices into it and let it absorb until complete. He asked if the group that went to attack the 5th village hadn't returned with the sacrifices yet. The man said that apparently not, but they should be arriving soon. The young man started laughing, saying that was great. He remarked that when they returned, they would be able to complete it in some way. Looking at the gem, he said that once it was ready, their lord would also be one step closer to the goal. The man agreed and asked why else they would be doing this if not to help their lord. In his thoughts, the man asked his lord, Sylvetta, to wait just a little longer, as he, Dares Kleiman, would definitely make his lord the superior duke of the great duchy of Sires. In the middle of the forest, Aiden looked ahead and wondered if the black mages had taken over the entire village, hidden inside that dormant volcano's crater. Underlord said that all of this was surprising, because he hadn't expected the one behind it all to be that Night King again. The protagonist remembered the conversation he had with the Ent, where he said the guy who imprisoned him was named Climbing or Clade. Aiden was shocked by this and shouted, asking if the correct name was Kleiman. The Ent said yes, emphasizing that that guy and the black mages attacked the village, cut down their guardian tree, and imprisoned everyone. The protagonist thought that, along with the Red Knight, Kleiman was one of Sylvetta's 3 hunters, the Black Knight, Dares Kleiman. Aiden thought he needed to confirm if it really was the Black Knight, just as the Ent had said. To do this, he considered taking the Ent with him to help with identification. The protagonist looked at Tian, irritated, thinking that he insisted on coming along because it was a problem of his territory. He looked ahead, slightly alarmed, wondering why she was also there. Some giant spiders were near them, and Runia was laughing again, thrashing everything that moved near her. The two were shocked by all of it. The protagonist thought she only came along because she was bored. Aiden asked Tian if he had really said that Runia would deal with all the black mages and bandits. Tian said yes, emphasizing that she was incredible. The protagonist started analyzing the situation and thought it was all strange, asking the little demon what he thought. Underlord said there was no need to think too hard to realize something was clearly off. They looked at Runia, who kept fighting non-stop, laughing all the while. Underlord said there wasn't a person in the world who wouldn't find that strange. Aiden told him that the priestess was too obedient. She even listened to what they had to say. This left Underlord confused, and he shouted, asking if the protagonist was all right. He asked where on earth that woman was obedient. Aiden said the little demon didn't understand because priests from the Sacred Massacre Order were lunatics who only knew how to surrender to senseless violence. Besides, she was far too powerful to be just a simple priestess. He said that she dealt with all the bandits and black mages who destroyed the 4 villages, all by herself. She even defeated the monsters enhanced by demonic energy with ease. Aiden thought that with this strength, she must be a high-level priestess, or even beyond that. This left him confused, thinking it didn't make sense because she should already be there. The Iron Blood Saint. He thought he needed to keep an eye on the priestess at all costs. Covered in monster blood, Runia turned around, smiling, and told them to keep moving forward. In the crater of the Ent village, inside the extinct volcano, they were looking down from above. The protagonist asked if that was the village. Trembling with rage, the Ent said yes, adding that originally there was supposed to be a fairy tree at the center of the village, but the Ent lowered his head, saddened. The protagonist thought that it was just as he said. The fairy tree was the source of power for the spirits, so they cut it down to nullify the Ent's power, because in black magic, fairies are much more valuable as sacrifices than humans. He wonders what in the world Chaos is trying to achieve with all these humans and Ents. Suddenly, the protagonist is startled to see someone coming out of one of the houses, noticing the sword on their back. Clearly seeing that Kleiman was behind this, he thinks he was worried that the Ent could be wrong, but he says it's a pleasure to meet the damn Black Knight. Tyon gets irritated and prepares to attack, asking if that trash is the mastermind behind all of this. Aiden asks him to calm down a bit. Filled with rage, Tyon looks at the protagonist and asks why he should stay calm, since that trash attacked their territory and took the citizens as sacrifices. He asks if the protagonist wanted him to let that go. Tyon emphasizes that the man doesn't seem very strong. If the three of them attacked together, they could easily finish this. The protagonist asks once again for Tyon to calm down and take a better look around. Aiden says that the Black Knight is not alone. There are several black mages with him. The protagonist highlights that the three of them wouldn't be able to handle all of them at the same time, not to mention that the Black Knight is not a regular opponent. The protagonist thinks he is as skilled as Sylvetta. Aiden believes Kleiman is at the level of a semi-master because he is very skilled. Upon further analysis, the protagonist thinks that Kleiman is above the knights he has faced in this new life. This means that even if the three of them attacked at once, victory wouldn't be guaranteed. And if this fight involved the village's residents, they would suffer huge losses. Aiden starts thinking that there must be some way out of this situation. While he was thinking, Underlord appears in front of him, and the protagonist asks what he was doing. The little demon starts analyzing and says he's been feeling a strange presence since they entered the forest. He says that it's what he's been sensing. The protagonist gets irritated and says the only strange thing he sees is the little demon's butt and tells him to get out of the way quickly. Underlord turns around irritated and shouts, saying that he's trying to help. How could the protagonist say that? The little demon starts making a strange face and says that a mere human like the protagonist can't sense it, but the excellent senses of Underlord caught it immediately. Mocking, the protagonist says, "That's really amazing," and asks what he discovered. Underlord curses the protagonist and starts laughing, telling the protagonist to stay calm after hearing it. He begins to say that under those trees, after saying the name, Aiden is shocked by what he hears and starts getting irritated. He thinks that now he understands. There was something strange there, but now everything is explained. Suddenly, the protagonist remembers and asks what would happen if he used that. He says he thought of a way. Tyon asks if he really has a good way to deal with it. He turns and asks the Ent if he really knows where everything in that forest is. The Ent says yes. The protagonist asks Tyon if he is truly willing to do anything to save the people of his territory. Tyon says yes, emphasizing that, for the sake of his people, he would fight to the death. Suddenly, the protagonist starts laughing like a lunatic and says that now there's no turning back. Tyon is a little scared by this and asks what he's thinking. The protagonist tells Runya to help too, as it's a very fun game. Crazy as always, she starts laughing happily and says she would help. A little later, on the left side of the crater, Tyon was scared because he was running from several spiders. He shouts, asking if the protagonist wanted to kill him. On the right side of the crater, some monsters were running, looking back, terrified, because the crazy woman from the church was chasing them, saying that this was a fun game of tag. She yells at them not to let her catch them, or they would be dead. The Ent asks if the protagonist was trying to create a wave of monsters to scare the black mages. Aiden says he's almost right. The protagonist explains that he plans to use the monsters to wake up the real monster, which will fight all of them, as he's sure that snake must be starving after hundreds of years without eating anything. Beneath everything, a giant monster was starting to wake up. Meanwhile, in the Forest of Death, inside the extinct volcano, the protagonist notices that the Ent is trembling. He asks if the Ent is scared, but the Ent replies that he is not, emphasizing that he feels ashamed and angry because if he were strong like the protagonist and his team, he could help. Aiden begins to grab the Belzebu, which is already emitting a strong energy. He tells the Ent not to worry about anything else, as all those scum will pay for what they did, and much more. The protagonist says they also owe him something. Aiden smiles and says he still doesn't know the Ent's name, asking what it is. The Ent replies that his name is EZ. The protagonist turns and asks if he remembers what was said in the village. EZ starts to recall that the protagonist asked what he would give in exchange for help. A little shocked but determined, EZ clenches his fists and says that if the protagonist can save his village. Suddenly, EZ shouts that he heard that the tears of Ents are worth a lot to humans. He promises that if the protagonist saves his village, he will give as many tears as the protagonist wants. The protagonist switches to his psychopathic mode and smiles, saying the deal is sealed. He tells EZ to only worry about him now, and not about his family. EZ looks confused and asks what he means by that. The Beelzebub starts to laugh and says, "Power of domination, accept the call of our master and summon the ghost Mephisto." Mephisto appears kneeling in front of the protagonist, asking if his lord has called. Aiden watches this, thinking that he still lacks a bit of power to summon Mephisto completely, but that form would be enough. The protagonist tells Mephisto that he has an order. Aiden instructs Mephisto to find a group of venomous lizards in the lower part of the forest and bring them to the crater of the extinct volcano in the center of the forest. Mephisto bows, showing respect, and says he will do as his master commands. With that, he flies away. Aiden watches and smiles, thinking how nice it is to have a high-level god obeying his every desire with the power of domination. He thinks he needs to get stronger as quickly as possible so he can unlock all of Mephisto's power. The protagonist turns and says they also need to run. EZ asks where they have to run. Aiden smiles and asks how EZ doesn't know where, emphasizing that he has a promise to fulfill. The protagonist states that it's time to save the entire village and his family. Meanwhile, inside the crater, Kleiman was standing there looking around. Kleiman wonders why he hasn't received a response from the people who went to attack the village. For a moment, he questions whether they could have died, but dismisses the idea since there is no one in that village capable of doing that. While he thinks about this, he notices that the water is moving. Kleiman finds this very strange, saying there shouldn't be ripples in still water. Suddenly, the entire nearby forest begins to tremble and make noise. He grabs his sword, thinking something is coming in his direction. Sweaty and exhausted, Tyon was running like crazy. Kleiman notices him and asks if it could be a group of bandits. Tyon is very irritated by this idea, with several monsters behind him, even though they are noticed. Kleiman shouts that a wave of monsters is coming, and that they need to protect the lab. While running, Tyon yells that he will kill Aiden after they finish this. Kleiman is a bit scared by the number, but says they will still be able to handle them all. However, he notices there is something more. Looking back, he sees more monsters running from the church demon named Runia. Kleiman asks what the venomous lizards are doing there, as they live in the middle of the forest. Suddenly, he hears more noise and shouts, asking what it could be now. More venomous lizards are running in fear, while Mephisto laughs and shouts that he will kill everyone. All the monsters start running toward the village. Kleiman notices this and shouts for his team to stop all of them. The knights begin to exit, saying they need to help stop the wave of monsters. As they were leaving, the protagonist was just watching, hidden. Once everyone was out, the protagonist said it was time for them to enter. They quietly opened the door, and EZ said they were there. Several Ents were sitting, crying and dejected. Seeing this, EZ ran to the bars and shouted, calling everyone. They began to cheer up, seeing that EZ was there to save them. Smiling, EZ said he promised he would come back to save them all. Suddenly, he looked closer and asked why only they were there. Where were the others? One of the Ents spoke up, saying they were the only ones left, as the others were taken after the humans said they would use them as sacrifices. EZ lowered his head, saying he had arrived too late. Aiden touched his shoulder, saying it wasn't his fault. It just proved how much those men were scum. The protagonist asked him to step back a little, and also told the other Ents to move away from the bars. He grabbed the Beelzebub and completely destroyed the bars. The Ents were frightened by such strength. Aiden looked at them and said he knew they were confused, but he wanted to ask one thing. He asked if they knew where the others had been taken. The protagonist thought that if he went there, he might discover what Kleiman was plotting. Meanwhile, outside, chaos was unfolding. The mages and knights were fighting against the monsters. The battle was so intense that monster blood was flying everywhere. A good amount of this blood was falling into the still water and going straight to the sleeping monster. The monster sensed the smell of blood in the water and finally woke from its slumber, thinking it was endlessly hungry. The monster began to rise, and everything started to tremble. Kleiman shouted, asking what it could be now. The water that had previously been still was now moving back and forth with great force. The protagonist felt everything shake and said that he had finally awakened, the king of serpents, called Basilisk. The giant monster emerged from the water with a loud noise, leaving all the men there terrified by it. Kleiman couldn't believe what he was seeing in front of him. Earlier, the protagonist was talking with the little demon, asking if the basilisk really lived there. Underlord said that the poisonous and heavy energy belonged to him, the king of serpents, Basilisk. The little demon emphasized that the basilisk had such a potent venom that even a mere graze would deal critical damage to a swordmaster. Underlord explained that the basilisk must be sleeping there, isolated due to its weakened life force. The little demon added that he believed the forest of death was also created because of the poison the basilisk exhaled hundreds of years ago. The protagonist found this strange, as basilisks usually reside in the southern part of forests, on the opposite side of where they were. Aiden said that the basilisk should be in a warm place, so why was it there? Underlord became irritated, saying that if he knew such things, he wouldn't still be trapped in the body of a weak human like the protagonist. The little demon mentioned that what he did know was that the basilisk must have been starving for hundreds of years, so it was likely famished. Returning to the present, the King of Serpents emerged from the depths, leaving Kleiman shocked, wondering how, of all possibilities, a basilisk could be there. Even though he was scared, Kleiman shouted that they wouldn't give up, as he wouldn't let anyone interfere with his lord's plans. He gathered all his strength and charged toward the basilisk's attack. While chaos unfolded outside, one of the mages was focused on his work. He thought that a wave of monsters was even better for what he wanted to do. Smiling, he considered that by using the monsters and humans who would die in the wave, he could complete the jewel faster than he had anticipated. That way, that person would recognize him. Suddenly, he heard a voice asking what that was. The protagonist placed his hand on the mage's head and said that it didn't look like an ordinary jewel. The mage, not understanding what had happened, shouted, asking who the protagonist was. But before he could finish the sentence, Aiden slammed his head onto the table with great force. With the mage unconscious on the table, the protagonist remembered that EZ had mentioned hearing a human say they were using the Ents to create a kind of jewel. Aiden looked at the table and wondered if that was the jewel EZ had talked about. He reached out to pick it up, asking what it was. As soon as he touched the jewel, he began to feel something strange. The protagonist panicked and shouted, asking what was happening. A screen appeared saying, "You have satisfied the condition for the hidden piece. Incomplete jewel absorbed by the user." The protagonist grew even more alarmed and screamed, asking what was going on, as that disgusting jewel had just been absorbed into his body. He cursed the mage, asking what he had done. Suddenly he stopped shouting and realized he didn't feel anything different. This made him even more confused, wondering what the jewel was. Aiden looked at his hand, thinking that when the jewel was absorbed, the system had said it was incomplete. In his thoughts, he admitted that he didn't know what it was or how to remove it from inside him. He turned, whistling, and thought he would just consider it another burden to carry. The little demon became irritated, asking if the protagonist was calling him a burden. Aiden replied that he had never said the demon was a burden, and asked if they should go back and finish everything once and for all. However, Underlord was still mad at him, shouting and demanding he respond properly. Outside, the serpent was attacking everyone, easily defeating a large number of them. Kleiman was also in trouble, trembling. He said he couldn't move due to the venom. He muttered that his lord would have killed that snake with just one strike. After eliminating many, the basilisk looked at Kleiman, who thought he was done for. The two stared at each other, and Kleiman thought that if he could just copy his lord's abilities once. Suddenly his sword began to emit a red aura, and he started to scream, releasing as much power as he could. With an extremely strong and fast strike, he hit the serpent, managing to defeat it. Tired and injured from the poison, he says he finally managed it, and wonders if he's closer to using his sword like his lord does. He thinks that this means, suddenly, he hears, "Congratulations on becoming a swordmaster, Black Knight, and also goodbye." He turned startled, thinking he'd never heard that voice before. But it was too late. The sword pierces him, and blood gushes out. Aiden tells Kleiman to wait in hell, as soon enough he would send his lord to pay a visit. Almost dead, Kleiman turns and asks how the protagonist dares to do this. He asks who the protagonist is. Aiden, with hatred in his heart, says that he is someone Kleiman's lord once called a companion. Without hesitation, the protagonist orders Beelzebub to devour the Black Knight. The sword begins to devour all of Kleiman's body as he screams in pain. As he dies, Kleiman says he needs to warn his lord because he had finally been able to help him. Beelzebub completely devours him, leaving only his sword fallen on the ground. The protagonist comments that Kleiman was more concerned about his lord than about himself before dying. He says Sylvetta had a great servant. Aiden walks toward the basilisk, saying he didn't expect Kleiman to defeat it. However, that was expected from one of Sylvetta's hunting dogs. The protagonist says he was planning to kill the Black Knight first, and then the basilisk. However, either way, it ended up the same, so he doesn't care. The little demon calls the protagonist and asks why he was inside the basilisk's mouth. Greed takes over the protagonist as usual, and he says that since he's already there, he needs to take everything he can. After all, basilisks have many valuable items. He mentions that he can use the fangs for weapons and the skin, and hide for armor. Aiden takes some venom and says that's the most important part, as the venom is so strong that by using it as a poisonous herb, they can make the body immune to all poisons in the world. After taking everything he could, he comments that they should find the Ents. Underlord stares at the basilisk and calls the protagonist. Aiden turns and asks what he wants. The little demon tells the protagonist to look at the roof of the snake's mouth, because there was something there that an inferior snake like that shouldn't have. The protagonist asks what gives the demon the right to call the basilisk inferior. They start looking, and the protagonist notices something shining there. He asks if that is a demonic spirit stone. He goes there and picks up the stone, thinking that a demonic spirit stone, in short, is a stone that acts as a container holding dark magic energy. He says that now it makes sense why the monsters in the forest are so strong. However, he still can't understand why that was in the basilisk's mouth. The energy from the stone starts to enter the protagonist's infinite bag. He notices that his bag suddenly starts to vibrate, and a necklace comes out of it, surprising the protagonist. He thinks that pendant was the gift his master left for him in the necromancer's dungeon. The spirit stone also starts to tremble, and he wonders if it's reacting to the pendant. Suddenly, the stone slips from his hand and starts to fly, attaching itself to his pendant. Aiden grabs his necklace, confused, and asks if that had been part of the pendant all along. Another system screen appears for him saying, Barak pendant? Increases affinity with magical attributes and dark attributes. The full powers of the pendant have not been activated. It is a soul-bound item, cannot change owners until the current owner dies. Aiden is shocked by this. He thinks that increasing affinity with magical and dark attributes means that item is 100% an exclusive artifact for a dark mage. Furthermore, it is a soul-bound item. Suddenly, he realizes what's happening and throws the pendant away, screaming and asking why it was connecting to his soul without permission. However, the item starts to disappear and reappear around his neck. Aiden becomes irritated, asking why all these items ignore their owner's wills. While the protagonist is arguing with the necklace, a hat appears. Rabbit suddenly shows up, congratulating the protagonist for completing the dungeon. He introduces himself, but the protagonist looks at him with anger. Rabbits becomes frightened upon seeing who was in front of him. The protagonist asks Rabbits which dungeon he completed. Rabbits tries to play it off, saying he made a mistake. Aiden, losing patience, starts shouting, asking where the core is because he's going to destroy it right then and there. Rabbit starts crying, begging him to calm down. From afar, an owl was watching everything. She notices the pendant. Rabbits is indignant, thinking he couldn't believe that human had caught him once again. Aiden asks if he was saying that the entire Forest of Death was a dungeon. The rabbit confirms. The protagonist recalls having heard that when the energy of a powerful monster influences its surroundings for a long time, it can turn the area into a dungeon. Apparently that's what happened here. Aiden smiles and says he almost forgot. He begins cracking his fingers and laughing strangely, asking Rabbits if he mentioned the village of the Ents, fully aware of how dangerous the place was. The protagonist questions how Rabbits had the audacity to try to mess with a sacred client. The rabbit, frightened, wonders how Aiden discovered this. He tries to explain, saying it was a misunderstanding and not his intention. The protagonist turns his face away, saying that perhaps it would be better to report to the hat merchant that one of the spirit merchants tried to trick his clients. Rabbits kneels, asking how the protagonist knew about the hat merchant. Aiden looks at him with a crazed expression and asks the little rabbit if he wanted to find out whether the hat merchant would allow him to keep his rank as an elemental merchant. Rabbits bows deeply, admitting he had committed an unforgivable sin by mocking the esteemed client. He emphasizes his deep regret and vows to do whatever it takes to make amends. Aiden says it's fine and that he'll forgive him this time, but there's a small condition. Rabbits, bracing for the worst, asks what it is. Aiden starts acting crazy again, demanding the rabbit sign an exclusivity contract with him. Only then would he forgive. Rabbits can't believe what he's hearing. A spirit merchant can form an exclusive contract with only one person in their entire life. It then becomes mandatory for the client to sell all their dungeon finds exclusively to their spirit merchant. In return, the merchant is prohibited from revealing any information about their client and must fulfill all their demands. Since an exclusive contract is based on mutual trust, spirit merchants must be extremely cautious about the client they choose for such an agreement. Rabbits is furious, wondering if Aiden really thought he'd form such an important contract with a thief. He muses that giving away a kidney would be easier. He glances at the protagonist's face, which is downright terrifying, imagining that with Aiden's personality, he'd probably take the kidney just to eat it. A while later, the protagonist is strolling and humming. Underlord remarks that Aiden is too cheerful. It's suspicious. Aiden thinks it's obvious he's happy. He's still wondering how that cursed rabbit had the audacity to send him to a place like this. And now that they've sealed the contract, he plans to torment rabbits for the rest of his life until he turns to dust. Suddenly, someone shouts his name. When he looks, Tyon is running toward him with impressive fury. The protagonist thinks he's truly pissed off. As Tyon gets closer, Aiden smiles, saying they did a great job and asks him to calm down. The demon asks if the protagonist would stay calm after being thrown into a place infested with monsters. Tyon places a hand on Aiden's shoulder. The protagonist agrees with Underlord, bracing himself for the worst. However, Tyon thanks the protagonist, leaving him confused. He explains that if it weren't for Aiden's bizarre and cruel plan, it wouldn't have been possible to save his people. Tyon mentions that he could have even asked for the knights if necessary. Aiden is still lost in thought, but not because of how Tyon described his plan. Then, Tyon hands him something. Aiden asks what it is. Tyon explains it's a family promise token. It symbolizes that if ever needed, the Saduz family's strength would be at Aiden's disposal. Aiden holds the token, impressed, thinking that with it, he could control Tyon and the Duke however he pleased. He can't believe Tyon handed him something so valuable as if it were nothing. Still looking at the token, he asks if it's really okay to give him something like this, unsure if Duke Saduz would be happy about it. Tyon replies that it doesn't matter because the protagonist was the savior of their family. Aiden smiles and says Tyon is quite bold. Then, the protagonist asks what he plans to do with those people. Tyon looks at the Ents and says, unfortunately, they aren't his people, so he can't do anything about them, emphasizing that the protagonist is free to handle them as he wishes. Tyon adds that, now that he thinks about it, the boy following the protagonist is also an Ent. Aiden feels embarrassed, realizing Tyon knew. Tyon points out that they were together the whole time, so of course he noticed. The protagonist agrees and says he'll take care of it. He approaches the Ents, who are silently staring at the cut-down tree, and asks Easy if he's okay, questioning why they're all just standing there. With his head down, Easy responds that they're protecting what's left of the fairy tree. He explains that the fairy tree is a sacred entity, grown from a branch of the world tree planted by their ancestors in their homeland, carrying the very essence of the Ents' history. Easy continues, saying that beyond all that, the tree is their guardian, the protector of the village, and a friend they grew up with. Touching the tree, he says they want to spend the last moments with a friend who's been with them forever. Aiden is moved, thinking about a friendship that lasted until the very end. At least the fairy tree had better friends than he ever did. He also touches the tree, realizing he never thought he'd feel jealous of a tree. As he touches it, he hears a voice saying, "Help me." He's startled and confused, wondering if the tree just spoke and if it has consciousness. He asks what kind of help it needs, suggesting it might be better to ask the Ents for assistance. The tree responds that the protagonist is the only one who can hear her. She explains that she can only speak to him because of the sad fairy sleeping in his left hand. Aiden looks at his hand and sees his shield glowing, wondering if the tree is referring to the Banshee's shield. He remembers that the Banshee is also a spirit. The tree begins to speak again, saying that soon she will fall asleep, like all other beings who live and breathe. However, she doesn't want to leave her friends behind with a heavy heart. She pleads with him to help her friends. The protagonist becomes serious, saying he's a mercenary and doesn't do anything that doesn't benefit him. However, glancing to the side, he recalls that he came here because he was hired, and another fairy, before the tree, asked him to save the village. He tells the tree not to worry, that she can rest in peace. The tree thanks him and begins to dissolve. Before disappearing completely, the tree says, "May the savior of the fairies always be blessed." Suddenly, energy begins coursing through his body. All the Ents are shocked. One of them exclaims that the fairy tree blessed a human, meaning Easy shouts, seeing what's happening. The protagonist extends his hand, and the energy begins to concentrate there. Suddenly, it solidifies, and he asks what it is in his hand. Easy approaches and explains that it's the seed of the fairy tree. With it, they can grow the fairy tree again and recover their powers. Aiden is surprised, thinking they just keep leaving these kinds of things lying around. He glances to the side and asks what all the looks they're giving him mean. Easy, enchanted, says that whoever receives the blessing of the fairy tree becomes the chief of the NT tribe. The protagonist is shocked by this revelation. The Ents begin to hail him. He gets angry, thinking the fairy tree can't just throw responsibilities at him like this and expect him to figure it out. He decides this should be worth double the contract he made with EZ. The energy from the tree continues to rise, and the protagonist keeps calling for it, demanding it return, and give him something that would make all his work worthwhile. Inside him, the Underlord remarks that perhaps he might be the right person to carry the will of its pendant. A few days later, in the Duchy of Remez, the protagonist's father is surprised by what he sees, and says it's great to see his son safe and sound. However, since his return, even more people had come to the house. All the Ents were there with him. Aiden starts laughing and says he never expected things to end this way. He was tricked. He thinks that cursed tree deceived him, forcing him to become the chief of their tribe. And that's how the entire NT village ended up moving to Remez territory. Though he claims to have been tricked, acquiring a limitless supply of NT tears in his territory is like winning the lottery. He pauses, thinking, and wonders where that giant dog came from. Ellis is riding a dog, chasing EZ, who is running desperately, begging for help. Ellis is happily shouting at the dog to run faster. Fried comments that the hunting dog seems to be getting bigger every day. The protagonist asks what his father means. He explains that a few months ago, a hunting dog began attracting attention. It followed commands well and ate anything given to it, so they gave it all the food it wanted. The dog appeared to obey St. Ellis faithfully. Left to roam free for a while, it grew to that size. The protagonist watches the scene and wonders how a hunting dog could grow so enormous. Underlord appears and suggests that the protagonist might be the reason behind it. Aiden becomes even more confused. The little demon explains that when Aiden attacked the goblin village to save his brother in the past, he gave a hunting dog a potion to awaken its sense of smell, and that dog is the very same one. With its heightened sense of smell, the dog likely detected and consumed many herbs, which activated its mana, causing it to grow to this size. The protagonist recalls this now but still finds it disturbing. Meanwhile, EZ keeps running and screaming for help. After all this, the protagonist heads to his room and throws himself on the bed. Relaxed, he wonders how long it's been since he was home. Nothing beats his own bed. But he quickly gets up, thinking he can't rest like this since there's still much to do. The demon asks what he means. Aiden grabs his bag and takes out the basilisk venom he had collected. He declares that he's going to drink it to create a body immune to all poisons. Underlord looks at him and says it sometimes seems like the protagonist has a death wish. Aiden reassures him, explaining that he's been eating poisonous herbs to build up immunity. Now, he just needs this to finish the process. He drinks the venom, thinking that with things like this, all he needs to do is hold his breath and down it. Suddenly, someone opens the door. Carl walks in, saying the protagonist has a visitor. He stares at his brother, asking what he's drinking, as he's never seen that potion before and the color looks suspicious. After finishing the venom, the protagonist tells him it's basilisk venom. The two stare at each other for a moment before Carl runs over, grabs Aiden's face, and starts shouting that no matter how hard life gets, he can't give up like this, ordering him to spit it out. The protagonist tries to explain that he won't die and demands Carl let go, but he starts turning green, realizing the poisonous energy is kicking in. Carl panics, yelling that his face is already full of venomous energy and continues urging him to vomit it out. The system suddenly announces, "The basilisk venom is adapting to your body. You are becoming immune to all poisons." Nearly throwing up, the protagonist thinks it worked. He finally succeeded. Another person enters the room. Still yelling at his brother, Aiden insists he won't spit out the venom. A woman watching the scene comments that it's a beautiful display of brotherly love. That woman is Niseta Florence. After some time, the two sit down for tea, and the protagonist asks what brought her to visit so suddenly. She places her cup on the table and says she came to formally welcome Lord Aiden. He asks if she really traveled all that way just for that. Suddenly, he notices she called him Lord Aiden. He questions whether he heard wrong, because in his past life she couldn't wait to kill him. There's no way she'd be so polite to him now. He's still doubtful, wondering why she's acting like this out of nowhere, or if this welcome is actually a prelude to his execution. Niseta stands up and the protagonist panics, shouting at her to calm down and apologizing profusely, saying he doesn't know what he did wrong, but he's sorry nonetheless. However, she bows and formally introduces herself. She says her name is Niseta Florence. Aiden is utterly baffled by what's happening. She explains that she is the head of the black magic force, Florence's Fire, and the leader of the information guild, White Moon. She is also the last of the Florence family bloodline. Niseta continues, saying that this unique being who walks the path of darkness salutes the Lord of the Underworld. The protagonist is shocked and asks what she's talking about, wondering if she's referring to the Underlord. Niseta says she's already seen everything, and that he no longer needs to hide. Aiden keeps asking what she means, and what exactly she saw. She reveals that during the sacred church fire, when Mephisto was invaded, he was called the Lord of the Underworld. She saw it with her own eyes. Aiden starts sweating nervously, realizing what she's referring to. Niseta points to the pendant. The protagonist asks what's wrong with it. She explains that it's not just a decoration, it's called Barak, and is the lost treasure of the Florence royal family, a divine relic that only reacts to someone with Florence blood in their veins. Without Florence blood, it wouldn't work. Aiden stares at the pendant, piecing it together. The Florence family of dark sorcerers are descendants of the Lord of the Underworld, and the pendant belongs to him because the Underlord is the Lord of the Underworld. He gets annoyed, cursing the demon, and says he should have mentioned this earlier. The demon retorts that the protagonist never asked. Niseta recalls the first time she met the protagonist and felt his demonic energy. She can't believe she failed to recognize this great man and was even rude to him. She tells him she doesn't know why such a mighty being descended to the middle realm in that form, but trusts he must have a great reason. Niseta bows deeply again, pledging that under the orders of the great master Underlord, the king of the underworld, she, Niseta Florence will follow the Lord's will no matter what it is. Aiden grows worried because she completely misunderstood the situation, though there's some truth to it. However, he thinks that if he can use Niseta as a servant, he could also use the White Moon Guild however he likes. He begins to laugh, realizing he can't let this opportunity slip away. Aiden sits back and says she truly has a keen eye, emphasizing that it's a pleasure to meet one of his descendants. The protagonist continues, claiming she's correct. He is indeed the Lord of the Underworld. Time passes, and night falls. The Underlord starts shouting angrily, asking how the protagonist dared to do such a ridiculous imitation of him. He insists that Aiden should embody elegance and excellence befitting the title of Lord of the Underworld. The demon continues yelling, asking if the protagonist is even listening, but Aiden is lost in thought. There's so much he didn't know about the Florence family in his past life, and now this pendant? Although it wasn't part of his plans, if he uses the White Moon Guild's intelligence network, he can easily track the movements and activities of traitors. Still, he finds the situation strange. The hero who once defeated the Lord of the Underworld in his past life is now pretending to be that very Lord in his current life. Meanwhile, Underlord was cursing the lazy protagonist for ignoring him. The next day, in the forest within the Remez family's territory near the monstrous mountain, the Ents were building their new village. The protagonist goes to visit them. Easy runs up to him, smiling, and says everyone is loving the flowers the leader picked for them. Startled by his sudden arrival, the protagonist says it's great that they're enjoying them. He thinks he just gave them a patch of unused land, but if they're happy, that's fine. Looking up, he remarks that he didn't expect the fairy tree to be so different from other trees. Even though it grows faster, it's still just a tree, yet it's become enormous in only 2 days. The protagonist asks if that's not a bit too fast. Easy explains it's all thanks to St. Ellis. Surprised, Aiden asks if he's serious. Easy confirms, saying that yesterday, the saint channeled sacred power into the fairy tree sapling. She knelt down and asked the little plant to grow, and now the tree is this big. The protagonist stares at the tree, thinking that Ellis's sacred power caused it to grow this much. It seems her sacred power is far stronger than he imagined. Easy calls him over, saying the tribe's vice leader has finished everything Aiden requested, so he should go see him. When the protagonist arrives at Ehad's house, the tribe's vice leader, there's an egg and a book on the table. Placing his hand on the egg, he notes that according to Ehad's analysis, this egg he brought back belongs to a spiritual creature. Ehad confirms, saying he can clearly sense the spirit energy emanating from the egg. Aiden recalls asking them about it because he thought the egg, obtained from the order, might belong to a fairy species. Instead, it turned out to be a spiritual creature, so rare that even combining his past life and current one, it's the first time he's seen one. Ehad explains that such eggs usually grow by absorbing energy from their surroundings, but this one seems dormant, preventing any energy from interacting with it. The protagonist asks if that means the egg can't hatch. Ehad clarifies that if they channel dense energy, like aura or sacred power, it will start growing again. However, he warns against carelessly imbuing energy, as the type of energy absorbed will shape the creature's form and nature. He elaborates that if the egg belongs to a dragon-type spiritual creature and absorbs water energy, it will become a water dragon. If it absorbs fire energy, it will become a fire dragon. Additionally, spiritual creatures view the person whose energy they absorb as their home. So, if the protagonist continues supplying energy to the egg, it will be easier to tame the creature. Aiden reflects that this means he can influence the creature's attributes and later dominate it. Ehad picks up the book and explains that he's translated everything. Aiden thanks him and asks if he could read it. Ehad explains that the text uses ancient characters from the fairy species. The book appears to be part of a mana cultivation technique used by humans who possess mana. The protagonist feels a bit disappointed, having expected something rarer. Ehad admits he doesn't know much about the topic, so he can't provide further details. Aiden collects the items and leaves the cabin, thanking Ehad for his help, and promises to bring him some necromancer powder once he gets some. Ehad is thrilled and thanks his leader profusely. Later, back in his room, the protagonist lies on his bed reading the book. However, he's struggling, wondering what Dantian and QI mean. He suspects the book's author was from another continent and that the book might be Eastern in origin. Aiden recalls hearing that the Order of the Sacred Massacre originated from another continent, so it makes sense. Underlord glances at him and asks why he's reading that, pointing out that the protagonist already has a mana cultivation technique. Aiden says he's just curious since it's a technique from a different continent. However, he thinks the little demon is right. The book holds no real value for him. Irritated, the protagonist gets up, feeling there's no point in reading it. But then he notices something that catches his attention. The Underlord asks if something is wrong. Aiden tells him to be quiet for a moment. The protagonist keeps focusing on the book, realizing that there were many unfamiliar terms he couldn't understand at first. But as he continues reading, things start to make sense. He notices that this cultivation technique is similar to the one his former master, the King of Mercenaries, had taught him, specifically the one he uses now. Aiden is shocked to realize it's not just similar, it's the advanced version of his technique. He thinks this could compensate for the weaker aspects of his current method. Curiosity takes hold, and he wonders who wrote it. Then he starts laughing, thinking it doesn't really matter who the author is. What matters is that he now has a way to grow even stronger. He runs to his private training hall and begins to concentrate. Aiden recalls that the QI mentioned in the book refers to mana, and that the Dantian is the core, which is where they advise starting. An aura begins to swirl around him, and the glow intensifies. Energy spreads through the room. After a while, the brightness fades, and smoke starts to dissipate. The protagonist is drenched in sweat. The Underlord appears in front of him, asking if he's dead. Aiden, breathing heavily, says it's incredible, far beyond his expectations. The system pops up and announces, "You have acquired a new mana cultivation technique. While reducing mana loss, the efficiency and absorption rate of utilized mana have drastically improved." Mana continues to circulate around him, and Aiden looks at his body in disbelief, saying he can't believe such a delicate flow of mana is even possible. Now he can perfectly feel how his mana moves. Looking forward, he's startled, wondering why he has the faint impression that the Underlord has grown bigger. Aiden starts to think back, and remembers that the little demon was much smaller just a short while ago. He questions why the curse has gotten so large, thinking that the demon is becoming grotesque. The Underlord, irritated, yells that he can hear Aiden's thoughts. Examining himself, the demon says that the protagonist is probably the reason for his growth. The stronger Aiden becomes, the closer he gets to the Underlord's original power, and thus the demon is reverting to his original form. The protagonist curses the demon, calling him a parasite, and pointing out that he's doing all the hard work while the Underlord reaps the benefits. The demon yells back, arguing that without him, Aiden would be floating dead in some void. The two bicker for a while before things calm down. Aiden returns to his room and continues reading the book. He reflects on how unbelievable it is that he managed to learn the advanced version of his old master's mana cultivation technique. He considers himself incredibly lucky. On second thought, though, he wonders if it's fate. After all, the book made no sense before, but now he can understand most of it. One passage reads, "You who hear the world's lamentations, yes, you who sense the world's hatred, consume the cries of sorrow and release them with the unshakable sword. Then the flames of the dark heavens shall bloom." Still deeply focused, Aiden feels that once he understands this part, he'll be able to reach the next stage. Meanwhile, in a slum of the Immortalia Empire, Gustav walks alone, seething with frustration at the fools from the Tower of Magic who dismissed his idea of combining magic with technology as ridiculous and foolish. Determined, Gustav presses on, saying that once his work is complete, everyone will have to acknowledge him. But suddenly, a loud noise erupts, followed by nothing but screams. Gustav is beside himself with frustration, shouting that he was so close to finishing, that he just needed a little more time to show everyone what magical engineering truly is. He kicks a can in anger, asking how those bastards from the Tower of Magic dared to expel him and scorn all his hard work. Gustav yells that he'll get revenge on everyone from that cursed tower, but first, he needs money and someone to support him. Suddenly, Gustav remembers that during a previous event, Aiden had said magical engineering seemed interesting, emphasizing that he'd never seen such a useful and excellent discipline. Gustav begins to tremble, saying that the protagonist clearly recognized the brilliance of his research, so maybe Aiden will support it. Determined, Gustav declares that he'll find the protagonist and starts smiling, saying the name of the person he's looking for is Aiden Remez. Meanwhile, at the Remez Knights training grounds, Love is practicing his sword strikes. Exhausted, he recalls the last mission when the protagonist told him to stay behind because he'd just get in the way. Even though he's tired, his hands tremble as he remembers the promise he made to protect Aiden with everything he had, yet he feels like nothing more than a burden instead of a guard. He considers himself too weak to protect the protagonist now. Though he knows he can't become as strong as Aiden, he needs to be strong enough to at least not hinder him. Elsewhere, in the protagonist's office, Aiden is sitting with Joseph. He asks if Joseph is seriously suggesting that Ellis should embark on a pilgrimage. Joseph affirms this, explaining that it's a cardinal law of the Church of the Sacred Fire. He details that those who become saints through the awakening ceremony must undertake a pilgrimage across the continent in the same year, as every saint of the church has done so without exception. It seems Ellis will have to do the same. However, there's a concern since Ellis is much younger than other saints were when they undertook their pilgrimages. Lowering his gaze, Joseph admits he's worried about sending her, given her age. The protagonist asks if the pilgrimage could be postponed until she officially becomes a saint. Joseph explains that he posed that question to the church, and they said it would be up to the saints to decide. But when he brought the matter to Ellis, she became excited, and insisted she would go on the pilgrimage. He tried to reason with her, pointing out that traveling across the continent could expose her to unimaginable dangers. But Ellis, confident, said it would be fine because other saints had done it, and breaking the cardinal law would only cause problems for Joseph. She emphasized that she wouldn't refuse just because it's dangerous. Joseph concludes that Ellis has firmly decided to go. However, Archbishop Kirtle set a condition. The protagonist asks what it is. Joseph explains that the strongest member of the Remez family, who is currently the saint's guardian, must accompany her as a protector alongside representatives of the order. Aiden is stunned and asks if that means. Underlord interjects, saying, "That person is you." Aiden recalls Kirtle saying he would rely on him. Irritated, he realizes the Archbishop is using him in this way. Joseph says everything has already been arranged, but reassures Aiden that if he wants to refuse, they'll find another solution. The protagonist thinks for a moment, then smiles and says it's fine. He'll accept. The demon questions if Aiden is truly okay with this, considering how much he already has to do. Aiden tells him it's actually a good thing, as it gives him a reason to move freely across the continent, which he was planning to do anyway. The protagonist thinks to himself that it's finally time for revenge. His first target, that damned Night King, Sylvetta. Underlord gets excited and asks if the protagonist is finally going to take the initiative. However, he becomes confused and questions if Aiden has a specific reason to deal with the Night King before the other traitors. Aiden starts thinking and says that, since it's like that, for the second prince of the Empire to become the head of the Tower of Ouroboros and the Tower of Alchemists, Calcis must be learning alchemy. Shora, being the youngest archmage, must be a monster strong enough to be called a genius. And Spica is probably under the protection of the Divine Horned Cult, just like Ellis, the next saint. Underlord looks a bit disappointed and asks if the protagonist means the Night King is the easiest target. The protagonist tells him to just follow the script. He says that, even so, Sylvetta didn't receive the title of Night King easily. Even though the protagonist has grown stronger with the newly learned mana cultivation technique, he still needs to prepare more thoroughly before starting the true revenge. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door. Philip interrupts and asks if he could talk for a second. The protagonist gets startled and asks what happened. Philip says a beggar came asking to meet him. The butler highlights that the man is causing a commotion, claiming he used to be the chief mage of the magical tower of the Anguis Nation, adding that the protagonist would know him if he remembered meeting him for the first time at the prince's birthday banquet. Aiden starts to think a bit and remembers the man's name is Gustav. The mage begins eating desperately. The protagonist tells him to eat as much as he wants. Gustav apologizes, saying his appearance is unpleasant. Aiden thinks that he indeed looked much more presentable when they first met. However, it seems like he has been through a lot. Gustav removes his hood, saying he knows the young master understands the sadness and loneliness of a genius. The protagonist lowers his head and starts trembling. The mage sees this and says he expected nothing less from Duke Remez's son. He knew Aiden would understand his reasons. However, the protagonist was almost dying of laughter, thinking Gustav's appearance was too strange. He takes a deep breath, thinking he can't laugh in such a situation. But as soon as Aiden looks at Gustav, he quickly turns away, thinking he might not be able to hold in the laughter. The mage believes it's certain the young master will understand his motives and feelings, saying it was a good choice to come to him. Gustav explains that his research on magical engineering is almost complete, but he needs some support to continue the experiments. He asks the protagonist for help with 1,000 gold coins, promising that he could commercialize his research and make Aiden rich. The young master looks at him and asks if he's serious about requesting 1,000 gold coins. Gustav begins trembling, saying perhaps 500 coins might suffice, but wondering if that's still too much. He keeps trembling, thinking he already knew this would happen. Who would lend money to a lunatic expelled from the magical tower? Gustav starts questioning whether his magical engineering will never be recognized, and if everything will end like this. Suddenly, Aiden says he'll give 50,000 gold coins. This leaves the mage speechless. The young master stands up, saying that merely 1,000 coins wouldn't be enough for research expenses, and if 50,000 isn't sufficient either, he'll provide more. Gustav, still in disbelief, asks if the protagonist is really going to support his research. Aiden says there's one condition. The mage asks what it is, already expecting the protagonist to demand he become a slave to the Remez family. The young master explains that people from the magical tower are always as proud as knights, and that's why he despises them. However, he says he wants to see their expressions one more time. The protagonist smiles and looks at Gustav, asking him to show the defeated faces of the magical tower members with the research results, because he wants them to regret being so narrow-minded and ignorant. Gustav becomes even more shocked and asks if that's really all. Aiden emphasizes that yes, and says that if the mage agrees to this, in addition to receiving the funding, he will also be granted the title of Baron and have the Hyde territory, which was taken from him by the magical tower, returned. Gustav is so surprised that he asks if the protagonist is really saying that, in addition to financing the entire research, he will accept him as a vassal of the Remez family. The mage questions why the young master is going so far for him. The protagonist smiles, saying that it's just his intuition, as he feels that Gustav might really be capable of creating something incredible. Gustav begins to cry, thinking that this is the first time he's heard someone knowledgeable about magical engineering, and also the first time someone believes in him and doesn't say he's wrong. With tears running down his face, Gustav tells the young master that he will fulfill his duties. He starts smiling and shouts that he will make the people of the magical tower regret it and kneel in despair. Aiden looks at him, smiling, and turns to the window, almost laughing, seeing the mage's appearance. Gustav keeps looking at the protagonist, thinking that he was almost crying again for him, and so he should swear loyalty to the young master. Sometime later, Aiden sits on the sofa, thinking that Gustav has finally left. He almost died from holding back his laughter. The demon appears, asking the protagonist if magical engineering is such a big deal for him to give so much gold. The young master responds that yes, and questions if Underlord really didn't know this. He explains that one of the reasons the demon's troops were held back in the last war was due to magical engineering weapons. If those weapons didn't exist, no matter the extent of the damage, they could have lost the war. And the most important thing, the first generation of magical engineering weapons that Gustav created for the tower was incredible. Aiden emphasizes that this was possible because Shora made it happen. This incident happened in the protagonist's past life when he was still Aiden Albareo at the magical tower. A big battle was taking place. Fireballs are thrown, hitting the magical robots, but they remain standing. Shora is impressed with Gustav's creation because it withstood one of her attacks. Gustav starts laughing, saying that this is the power of magical engineering, which they all despised. He calls all the mages to a fight, as he's going to destroy them all. Shora remains intrigued, seeing that the thing can defend against magic. She starts to create a giant fireball, saying she wants to see how much this old junk can take. Gustav remains confident and says that this magic is nothing. After the incident, the news began spreading in the newspapers. It read, "The 7th circle magic of Archmage Shora barely managed to stop Gustav's weapon in the attack on the magical tower. Only after that did people start recognizing the value of engineering." Back to the present. In the protagonist's private training field, he pauses his training and thinks that it's been a month since Gustav joined him. Aiden notices that Gustav is always in his workshop, doing something grand before the pilgrimage. However, Ellis's pilgrimage starts tomorrow, and the protagonist thinks he might have expected a bit more from Gustav. But Aiden thinks he should stop worrying so much and focus on his revenge because his first target, Sylvetta, is not going to wait. Suddenly, Love appears, saying he has something to tell. The young master asks what the problem is. Lo raises his head and with a confident voice says that he heard the protagonist is going to accompany the St. Ellis on her pilgrimage. He says he can't let the protagonist go alone on such a dangerous journey, and therefore asks Aiden to let him accompany him. The protagonist asks how Lova would protect him if he's weaker. However, Lova interrupts the protagonist and says he will prove it. He emphasizes that, although he still can't compare to Aiden in skills, that doesn't mean he's the same guy as before, and he wants to prove his worth right here and now. The young master gets excited by this, and thinks that Love has been practicing alone in the training field, which makes the protagonist wonder if Lo had a new realization. Aiden agrees to the duel, and asks Lova to grab his sword. They both go to the center of the training area and face each other. The protagonist remembers that in his past life, Lova always said he would be a master of the sword if he had both arms, and that's why he wants to see how good he is with both arms. Lo says he will begin, and charges quickly. He starts attacking fiercely, but all his attacks are easily blocked by the protagonist. With a swift move, Aiden manages to find an opening and attacks directly at Lo's face, but Lo puts his arm in front, which starts being covered by something. As soon as the young master hits his arm, the wooden sword breaks into pieces, surprising him. Lo's arm was petrified. Noticing that the protagonist's guard was down and he had no sword, Lo charges again. Aiden manages to dodge, thinking that Lo was able to break the wooden sword with his fists. The protagonist asks how he did that, since with aura, the wooden sword becomes as hard as iron. Loa says he thought about it while training alone, considering what he could do that others couldn't. And while thinking about it, vasoconstriction of mana, the condition the young master had treated, came to his mind. Aiden is surprised. Loa continues explaining that he thought of using his petrified arm for defense, remembering the sensation he had when he was sick. With this, he gathered mana in his arm. Now he can make his arms harder than stone whenever he wants. The young master thinks that the openings he noticed during the fight were not weak points, but traps to deceive him. Underlord says that he has lived for a long time, but he's never seen anyone use a disease in such a way. Loa begins to say that he knows this is just a cheap trick compared to the protagonist's martial prowess. However, he affirms that he is constantly working to not fall behind, and that's why he begs his master to take him along. Aiden starts walking and passes by Lo without saying anything. Lo lowers his head, disappointed, thinking that this wasn't enough for the young master to recognize him. However, the protagonist asks why Lo is still standing there since they will leave in the morning and he needs to pack. Lo is shocked and turns around happily, asking if this means the protagonist will take him along. Aiden says that having a reliable shield with him isn't a bad thing. Lo bows, thanking the young master. The protagonist smiles, thinking that this guy was a genius both in his past life and in this one. He thinks maybe he was really right. The free night Lo. The next day, they are all together while Joseph cries once again, holding his daughter Ellis. While crying, he asks his daughter to return safely. Ellis tells him that everyone is watching, and it's a bit embarrassing. The protagonist's father apologizes to him, saying he can't compare to a father like that. The young master says it's okay, and thanks him for not being like that. Aiden looks to the side, a bit shocked, and asks his father if he prepared that strange carriage. Freud says no, noting that he is seeing it for the first time and wonders who the crazy person is who made it. Suddenly, Gustav appears, like a psychopath, behind the protagonist, saying he was waiting for someone to ask. The crazy mage says that this was his first successful creation with magical engineering. It is the essence of his magical engineering. He emphasizes that he made it as fast as he could to keep the promise he made to the protagonist. He gets excited and starts saying that the carriage can travel in freezing cold or scorching heat, has automated temperature control, and no matter how rough or irregular the road is, it has a magic suspension system that smooths everything out. Only one horse can pull the carriage, making it economical, and thus, the Rolls-Royce was born. Aiden starts clapping, saying the crazy mage did a great job. Underlord says that the nickname Crazy applies to Gustav much more in this life. The mage goes to the protagonist and hands him the manual, in case he finds himself in danger. However, he emphasizes that the young master should only use it when in real danger. Otherwise, he would be in serious trouble. Aiden begins to worry, wondering what the hell Gustav did to the carriage. The protagonist asks Cassie if she really wants to go, as it will be a long journey. She smiles and says yes, pointing out that an alchemist is always needed on a long journey, and questions who else could take care of him if he gets hurt or catches a cold. Additionally, Cassie mentions that she has spent too much time inside the mansion and needs some fresh air. The young master says he would be happy if she joins, but suddenly he starts feeling like there's a big wall in front of him. Bali begins to laugh, saying it's been a long time since they last saw each other, but this time they'll spend a good amount of time together so they'll get along well. The big guy says that the protagonist is even wearing his uniform, already prepared to leave. Aiden is surprised to see that Bali is the shield of the priest cult and confirms that they will indeed get along. In his thoughts, the young master thinks it's natural for the church to keep its strongest priest, as it's the saint's pilgrimage, but he didn't want to be near that ogre. Everyone is already present. Then, Aiden says that they should depart, and thinks that now, his true revenge will begin. In his dreams, the protagonist sees a sword under a red sky. Aiden wonders why they were doing this to him. The image of his old friends who betrayed him starts coming into his mind, one by one. One of them starts laughing, saying that the young master should rest in peace. The protagonist starts shouting that he would never forgive them, no matter how many years or lives pass. Suddenly, he wakes up, startled. Underlord asks if he had another nightmare. However, the protagonist was so distressed that he could barely respond. Beside him, the young saint, all happy, asks if he is awake. Aiden replies that he is and asks if she slept well. Choco also starts barking happily. The young master is impressed, thinking that Ellis wanted to bring Choco on the trip, but he said no. Since he was too big, and they needed to keep everything as calm as possible, Choco understood and shrank his size. The protagonist had expected this because he's a spirit beast, but Aiden was still confused about what he did to shrink like that. Ellis shows her arm, saying she was talking to her father, and asks if the protagonist wants to talk as well. Joseph was crying uncontrollably, shouting that he hadn't seen his young daughter in years. The protagonist thinks that when it comes to his daughter, Joseph is a foolish, doting idiot, and replies to the saint that he's fine and doesn't want to talk right now. He looks at his arm, thinking that the guardian bracelets that ENT gave them are becoming more and more intriguing. The young master thinks that apparently they are made from the bark of the fairy tree, blessed by the wind spirit, and that's all he knows. He looks at Ellis, happily chatting with her father, and thinks that no matter the distance, as long as they use those, they could always communicate. The protagonist begins to think that his nightmare is driving him crazy, and it makes him question if he can truly trust those people. Suddenly, Bali turns around and shouts that they are almost at the city of Kartan. Aiden stands up, thinking that he has no time for these foolish thoughts, because dwelling on the past would only hurt him. He stands tall, and everyone looks at him with smiles on their faces. This makes the protagonist think that all he can do is trust these people. Once inside the city, Ellis is impressed by seeing so many people with weapons. The young master explains that this city, called Kartan, is also known as the City of Mercenaries. Kartan is surrounded by over 80 connected dungeons. Mercenaries from all over the continent gather there for dungeon invasions, and the city itself has a unique structure managed by the Mercenary Guild. Suddenly, Aiden tries to cover up, saying that he read that in a book, thinking that it's the first time he's been here in this life, and almost acted suspiciously. Cassie smiles, saying that Aiden did his research well before the trip, and that's what is expected of the young master. Lo gets irritated and says that the place is full of disgusting mercenaries, and besides that, these reckless mercenaries run the entire city, which says a lot about how things work there. The protagonist hears this and gets angry. Only the sound of a strike is heard. Seconds later, Lova is on the ground, asking Aiden why he hit him. However, the young master just walks away, irritated. Bali approaches the protagonist, asking if what he said before is true. Aiden says yes, affirming that he is sure. He explains that the same group that attacked the cult of the sacred fire is also planning something here, and it's not something good. The protagonist remembers that when he was cleaning the Chaos Group's laboratory in the Death Forest, he found records indicating they were conducting research there as well. This frustrates him because if they were going to document it anyway, they could have been more precise. Now he needs to gather information on Chaos. Bali starts laughing, saying that's great. He says he was so angry for not having done anything that day since he was sleeping, so he'll use this opportunity to vent some of his frustration. Aiden looks at this, and thanks God that they're on the same side now. The big guy asks what the plan is now. The protagonist says he's already thought of that too. He looks among the people, thinking that a mercenary by nature is a wanderer for whom the world is his home, gathering stories from all over the continent. And that's why this city is a hub for almost every type of information that exists. He thinks they should look for one of the two mercenary guilds that practically control the city, the Maidela Guild. The little devil asks if there's really another guild, and questions why they don't talk to them as well, since the more, the better. The young master asks if he's talking about the Umbra Guild. He notes that they don't have a good reputation, so he doesn't believe they'll get reliable information there. Underlord responds that, if the protagonist is so skeptical about them, he could use the White Moon Intelligence Network, led by Nisita, since he has it at his disposal. Aiden says he'll also ask them, but the locals know the city better, so the information should be more accurate. However, for the protagonist to meet the guildmaster, he needs to become someone the guildmaster wants to meet. With this plan in mind, Aiden heads straight to the Maidela Mercenary Guild. As soon as he opens the door, he sees the place full of people talking about their adventures. Seeing those people and the environment, the protagonist smiles and thinks it's been a long time since he felt that kind of familiarity. The musty smell of the guild, the noisy mercenaries. He walks directly to the reception desk and a young woman welcomes him, asking what brought him there. Aiden explains that they are there to register as a mercenary group. The woman hands him a form, asking if any of them have records with other mercenary guilds. The protagonist answers no. She says that's fine, and they just need to fill out the form with the personal information of everyone in the group. After a while, she hands him some tokens, saying their registration is complete, and since this is their first registration as a group, they will start with bronze tokens and rank E. The young woman asks him to be careful not to lose those identification tokens. The young master looks at the tokens, happy, while thinking that it reminds him of the time when he started his life as a mercenary. Underlord asks if he couldn't simply go to the guildmaster instead of registering as a mercenary. Aiden explains that Marcus Maidela, the S-rank mercenary known as Swift Blade, is extremely cautious, so it's not easy to meet him in general. The young master smiles, saying that on the other hand, if a rookie mercenary starts rising rapidly in the ranks, even someone as cautious as Marcus won't be able to ignore that, and an invitation will come. The young woman smiles and congratulates the protagonist and his entire team, wishing their path be filled with gold and good fortune. She says that those who leave a like and comment will also have their paths filled with good fortune. A few hours later, they are already inside the Rabbit's Burrow dungeon. Bali says he's a little nervous since it's his first time entering a dungeon in his entire life. Aiden tells him that this is the lowest ranked dungeon, so he doesn't need to worry too much. As he walks, the protagonist thinks that even though it's a low-level dungeon, it's still a dungeon. That's why he preferred to leave Cassie and Chaco at the inn in the city. The little St. Ellis is all happy, and Underlord asks if this is really the only way. The young master replies that they have no other choice, as Ellis needs to gain experience in real combat. He looks at Ellis, all happy, and thinks that at the very least, she needs to learn how to protect herself. Low-ranked dungeon monsters are perfect for this kind of training. The protagonist gets nervous because, when it was his turn, his old master simply threw him into a hidden dungeon with a lich inside and disappeared. Suddenly, a monster starts approaching, and Ellis smiles, all happy. saying she sees a bunny. However, as the bunny gets closer, she gets scared, as there are several monster bunnies. One of the monsters screams loudly, calling the others. Bali is already itching to punch the monsters' faces, but Aiden asks the priest to at least tie up one of the monsters. The rest, he could deal with however he wants. He starts walking and stops in front of all the bunnies. One of the monsters charges, but Bali is quick, and without hesitation, he moves, slamming the monster into the ground with his monstrous strength. The other bunnies get scared seeing all that power. Bali starts smiling like a madman, standing up, laughing and asking if anyone else wanted to try hitting him. Aiden is impressed, thinking that even the monsters instantly retreat when they feel their opponent is like Padre Marcello Rossi. He reflects and concludes that it makes sense, because he himself almost met his end after one blow from that ogre. Bali points at one of the bunnies and tells it to follow him. As the bunny gets closer to them, both the protagonist and Love start intimidating it. The monster almost cries, until it notices something. Ellis was right in front of it, standing and a little scared. As soon as it sees an opportunity, it starts roaring again and charges at her. After a while, only sounds are heard. The young saint is furious, shouting at the bunny that she's not a carrot. Bali says that this is the 14th monster Ellis has beaten. He emphasizes that she's using sacred power directly around her fists to fight. Bali says he's never seen anything like that and asks if the protagonist taught her. The young master replies that yes, and explains that he asked her to use mana in martial arts. However, he didn't expect her to be this powerful. Traditionally, priests only used sacred spells to enhance weapons or their bodies during hand-to-hand combat. Sacred spells were usually just a means of reinforcement, nothing more. But now that Ellis is channeling her sacred power directly into her body for martial arts, normally, sacred power and mana don't mix. It's supposed to be impossible. However, the little saint is wiping out all the monsters, saying she's going to teach those evil bunnies a lesson. The protagonist thinks that this might be because of all the high-quality elixirs Joseph had her eat as candy since she was a child. When she became a saint, the sacred power naturally flowed into the mana channels that had already been opened. That's why, unlike other priests or saints, she can use sacred power like mana. Aiden emphasizes that he'll never forget the flying kick she gave him the day they met. It was then that he realized her abilities were similar to that person's, so he decided to teach her his combat style. Underlord appears and asks who the young master is talking about. He says it's Spica, the iron-blooded saint. The protagonist says that she was a monster, an absurdly powerful force with her unmatched sacred power combined with the martial arts of the cult of Carnificina. While he was speaking with the Demon King, Ellis crushes another monster, breaking the entire ground, calling it an evil bunny. Aiden starts to worry, thinking that he might have created another monster. Underlord also starts trembling, saying that suddenly he felt a slight pain where he was hit by the iron-blooded saint in his past life. Sometime later, all the monsters had been defeated, and they had reached the end of the dungeon. Ellis is all cheerful looking at the treasure chest. The protagonist tells her that she practically cleared the entire dungeon alone, so all that treasure is hers. Ellis is delighted and asks if she can really take everything. Without thinking twice, she runs over and starts opening the treasure, which makes her happy. The saint starts looking inside the treasure, saying that she has bracelets and armor, along with many jewels. But then she notices a flying hat. Rabbits appears in front of her, saying hello and introducing himself as the friendly spirit market. However, before he finishes introducing himself, she punches his face, shouting that he's one of the evil bunnies. Rabbits gets all messed up and starts flying higher, yelling and questioning what that little human was doing, how she dared attack him like that. However, the saint doesn't care and shouts at him to come down because she wants to fight with him for at least half an hour, since he's an evil bunny. Rabbits continues angrily, saying that he's not evil, emphasizing that he's the kindest and most sincere bunny there is, and asks her to be careful with what she says. Ellis keeps ignoring him and yells for him to come down for the fight. Aiden watches this and thinks that that sneaky rabbit isn't kind or sincere. He needs a real beating. A few days later, at the guild, some people were talking. One of them asked if the other had heard that the northern dungeon had been cleared. The guy asked if it was the same group again and questioned irritably how many times this had happened. They both commented that the group had been clearing all the dungeons that appeared, leaving nothing for anyone else. Also, they were only 4 people, which made everything even more ridiculous, because even with dozens of people, a dungeon raid is hard to manage. The white-haired man said that he had glimpsed their leader and now kind of understood. The other man was surprised and asked if he had really seen them in person. He replied that he had, emphasizing that he had just seen them. Suddenly, the door opened, and the 4 of them entered. Everyone started looking at them. The white-haired man said that this was the group, and that the first one was their leader. They looked at Bali and said that with that mountain of muscles, it made sense, and now they also understood why they could handle it. However, they still wondered why the group entered dungeons that didn't even yield that much money. As they reached the reception desk, Ellis came up all happy, saying hi to the woman, who smiled and greeted her back. The woman said she had heard the news and congratulated the protagonist for the 10th dungeon cleared, emphasizing that his rank had been promoted from C to B thanks to the accumulated achievements. A man who was standing nearby asked them to wait a moment. He went over to the woman and started saying something in her ear. She said she understood perfectly. Standing up, she asked them to follow her. Aiden asked if something was wrong. The woman explained that the guildmaster Marcus wanted to meet them. The protagonist smiled, thinking that he had finally made it. In another room, she knocked on the door and introduced the group. The guild leader turned around and thanked them. The prota looks at the leader and thinks that his face is marked just as much as he remembers from his past life, wondering if he called them out of curiosity after hearing so many rumors. Marcus begins walking toward them. The guild leader bows, greeting the holy Ellis from the sacred fire cult. She is shocked to see this because they had already been discovered. The guild leader also greets the prota, calling him by name. Aiden is also surprised, noting that he thought they would be discovered sooner, or Marcus later, but not this soon. Marcus says he knows everything happening in the city, and besides that, they were trying to stand out as much as possible, so he couldn't help but notice. The young master says that if he found out who they are and still called them there, it's clear that he also had some business to deal with them. The sect leader says that the prota is very quick to understand and confirms that it is true, stating that he really needs their help. Specifically, he needs the help of the Holy One. Ellis is once again shocked and asks if he's really talking about her. Marcus starts to explain the situation, saying that he has a daughter. However, in the middle of his explanation, someone arrives shouting for the guildmaster, saying that he has an urgent matter. The man says that Miss Charles's condition has worsened as she is running a high fever. The guild leader is stunned by the news. Aiden finds it a bit strange and starts to wonder if Marcus really has a daughter since he had never heard of it before and doesn't know what might be happening. They rush to Charles's room where she is feverish and struggling to breathe. Marcus explains that his daughter has been suffering from a mysterious illness for some time, but no treatment or medication has worked so far. With a face mixed with anger and worry, he says that his only hope now is the blessing of the Holy Ellis. The guild leader starts begging her to cure his daughter, emphasizing that he will offer her the best compensation he can. The young master hears this and thinks that this is a golden opportunity since he's there to make Marcus his ally. He asks Ellis if she can do it. The Holy One looks at him and says yes, and she will try. Ellis begins to gather holy magic in her hand and channels all that energy into Charles. As she applies all her holy energy, she prays for God to heal the child. The brilliance of the blessing was so strong that it illuminated the entire room, shining through the window. 10 minutes later, Ellis is trembling. Charles continues to breathe heavily and has a high fever. The Holy One doesn't want to give up and says she will try once more. However, the guild leader says that it's not necessary and explains that it's okay, thanking her for trying. He takes one of the pills and asks for his daughter to take the medicine. With great care, he places the medicine in her mouth. Charles feels a slight discomfort, but soon after, she begins to improve. Aiden is confused and asks if Marcus already had the medicine for this from the start. The guild leader explains that this medicine only stabilizes his daughter's condition for a time and that he managed to buy it from the Umbra. However, the guild charges an extraordinarily high price for the medicine. Marcus begins to despair and says that for all this time, he thought the holy power of a saint could heal his daughter, but it was of no use. If things continue like this, he might have to sell his guild to afford the medicines she needs. The young master thinks that there are many strange things happening here. For starters, if Charles is suffering from an illness or curse, the holy power should have healed her. Furthermore, Ellis's holy power didn't alleviate her symptoms at all, and mysteriously, the Umbra Guild's medicine did. He looks at Charles and wonders what's wrong with that child. Underlord appears and says that he might know the answer. The prota asks the demon if he really knows something. Underlord asks the prota to summon the Banshee shield. Aiden is confused and asks why he has to do something like this all of a sudden. The demon explains that the shield also works as an eye for the world that humans cannot see. The young master is surprised to learn this, as he had no idea that the shield also had this function. Aiden begins to summon his shield and emphasizes that if the demon is lying, he will ask Ellis to bombard them with holy magic. The shield begins to form, and some images start to be repelled in it. Several spirits were surrounding Charles. Underlord says he was indeed right. Everyone in the room is frightened seeing these things. Marcus asks what it was. The prota explains that they are souls of the dead and lost souls. He explains that these spirits are like parasites, draining the life force from humans, clinging to them in a hidden way. Aiden continues to think that he didn't know the Banshee shield could help him see ghosts or spirits, even though he had used it in his past life. However, he thinks this actually makes sense. After all, Banshee is a soul, and he left a part of himself as a shield. The Prota continues observing the situation while thinking that normally there are only 1 or 2 lost souls clinging to a person. However, this is the first time he's seen so many clinging to a single person. Underlord explains that this is because of the girl's naturally high spiritual affinity. The young master asks what that means. The demon begins to explain that spiritual affinity is the ability to attract and communicate with spirits. The stronger it is, the more spirits a person can see, things that others cannot. And by making a contract with them, one could become a spirit mage. However, he emphasizes that the child's affinity is much greater than that of an ordinary spirit mage, with such powerful energy making her an easy target for lost souls. If things continue like this, the lost souls will drain all of her life force until it leads to her demise. Aiden understands all of this and thinks that now it makes sense why the holy power didn't help. It's because the lost souls return immediately. The young master begins to get irritated by the amount of noise those souls are making and asks Underlord to eliminate them all. The demon lord starts laughing, saying that this is not a big deal. And with the power of his overwhelmingly strong aura, he tells those filthy pieces of shit to immediately forget the girl. The lost souls begin trembling in fear upon seeing the demon lord's presence. Still trembling and without hesitation, all of them start to disappear. As soon as all the lost souls leave, Charles begins to improve. The guild leader starts crying with joy, seeing that all the souls have gone, and his daughter's symptoms are also improving. He looks at the Prota and asks if he really just got rid of all those souls. Aiden feels a little embarrassed and says it wasn't a big deal. However, he explains that this was just a temporary solution, emphasizing that they need something more permanent. Underlord continues analyzing the situation and says that even so, all of this seems strange. The young master asks why it's strange and what's strange about it. The Lord begins to explain that a person with such a high spiritual affinity would already have a high-level spirit protecting them. However, that child doesn't have any protective spirit around, just the ghosts. Aiden asks if this means that Charles still hasn't made a contract with a spirit. Underlord says that's not the case either, because if she hadn't done any of this, the lost souls would have already eliminated her. The young master says this can only mean one thing. The demon lord agrees, saying that the spirit that was protecting her disappeared. Aiden asks how that's possible, wondering if the protective spirit died and how it could leave the contract. Underlord explains again and emphasizes that it's not that, because if the protective spirit had died, another spirit would come to make a contract and protect her. The Prota asks how they will find the spirit since it's still alive. The Lord says they need to ask another spirit. All spirits are connected to the spiritual realm. They can find out what any spirit is doing or where it is. Aiden begins thinking and looks at the bracelet on his arm, wondering if it would know, since it's also a type of spirit. The young master calls out to EZ, asking if he can speak. The ant hears the call and is happy that his tribe leader is speaking to him, noting that it's been a while since they last talked, and asks if the Prota is having fun on his journey. The Prota says he's having fun, but he has a question to ask and wonders if EZ knows how to find spirits and figure out what they're doing. The ant says that unfortunately he can't, but his friend Sylphia should be able to help. Aiden asks who this person is. EZ explains that she is the wind spirit with whom he has a contract now, noting that she should be able to find the spirit the Prota is looking for. The young master asks the ant to do him this favor, and emphasizes that the spirit he's looking for is contracted with a young girl in a city called Kartan. EZ relays all this information to Sylphia, who responds to her master immediately. A few seconds later, EZ says that Sylphia has found a spirit that fits everything the Prota described. Everyone is happy to hear this. Aiden questions if he's sure about what he said. The ant replies affirmatively and says that the spirit's name is Plague, the spirit of the epidemic. The young master is shocked. EZ begins to explain that a spirit who is a friend of Plague bragged about him, saying that they are very good friends and shared delicious spiritual stones. This young spirit says that he's also worried since his friend disappeared a month ago. Aiden begins to think that spiritual stones are like lichbone powder for the ents. So why would the spirit share this with another spirit? This makes him think that the epidemic spirit might have deliberately told other spirits. EZ says there's more. Plague is a very wounded spirit, known by humans as an anguished spirit. He is afraid of humans, so they must be cautious when searching for him. The Prota thinks that of course he would be, as just the word plague is enough to scare humans. He thanks EZ for the information, stressing that he was very helpful and that they would contact him later. The Prota passes all the information to Marcus. The guild leader, after hearing the explanation, begins to tremble, saying he understands everything. He explains that he heard his wife's grandfather was a spirit mage, and apparently, his daughter has the same spiritual affinity, which made her an easy target for the lost souls after her spirit disappeared. Aiden places his hand on Marcus's shoulder, telling him not to feel guilty, as they need to figure out where the spirit went, and to start, they should gather all the clues they can. Lo interrupts, and asks if the Prota doesn't find all of this strange. The young master asks what he means by that. Loa explains that she is definitely sick because of the lost souls draining her life force, but what did the previous medication do for it to work? The Prota is surprised as he connects the dots. Marcus agrees that those people are not trustworthy, but the pill did work, and now he begins questioning what made it work. Cassie starts analyzing and says that the pill contains poison. This leaves the guild leader completely stunned, unable to believe what he's hearing. Furious, he yells that it's not possible, because he saw his daughter improving after taking the medication. The alchemist says that it's all just a trick to make it seem like she's improving. She explains that the pill distorts the patient's strength, weakening their life force. With her life force reduced, the lost souls believe that Charles is no longer alive, so they leave. Cassie emphasizes that if the guildmaster keeps giving that medicine to his daughter, she will die. Marcus begins to feel guilty and asks if the alchemist is implying that for all this time, he's been feeding his beloved daughter poison. He says that this is pathetic and falls to his knees. The Prota asks how the Umbra Guild made that medication, as if they knew what was making Charles sick. Marcus continues enraged with everyone from the Umbra Guild. He stands up without saying a word and begins to walk away. Aiden gets worried and asks him where he's going. The guildmaster thanks him for all the help he received, but says he will handle this himself now. A strong, dense aura, empty and cold, exudes from the guildmaster's body. With his eyes glowing, he shouts, saying that the Umbra Guild is nothing but a bunch of rotten individuals, and that he will end them all with his own hands, eliminating that filthy guild. Aiden grabs his arm and asks him not to be hasty. Marcus turns around and asks what he's talking about, questioning if the Prota hasn't heard what that guildmaster did to his daughter. The young master explains that if he goes in there like that, they will simply use the excuse that they didn't know it was that kind of pill, stressing that Marcus knows better than anyone how wicked Umbra is. The Prota asks him to keep his head cool, as he knows a way to deal with it. Marcus remains angry but eventually agrees. The two go to the guildmaster's office and grab a bunch of documents. Marcus says that all the information they have about the Umbra Guild is there. He explains that these are the details about the guild members and the guildmaster, known as Talon Umbra, and all their hideouts across the continent. The Prota begins to analyze all of this and thinks that it's indeed a lot of information, but it's all superficial, nothing really useful. The Lord says that it's a lot, but then questions why the Sprout is looking at the enemy guild members and if, perhaps, there's someone he's interested in. Aiden says that he's looking for someone he can use, as it would be great to find someone he knew in his previous life. As the Prota looked at the names, Underlord was surprised by what he saw and pointed to one of the names, asking if Aiden didn't remember that guy, as they had met before. The young master looked at the image of the man, whose name was Armand, but he couldn't immediately recognize him. Shortly after, he started laughing in a disturbing way, saying that the Lord was right, as that face seemed familiar. In a tavern in the middle of the city, a table was surrounded by members of the Umbra Guild, making noise and shouting. The other people in the tavern weren't comfortable with their presence. Suddenly, someone arrived and tapped the shoulder of the guy who was complaining. A member of the Umbra Guild asked the man if he had a problem with his brothers having fun. The man was startled and said he had no problem. Armand called the guy and asked what he was doing standing there, telling him to drink because the alcohol was amazing that night. Armand was very happy, thinking that life truly has its ups and downs. This man used to be known as Ankal, the guild master of Cerberus. Back then, failure wasn't even in his vocabulary, and he feared absolutely nothing or no one. Life was very good back then, until a crazy mercenary showed up and ruined everything. Because of him, the guild collapsed, and its members abandoned him. To make matters worse, Joseph's daughter became the saint of the Sacred Fire cult. If they ever found out he was alive, the cult would execute him without hesitation. That's why he changed his name, altered his appearance a little, and started fresh at the Umbra Guild. While drinking another glass, he thought that even the three great powerful cults couldn't find him there. Someone started entering the tavern, saying they had finally found him. All the members there became furious and asked who dared call their older brother by name, starting to threaten the person, asking if they weren't afraid of death and questioning if they knew who they were. Armand, slightly altered by the alcohol, asked how that person dared spoil his mood, stating that he didn't know who they were. However, now he was in trouble. As the person got a little closer, Armand started to panic and asked how they had found him. With his psychopathic grin, the Prota called him out to step outside and talk. Only the sounds of the scuffle could be heard. The Umbra members began falling one by one. After defeating them all, Armand was cornered in the wall, trembling. Aiden approached, saying that he had changed so much that he was almost unrecognizable. Armand, still trembling, said it was an honor that the young master recognized him. However, in his thoughts, he was wondering how this lunatic had found him. Armand began to panic, thinking that the Prota was there to turn him over to the Sacred Fire cult, and questioned if his life would end this way. Armand started to summon courage, thinking that his life couldn't end like this and that there was one last way for him to escape that monster. Armand knelt down and began begging for his life, saying he would do anything if the Proto spared him, stressing that he would tell him everything Aiden wanted to know. The young master thought about beating him a little before dragging him away. He began to smile, thinking that this method worked a little better. In the guild master's office, Marcus was completely enraged. He asked if the Umbra Guild was conducting human experiments. Armand, kneeling and trembling in fear, said yes, without hesitation. He began to explain that the city of Kartan is a dungeon hub, and people often disappear there with no one caring. That's why it's the perfect place to acquire people without raising suspicion. The Proto listened to this and began to wonder if these experiments could be conducted by the Chaos Black Mages again. Aiden asked where these experiments were being conducted. Armand said he didn't know the exact location, but had heard they were being conducted in a dungeon near the city. The Proto was extremely surprised to hear this and shouted, asking if he was sure. His surprise was so great that the Demon Lord questioned if this was truly so surprising. The young master answered the Lord that this was absurd and explained that dungeons are officially the business grounds of the spirit merchants. When a dungeon is cleared, the merchants negotiate the loot, extract the core, and then the dungeon disappears. However, if someone is inside a dungeon conducting human experiments, that's a completely different story. The spirit merchants don't tolerate anyone setting up shop in their territory, while the spirit merchants are bound by a rule that prevents them from harming humans. In this extraordinary case, humans can be classified as unauthorized intruders, allowing the merchants to unleash their true power. With maximum power, a spirit merchant has absolute strength within. Even a merchant like Rabbits could destroy a semi-master in seconds at full power. The Demon Lord is confused and asks why they haven't expelled the invaders yet. The Proto says there's a way they allow this. He explains that if someone promises enough profit to justify breaking the rules, the merchants can make a secret deal. So, the merchants didn't report anything to the Spirit Emporium and let the intruders use the dungeon freely. Marcus says that this is too big for a single guild and asks who is supporting them. Armand hesitates to speak. The young master notices this and approaches with a dark smile, saying that if he answers incorrectly, he'll be handed over to the cult. Armand is completely terrified and screams that he will speak. He starts saying that the one supporting them is the Duchy of Cius. Both the guild master and the Proto are completely enraged by this. Marcus asks why the Duchy of Cius, the military power of the north, would deal with people like the Umbra Guild. Armand says that not only they, but also some other organizations were involved. Marcus remains angry, thinking that Umbra is causing more problems than he imagined, and now, with the Cias involved, they couldn't act recklessly. Aiden remains extremely nervous about all of this, thinking that he had his suspicions when he heard about the human experiments. And now it was clear that the Sylvetta trash is working with the Chaos story again. With a threatening tone, he says that he will crush them. Marcus begins to speak, saying that unfortunately, the opponent is the Cius family, pointing out that it is the home of a great transcendent-level master. He says that the Proto may be strong, but Aiden interrupts and questions if he's really going to let the people who hurt his daughter walk free. The young master starts shouting, telling Marcus that he should crush them all because they messed with what is most precious to a man, his family. Confident, Aiden says that he will help take down Umbra and the Cias. Underlord asks the Proto if he's not the one burning for vengeance. Marcus, with tears in his eyes, is astonished by what the young sprout just said and thinks that he is so compassionate, even for another man's family. The guildmaster sighs and thanks for everything the sprout just said. However, he says he can't think of a way to do this and asks where they should start. The young master says that he has an idea. Marcus asks what it is and how they should handle all of this. The Proto says that this is all very clear because dealing with scum like them is his specialty. He thinks he's now looking forward to seeing the other dirty plans of Sylvetta. Elsewhere, at Rabbit's territorial business company, he was sitting with the dungeon core in his hands. Happy, he thinks that humans don't know, but the core of a dungeon is actually a mana stone filled with immense mana. That's why it's so valuable to them, the spirits, and it's the main source of income for the spirit merchants. Rabbits becomes sad, thinking that since he met that lunatic bastard, he had to pay for the cores and even work like a slave. He wonders where his life as a merchant went so wrong. Another merchant starts walking in and asks if Merchant Rabbits is around. This is Plague, the intermediate spirit merchant. Rabbit stands up startled, shouting that yes, and asks Mr. Plague what brought him to that place. Plague, irritated, asks what is going on with his poor performance in recent days, as Rabbit's margins are pathetic. The rabbit apologizes, saying it's all his incompetence. Plague says that this surely is, emphasizing that Rabbits is too dumb to be a merchant. The rabbit gets extremely angry about this, but still maintains politeness and thanks Mr. Plague for being so understanding. The rat walks up to the rabbit and says that, in any case, He expects better results in the coming days. Rabbits is scared by this. The rat says that the rabbit is just a beginner and asks if he's thinking of challenging an intermediate merchant. Rabbits lowers his head, trembling, saying that he wasn't thinking about that and that Mr. Plague could take everything. Plague takes everything Rabbits has, saying that's how he should act. The rat grabs the package he was eating and turns everything into his mouth. He looks inside the package, saying that unfortunately, it's finished, noting that he even used almost everything he had to seduce that spirit. He turns around and starts leaving, throwing the package on the ground, telling Rabbits that he expects better results next week. The rabbit, still maintaining respect, says yes and will try his best. However, inside, Rabbits is trembling with rage, thinking that one day he will make that filthy rat pay for everything. Meanwhile, elsewhere, during the night, two people were wandering the streets. They arrived at the back door of the Umbra Guild, where two guards were on duty. One of the guards asked what was going on, and the man in armor with a terrifying aura ordered them to step aside immediately. One of the guards asked if they were going crazy and told them to get lost. The Prota, who was disguised behind them, shouted, asking the guard if he knew who the man in front of him was, questioning how he dared to speak like that, and if he didn't recognize the armor and broadsword. One of the guards was still confused, but the other started taking notes and asked if, by chance, he was the one. The great figure in black armor carrying a giant sword. The man in armor and broadsword said he was the sword of Silvetta, the Black Knight known as Darius Kleiman. He ordered the guards to immediately bring the guildmaster. A few hours earlier in the quarters, the young master was organizing some things when the demon lord asked how he was planning to resolve the matter, questioning if his plan was to recklessly invade once again. The Prota began to laugh, saying that the demon had apparently started to understand him very well after spending some time together. He said the demon was right. He would enter exactly as the demon suggested, but this time, he wouldn't go in blindly. Underlord asked if he was planning to enter politely. Aiden laughed again, saying that the demon was correct and really did know him well. The Lord became irritated, asking if the young master was mocking him. The Prota then began to say that he had already told him that the Cius family was behind the Umbra Guild, meaning that if he had the Cius Knight, he could easily enter. Underlord questioned what kind of nonsense he was speaking, asking how he would ask a favor from an enemy knight. Aiden asked the demon if he didn't remember, emphasizing that he was talking about the Black Knight they had imprisoned inside the Beelzebub sword in the Death Forest. The young master said he would use the specter of that knight. Back in the present, in the Umbra Guildmaster's office, the Prota, along with the Black Knight, was standing before the Guildmaster. Talon said it was an honor to have the Black Knight visiting them personally. Aiden looked at the guild leader, thinking that apparently these guys still didn't know that the Black Knight had died, because if the Duchy of Cius wasn't foolish, they wouldn't be exposed, warning that they had lost such an important person like Darius Kleiman. Talon began speaking, saying that it seemed that his subordinates on guard had made a mistake, as they hadn't been notified in advance, and he would like to apologize on their behalf. The Guildmaster looked at the Prota and asked who the man was. The Black Knight replied that they didn't need to worry about that person, as he was just a subordinate, a black mage. Talon said he understood, and asked if the reason the Black Knight had come was for a surprise inspection. The young master, controlling everything Kleiman was saying, said that Talon should know well, as he needed to check if the work was progressing, and that's why he asked to be taken to the dungeon. Sometime later, inside the Umbra Guild, in the secret underground dungeon, while walking, the Prota began to think that he had been looking for this dungeon, but couldn't find it. Now everything was explained because Aiden was inside the guild. Upon entering a room, he was surprised to see several black mages working. Inside the cages spread across the rooms were monsters imprisoned. The young master began to get irritated, wondering what the Chaos Bastards were doing and what kind of experiments they planned to conduct with those monsters. Talon looked at the Black Knight and said that his visit was perfectly timed, as they had just created a successful experiment. They arrived at another room, and the Guildmaster showed two people lying down, saying that the successful experiments were these two. One was called B12, and the other B14. The Guildmaster asked them to wake up. They both stood up, but their movements were unnatural. Aiden looked at them and thought that if this was a success, he didn't want to see what was going wrong, as these two clearly didn't look like ordinary humans. Talon explained that, as they had been instructed, they kept a normal human appearance while giving them monstrous abilities, such as the regenerative abilities of a troll and monstrous strength like an ogre. The Guildmaster said that by developing them further, they could still achieve something more, and asked one of them to demonstrate. B12 grabs the sword next to him, and immediately the sword starts to turn red. The young master is surprised to see that the experiment was managing to use the sword's aura. However, the color of that aura catches the Prota's attention, Talon continues explaining that they managed to give them the regenerative abilities and strength of monsters, as well as the ability to use the aura of a high-level sword. He emphasizes that their minds were completely controlled, making them loyal warriors who would never reveal themselves. The Guildmaster becomes excited and shouts that just a little more, and they will be able to mass-produce them. Then, the birth of the immortal army that the Sias family desires so much will no longer be just a dream, because, burning with immortal fury, the Crimson Berserkers who fight for Lord Sylvetta, the Blood Knights, will come. Upon hearing this, the young master begins to get irritated, thinking that he knows them very well. The Demon Lord asks if he really knows them well, wondering if they met in his past life. The Proto begins to explain that the strongest order of knights in the history of the duchy, led by Sylvetta, after he ascended to the position of Duke, was the Blood Knights. They played an active role in the disaster-level monster wave and the Talos War. People came to revere Sylvetta because of the crazy loyalty of those knights, who fought without fear of losing their lives, saying that Sylvetta, due to such powerful knights, was the true Night King. Underlord is surprised to learn that this is how he earned the title of Night King. The young master continues furiously, thinking that, apparently, the Blood Knights were all created in this manner. This makes him even more disgusted, wondering how long that bastard Sylvetta had been doing such a thing. Talon begins explaining again, saying that he had already mentioned this before. However, he emphasizes that it's difficult for the human body, which is fragile, to resist monstrous factors, so they had to find a way. The Black Knight asks what it is. The Guildmaster goes to a door that was very well locked and starts opening it, leaving the Proto curious to see what was behind it. As he opens the door, chains, noise, and light came from that place. Talon says that, thanks to that person, the experiment was possible. Aiden looks ahead and thinks that he was already expecting this. There, trapped inside a crystal, surrounded by magic and chains, is the spirit of plague, suffering silently in its eternal prison. Talon says that this is the spirit of plague, and that they managed to seal it. The Guildmaster continues, saying that they extracted one of the powers it holds, the werewolf curse, a blessing from plague, and inserted it into the test experiments. In simpler terms, the werewolf curse is what he would call a lycanthropic curse. The guild leader says that after discovering that curse, they were looking high and low for the spirit of plague, and it happened that a spirit merchant sold the information to them. Beyond all that, they hadn't imagined that the spirit could be connected to Marcus's daughter. He starts laughing, saying that it seems like God is on his side. Talon continues mocking, saying that he's currently robbing that idiot Marcus, and soon he'll be able to take over the entire guild. Aiden says he's heard enough. The Guildmaster turns around, irritated, asking how a mere subordinate dares to speak informally with him, questioning whether the subordinate thought he was equal to him just because he was a subordinate of the Black Knight. The young master simply orders the Black Knight to finish it. Before Talon could do anything, the Black Knight cuts him in half. The Proto removes his hood, saying that now they should release that spirit and finish the job. However, something charges forward quickly, hitting the Black Knight with a sword. The young master turns around, and the Guildmaster, now in a different form, says that Presence is not human and asks how he dares try to kill him. Aiden thinks that he's sure he cut him, but when he actually looks, the Guildmaster had transformed into a monster and begins attacking him, asking who he really is. Talon, with his body transformed into a monster, continues advancing, using the aura of the sword. Aiden is startled, thinking that he clearly saw the Black Knight's ghost cut him in half. How is he still alive? He begins imbuing his sword with his aura, thinking that, judging by what he's seeing, that guy could also be. The Proto charges forward and strikes the guild leader, but the wound on his chest heals in seconds. Talon attacks again, and the young master backs away, saying that the red area is the regeneration of a monster, questioning if that idiot also turned into a Blood Knight. The Guildmaster asks if it wouldn't be foolish to do nothing with so much power in front of him, especially when that power is enough to overcome a semi-master, even though he had been trying for years and failing. He tells the Proto that he liked the strength the young master showed, managing to control the Black Knight like a ghost, and because of that, he wasn't going to question who sent him there. Talon stares at the Proto and starts laughing, telling them to join forces, as this way, he too would receive that power and could obtain an executive position in the guild. The Proto says it would be nice to have an executive position in the guild, but then he mocks, questioning if that guild would even exist. The Guildmaster is surprised and asks what the Proto did. Suddenly someone starts running and bursts through the door, shouting to his master that something terrible has happened. Talon turns around in surprise and asks the guard what's going on. The guard shouts back that the Maedella Guild is invading. The guard points out that the Maedella Guildmaster himself has invaded their territory, and no one outside is a match for him. Talon doesn't leave immediately. things could go badly. Talon becomes completely furious upon hearing that Marcus is there, wondering if the Proto really did what he's thinking. The young master asks Talon if he liked his surprise gift. This infuriates the guild master, who curses the Proto and releases even more aura from his sword. He charges forward, shouting that he will end this right now. He starts attacking the Proto fiercely, but the Proto dodges every attack while counterattacking. Talon thinks that he needs to eliminate the Proto as quickly as possible and help the people outside, because if he spends too much time there, the entire guild will be in danger. He continues attacking with greater force but can't land a single hit. Aiden analyzes each of his opponent's moves, thinking that he certainly has monstrous power, and it's a threatening feeling every time he swings the sword. However, that's all he's able to do, and because of the sudden red aura and regenerative abilities, his sword has actually regressed. It's like the guildmaster is just an ogre swinging a sword. He thinks it's a disgrace to try to break through a semi-master's barrier and think he would make a choice that would cause him to lose everything he's built so far. Aiden begins to get irritated and releases his power, thinking that now he will show everything that idiot wasted. A massive pressure begins to fill the room, leaving Talon frightened, wondering what that is in front of him. The Proto is surrounded by immense aura, saying that this fencing style was created so that he could cut through 2 dragon scales, a style that only those who have slain a light dragon can execute. The Proto continues glaring with a bloodthirsty look, making the guildmaster tremble in fear. Aiden approaches, saying that this is the true swordsmanship of the Dragon Slayer King, Scalebreaker. With a fierce and rapid strike, he manages to hit Talon, who has no time to react and only screams in pain. The guildmaster falls to his knees, trembling, while thinking that his wounds aren't regenerating and suddenly starts to smell the scent of burned blood. The young master watches the result of his attack, a little irritated, wondering if that was really the best he could do, since, originally, the entire body of that creature should be on fire. Still, thanks to the new cultivation technique he learned, he can now use what he could only use at the swordmaster level, so he should be satisfied. He explains that the wounded area is burned, preventing regeneration, and orders Talon to give up immediately. However, the guildmaster begins to get nervous, thinking that he can't be humiliated like this by a mere brat. A strange energy begins to emanate from his body, and he thinks that he didn't want to use this method. With no other choice, he screams for the dungeon, saying that he, contractor Talon Umbra, requests the summoning of the spirit marker test. Aiden is surprised to hear that, and suddenly the entire dungeon starts to tremble. A green hat starts flying around, a strong light fills the place, and the rat appears before them. Plague asks the guildmaster what all this means. The Proto looks at the rat, and thinks that it was he who secretly sold the dungeon and sealed the spirit of plague in the marker of hats. The rat says that because Talon used the emergency summon ticket he gave, something serious has probably happened. The guildmaster begins to shout that yes, stressing that he needs help, and asking Lord Plague to deal with the man. The rat looks at Talon and says that to further intervene in the dungeon's internal affairs, he demands appropriate compensation. Without thinking twice, the guild leader said he would give everything he had if the rat would rid him of that man right now. Plague begins to laugh, saying that it's fine, and starts to release his power, growing to an enormous size, emphasizing that the contract is established. The demon lord is surprised and asks if that is the true power of a spirit marker, suppressed due to the association's rules. The young master says no, emphasizing that it's beyond swordmaster level, because spirit merchants are beings that humans normally cannot handle. The Proto looks at the rat and asks if it's not a taboo for a spirit marker to intervene in the internal affairs of a dungeon, questioning if it's really okay for him to commit such an act. Plague says that, apparently, the Proto has heard something about them. However, he asks what the rules matter. As long as he isn't caught, everything is fine. He charges forward, attacking the Proto, saying that, unfortunately, he will have to put an end to it all, so the Proto shouldn't take it personally. Aiden begins to laugh and says that people who say such things are always the first to be caught. The rat immediately stops his attack and asks what nonsense the Proto is talking about. Plague attacks again, while the Proto watches him, thinking that there is no way to defeat a spirit merchant who has unleashed all of his power inside a dungeon. However, there is one last resort, and that is, suddenly, a voice appears saying, "So, Rabbit's report was correct." Plague starts to get scared, recognizing the voice, and begins to shrink in size. A being starts to enter the dungeon. The young master thinks that the only way to deal with a spirit merchant in the dungeon is to summon someone who is above him. A person appears from a portal, followed by rabbits. The being says that it's been a long time since he last saw Plague. The rat, trembling in fear, bows, showing respect, and says it really has been a long time, addressing the man as the guild master. That man is the master of the Spirit Merchant Association, the Hat Merchant. The hat merchant begins to release some of his power, while looking at the rat, saying that apparently they have some things to discuss. The hat merchant is the president of the Spirit Emporium and is revered by all spirit merchants, ascended beings like the Spirit King and the Hat Marker. She has no gender, and there are only two reasons she appears in the human realm. The first is to warn others about serious changes in the dungeons, and the second is to address major issues involving the spirit merchants. A few hours earlier, Rabbits had been trembling with fear, wondering if she truly wanted to contact the martial president. The protagonist says that, according to the information he gathered, a spirit is negotiating with a guild called Umbra, which violates the rules of the Spirit Emporium. Aiden asks if the rabbit knows they can't defeat a spirit inside a dungeon. That's why he's asking Rabbits to explain the whole situation to the leader. However, Rabbits becomes scared and nervous, saying that the president is always very busy. The young master says he believes him and starts laughing, but Rabbit says he's not comfortable with it at all, as he's also terrified of the president. Back in the present, the president thanks Rabbits for what he did, and the protagonist says he showed up at a perfect time. The leader of the Umbra Guild still doesn't understand what's going on, asking why even the plague is scared, and who that person is. The rat, trembling with fear, shouts, asking how the president got there and begs her to at least listen to him first, as there must have been some misunderstanding. The president asks what kind of misunderstanding this is, and questions if the rat honestly thinks she didn't know what he was doing. The plague is completely paralyzed with fear, asking if she's going to do that. The president begins to create a dense aura around her body, saying that all along, she knew about the fraud the plague was creating for his own personal gain, and had been waiting, watching, hoping he would repent, but that wasn't quite what happened. The protagonist and the rabbit watch the scene. The plague continues trembling and screaming for his life, asking the president to wait a moment, as he can explain. With a simple movement, an enormous force begins to take over the place, and the president says he's lying. The plague begins to disintegrate, and all his aura is being sucked in by the president. She watches this, and the spirit, Plague, who was an intermediary merchant, returns to being just a simple rat. The president looks at the protagonist and says that she learned all about this through Rabbits and apologizes for the inconvenience. She says that words alone aren't enough, and this is how the Emporium works. She snaps her fingers, and a reward bag appears in the protagonist's hands. She says she put some useful things inside for his upcoming travels. The young master takes it in his hand, thanking her and saying that a gift from the hat merchant must be extraordinary. She turns around, saying that she's done what she needed to do and now will return. The young master asks her to wait a little, as he wants to ask her a question. The president asks what he wants to talk about. Aiden asks her how he could save the spirit of the epidemic that was inside. She explains that the child is in a deep sleep, and his consciousness will not return, even if the external seals are broken, stressing that there's only one way to wake up the child, and says it's a formal contract. The president mentions that there's also another option he can choose, and perhaps that would be better for the contract. The protagonist lowers his head and begins to think that she must be suggesting the disappearance of the spirit as a second option. The president takes off her hat and bows her head, showing respect, saying that if she answered all his questions, she would now leave. The young master thanks her once again. Before leaving, she says that she wishes him all the best for his next journey, calling him Aiden Albereo, his true name from his past life. This causes the young master to be completely stunned, shouting and asking how she knew that name. However, the president simply disappears before him. The demon lord asks if she really just called the protagonist by the name of his past life. He remains silent for a while, only observing, and begins to think and question how the president knows his name from his past life. He becomes confused, wondering if this means some beings are unaffected by his reincarnation. He starts imagining the president in front of him and wonders if he's missing something. Suddenly, he starts laughing, saying that he almost forgot something, and turns to look at Talon, saying that he was still there, lying on the ground, already powerless. He begins to tremble. The next day in the city of Kartan, everyone already knew that the Umbra Guild had been invaded by the Midela Guild. The newspaper said that they were kidnapping people in the dungeons and conducting experiments on them. They start setting off fireworks and celebrating, saying that if it weren't for Marcos, any one of them could have been the next victim, and that's why they are all grateful to him. Meanwhile, in the Midela Guild office, the young master was sitting reading the newspaper and tells Marcos that he has become the hero of the city and congratulates him. The guildmaster says that all of this is thanks to Prota, because if he hadn't been there, the entire guild, including his daughter, would have been lost. Marcos turns and questions if the young master is really sure they can trust that person. Armand stands by, shouting that he will give his all. The young master explains that even for the Midela Guild, taking over another large guild will be difficult, especially a hostile one, so they need a figurehead for now, emphasizing that the man was once a guildmaster and, therefore, wouldn't betray them. The young master starts to make his scary face again, saying that if that man betrays them, he will chase him to hell or even beyond life. Armand starts trembling with fear, shouting that he would never do that, because he doesn't even know the meaning of the word betray. Underlord asks Proda if he isn't going to tell Marcos about the great chaos in the Duchy of Sias. Proda replies that there is no reason to do so now. He answers the Lord that even if he reveals that Grand Duke Sires was involved in that matter, Sylvetta would easily nullify it with her influence, so that's why he needs more than that to bury that scoundrel in the ground. The young master begins to get irritated and squeezes the newspaper, thinking that he must go slowly, waiting for the right moment, considering the holy fire cult of death and everything that is happening in the city of Kartan. He pulls it out and takes a deep breath, calling Marcos and asking if he has decided what to do about it. The guild leader says that, from what he heard from Proda, there are two ways to save his daughter. One is a formal contract with the spirit of the epidemic, or to break that stone, which would cause the epidemic spirit to shatter, and then they would need to find a new spirit for his daughter. Proda stands up, saying she doesn't have much time, stressing that the choice should be his, as the father. Marcos lowers his head, saying that he knows the epidemic spirit isn't entirely bad, because it hasn't done anything wrong. Marcos says that he knows the fight against the epidemic spirit has been ongoing since Rodoshera, the alchemist of the plague of sin, turned the southern continent into a hell. He emphasizes that he doesn't want his daughter to be blamed just because she contracted an epidemic spirit. Marcos stands up and begins walking, saying that he knows this isn't right. Drawing his sword, he says he won't change his mind again. He prepares to attack the spirit, apologizing. However, his daughter runs in and bursts through the office door, crying and shouting for her father to stop it immediately. Seeing his daughter, Marcos freezes, asking how she was walking like that, tears in his eyes, crying non-stop. She keeps shouting, defending the spirit, and telling her father not to hurt her friend. The spirit was still asleep inside the stone. Charles starts running desperately and stops in front of her friend, crying and screaming for no one to touch him. Marcos, confused, asks how she got there. The protagonist watches the situation and thinks that he hasn't said anything to Charles yet, believing it was too soon for her to make this decision. This makes him wonder if she could be just an ordinary person. Ellis, a bit awkwardly, says that it was Charles who revealed everything, explaining that she did so because it's her spirit and that, no matter how difficult the choice may be, the only person who should make this decision is Charles. The guild leader tells his daughter to leave, stating that the spirit is too dangerous. However, she disagrees and keeps shouting, saying that he knows nothing. With all her strength and impressive determination, she remains in front, saying that her friend had always protected her, and now it was her turn to do the same for him. Charles explains that she realized someone was by her side when she was 5 years old. A few years ago, in a city alley, she was cornered and trembling with fear, begging that the thing not come any closer. However, a dog nearby began to attack. With nothing else to do, she just screamed and shut her eyes. A terrifying aura emanated from her body, revealing a crushing presence. The dog immediately stopped, started shaking, and unable to help itself, turned and ran away. Little Charles, confused, looked back and realized someone had been protecting her. When her mother disappeared, she was sad and alone, but he was there. When she hurt her leg and cried out in pain, he was there to comfort her. Still standing in front of her friend, she says that she had heard it was because of ghosts that she was sick, and that it was thanks to her guardian that she recovered, and is now safe. Not fully understanding the situation, she remains upset, with tears streaming down her face, asking why everyone who protected her had to leave her side, wondering if that friend would also leave like her mother did. Marcos has no response to his daughter's words. Charles asks her father just one question. Would he hate her too if she made a contract with her friend? The guild leader yells, saying that's impossible. He would never stop loving her. With a sweet voice, she says that's all that matters because she doesn't care what others think of her, as long as she has both of them in her life. With a desperate look, she asks her father why the friend who had always protected her should meet his end because of her, saying that this couldn't be possible. She pleads with her father, the guild leader, to accept the friend who protected his daughter in place of her mother as family. Once again, Marcos is left speechless by his daughter's pleas. He throws his sword to the ground and tells her it's okay, saying he'll be satisfied as long as she's happy and healthy. He runs to her and hugs her, apologizing. The epidemic spirit, still trapped within the stone, begins to cry upon hearing the entire story. Sometime later, Marcos and the protagonist meet in a room where Marcos thanks the young master for all the kindness he has shown, emphasizing that he will repay it for the rest of his life. However, Aiden clarifies that it was part of an agreement between them and that Marcos shouldn't worry too much. He then asks if Marcos is truly okay with everything, since his daughter will become a spiritual mage of the plague. The guild leader admits that he's not exactly happy with it because he knows his daughter's life will be a bit harder, but all that matters to him is seeing his daughter happy, and if the spirit provides that, then it's okay. The guild leader vows to work tirelessly, day and night, to raise his daughter to be strong and unhurt in the future, so she can do well. Marcos also says he plans to see the spirit not as a threatening presence, but as a blessing that has come into their lives because that spirit is now part of their family. The young master presents a proposal, suggesting they send Charles to study abroad with the Rames family. Marcos is shocked, asking if he really means sending his daughter to stay with his family. The protagonist explains that given Rotochera's childhood, the power of the plague spirit is extremely dangerous, and what Charles needs most right now is spiritual magic, the ability to control the spirit according to her will. Aiden highlights that the spirits live in his territory, along with his family, and that if Charles learns spiritual magic directly from them, she will become an incredible spiritual mage. The guild leader, slightly confused, asks if they could really receive such help and questions why Aiden is helping them so much. The young master replies that it's part of an agreement. Marcos is a bit puzzled, so the protagonist elaborates, explaining that when he needs Charles's help, they should assist him. However, he emphasizes that he personally will never use that power. Marcos is pleased and commits himself, declaring that if the young master ever needs help, no matter when or where, they will respond immediately, using all their strength to answer the call, including Charles's power and the guild's entire force. Aiden begins to smile, thinking that if Charles can properly handle the plague spirit, she will undoubtedly be a major asset later, and having a powerful guild like Medela by his side is a complete victory. Without further ado, they shake hands and seal the agreement. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in the middle of the frozen mountains, in the cold wastelands of the northern continent, Sylvetta comments that if even the Umbra Guild was attacked, it means things are continuing to go very wrong. Sylvetta had just finished defeating a giant dragon and several other monsters around her. One of her servants apologizes, saying he only has bad news to report. Sylvetta turns and asks her servants if they discovered who intervened. The servant reports that, according to the enemy knight, they used the same sword as Sylvetta, and highlights that there's little chance Dayer interfered this time. Happily, the servant mentions that the carriage suffered heavy losses recently, delaying the research. Sylvetta begins clenching her hand in rage, saying that the remnants of the fallen kingdom, he should never have trusted those filthy creatures from the start. Suddenly, a powerful energy begins to circulate, making him feel something strange. He collapses, injured and coughing. His servant, frightened, warns him not to get too excited and quickly hands him a potion. Sylvetta takes it, commenting how ridiculous it is to rely on medicine made by such filthy people, mentioning that if only his organs hadn't been damaged during the large-scale monster wave 7 years ago, none of this would have happened. However, he pauses and reflects, realizing he's thinking rashly. He admits that, in truth, he should be grateful he didn't suffer a mana surge. He crushes the vial in his hand, saying that the Blood Knights and the Holy Hour will no longer be necessary since the jewel meant to replace his damaged mana organs is now the top priority. Once completed, he will reach the Grand Master's level, as he should be next in line. Meanwhile, in Carton City, in the young master's residence, he holds a stone in his hand and wonders what it is. He remarks that since it's something the hat-wearing merchant gave him, it couldn't be an ordinary item. The demon lord appears, explaining that it's a contracted stone. The protagonist, confused, asks what he means. Underlord elaborates that a contracted stone helps forge contracts with spirits or spirit-type familiars. It's a rare item, difficult to find in the human realm, and allows even those with low spirit affinity to establish contracts with high-level spirits. All he needs to do is infuse his mana into the stone. Upon hearing this, the protagonist begins channeling his mana into it, and the stone turns red. The demon lord remarks that something incredible seems to be about to happen. Flames envelop the stone, surprising even the protagonist. The entire room starts filling with flames. The young master panics, shouting that the fire is burning his hand, but then stops, observing the phenomenon in awe. He examines the fire and realizes it isn't hot, confirming he's seen it before. Suddenly, the flames take shape, and a voice emerges from within, commenting on how cramped this place is for its summoning. Underlord gets excited, exclaiming that the protagonist managed to summon something incredible, a mythical beast. The protagonist reflects that he's seen many people in his past life contract magical beasts, but most were low-ranking spirits, with mid-ranking ones being much rarer. However, summoning a mythical beast with just a spiritual stone is beyond belief. Still in disbelief, Aiden asks the phoenix before him if he really summoned it. The firebird replies that, to be precise, he encountered it and introduces itself as the Queen of Eternal Birds, mentioning that her son owes the protagonist a debt. Confused, the young master asks why her son would owe him anything. Suddenly, a small bird appears on the larger bird's back, and upon seeing it, the protagonist recognizes it. The Queen of Eternal Birds explains that the protagonist saved her son from being eaten by a nasty troll, and as both a mother and a queen, she wanted to thank him. However, she adds that the young master is personally quite surprising. Still confused, Aiden asks what's so surprising about him. The Firebird analyzes him, noting his regeneration, poison, dark magic, and even the power of the Banshee, all of which are remarkable since even one of these would be extremely challenging for the human body to handle. The Firebird further mentions that he also carries a rather unpleasant curse. The young master laughs, while the Dark Lord grumbles, calling the bird an annoying idiot. Aiden asks the Queen if she'll form a contract. The Firebird explains that ordinarily, no ordinary being could handle her power, making a contract impossible. However, thanks to a strange stone within Aiden's body, it seems possible. The young master recalls a mysterious stone absorbed into his body while in the Forest of Death, and asks if she knows what it is. The Queen admits she doesn't, but in the distant past, beings with similar stones existed, before whom even queens like her were powerless. However, Aiden's current power level is far weaker compared to theirs, but it's still sufficient to establish a contract. The Queen of Eternal Birds spreads her wings and unleashes immense pressure, asking if the young human will form a contract with her. Without hesitation, the protagonist accepts, declaring that he'll seize this opportunity. The Firebird envelops him with her wings, introducing herself as Pyraness, daughter of the first flame that judges all things, and agrees to form the contract. She asks for his name to finalize it. The protagonist states his name is Aiden Rames, but nothing happens. Pyraness asks if he has another name. The young master reveals that his other name is Aiden Albareo. The contract immediately begins to form, and the two start merging. The system notifies that he has made a contract with the mythical spirit of fire, Pyraness. 3 days later, at the northern gate of Carton City, the pilgrimage carriage of the saint was on its way. Ellis was a bit upset, petting her dog and saying they were getting too close. Cassie tells her not to be so down, as they could meet again later once the secret pilgrimage is over. However, the saint still seems a little sad. Lova tries to cheer her up, saying he'll ask his father to let her travel to Carton City again. He looks into the room and wonders if the young master is really sleeping. But Aiden is awake, staring at his S-rank mercenary badge and thinking it's been a while since he last had one. Before leaving, everyone gathered at the guild to receive their badges. Everyone is pleased with their results, except for 2 people. Bali and St. Ellis received gold badges, signifying A rank. Lo and Cassie received silver badges, indicating B rank. Lo asks what type of badge the young master received. When they see it, they are completely shocked. It's a platinum badge, symbolizing an S-rank mercenary. But this was expected of the young master. Guild leader Marcos begins to explain that mercenary ranks are currently assigned based on individual skills and achievements, emphasizing that all of them could improve their ranks by honing their abilities and gaining more achievements. Therefore, no one should feel discouraged. The protagonist says he did a great job, but Marcos responds that it wasn't anything special and asks where Aiden is heading next. The young master lowers his gaze and says he's going to Sixius because there's something he needs to do there. Marcos looks at him and asks if he can ask something. He approaches and inquires if Aiden knows who in Sixius is behind all this. Marcos remarks that every time that name comes up, he can feel the anger radiating from the young master, as if he already knows who's responsible for everything. The master of it all grows furious, stating that he, too, feels immense rage toward those who commit such dirty acts, hiding behind false appearances. But for now, he can't act on it. That's why he wants to ask once more. He looks directly at the protagonist and says that if Aiden feels the same as he does, then he should make them pay for everything they've done, promising that if Aiden helps him fulfill that dream, he will devote everything he has to follow and support the young master. The protagonist starts laughing and says it's fine, adding that there's no stronger alliance than 2 people with a common enemy. Therefore, they will make those bastards pay. Back in the present, the protagonist is still lying in his room, thinking that this is the real beginning. The carriage driver shouts that they're almost there, but the young master remains lying down as the driver continues to yell that he can already see the great gate of Sixius. Many people are walking through the city. Cassie looks around, commenting on the large crowd with nobles and knights from various regions. The saint is captivated by everything she sees before her. The young master, still a bit disheartened, explains that all this commotion is because a martial arts tournament is about to take place. They ask what kind of tournament it is. He explains that the Sixius Martial Arts Tournament is the biggest festival of the Grand Duchy of Sixius, held every winter. It began to commemorate the founder, Jega Sixius, who sealed the catastrophic spirit known as the Winter Queen and founded Sixius long ago. Additionally, in Sixius, where monsters invade every winter, the season isn't warmly welcomed by the citizens, and they hope this winter passes without trouble, as they will also hold a prayer ceremony. Aiden explains that it's a major festival, one of the largest on the continent, which is why so many people are here. Even the people of the Grand Duchy have set aside their work to enjoy the tournament. Smiling, the protagonist finishes by saying that he will participate in the martial arts tournament. Bali gets excited, saying that a martial arts tournament sounds fun. The saint is also delighted, but Lo seems a bit worried, noting that the tournament appeared too suddenly and that it's a dangerous place. The Demon Lord comments that such an abrupt tournament isn't convincing, pointing out that the protagonist is here for revenge. Aiden agrees, saying that if he wins the tournament, he can take an item he wants from the Sikius warehouse and obtain a potion. With that potion alone, he could reach the realm he once achieved, the Grand Master level. Most importantly, right after the martial arts tournament, Underlord curiously asks what will happen next. The young master explains that once the tournament ends, the Banshee Queen, sealed by Sikius's founder long ago, will awaken.
The embodiment of calamity, leading an army of death from the frozen, desolate lands. When she awoke, the lands around her transformed into a legendary dungeon, bringing ruin to the northern continent, including sires. The northern nations, in an effort to stop her, sent 6 families of knights with distinguished merit, including the Duchy of Sires. But the dispatched troops were annihilated, and the few survivors who managed to flee were like walking corpses. In this desperate situation, the Storm Knight, Sylvetta, and her Blood Knights emerged to save the northern continent. Leading her order, Sylvetta managed to defeat the Winter Queen and became the new Duke of the Duchy of Sires, earning the adoration of the people and receiving the esteemed title of Night King. The protagonist begins to get irritated sitting at the table, thinking that this scoundrel is nothing like he imagined from his past life, neither honorable nor noble. Aiden is determined and thinks he needs to win the martial arts duel festival, and after that he will join the expedition to subjugate the Winter Queen. And so, when Sylvetta gets tired of fighting with the Winter Queen, it will be an opportunity for the protagonist to get rid of him. Ellis notices that Aiden seems a bit uneasy, and asks if the food is not to his liking as he looks very worried. The protagonist tries to hide it, saying it's not that, and changes the subject, commenting that it's surprising to see such a large crowd in a regular restaurant. Bali looks back while eating and says that's expected, since this is one of the largest festivals on the continent. The place was full of people, adventurers, and men trying to gain honor and merit. Everyone is smiling and having fun. The protagonist looks and agrees, saying that it seems like everyone is enjoying themselves there. Suddenly, people start walking up to them. As they arrive, they apologize, but mention that there are no empty tables left and ask if they would mind sitting with everyone. The man who asks starts smiling, showing great friendliness. After sitting at the table, the man says it is a great pleasure to meet them, and mentions that if they met by chance, perhaps some introductions would be a good idea. The man begins introducing himself, saying his name is Lao and that he is a mercenary. The protagonist also introduces himself, saying his name is Aiden. The saint introduces herself too. Aiden asks if the people with Lao are his friends. He answers yes and introduces one of them as his younger brother, named Ladell, noting that he is quite shy. Lao continues with the introductions and says that the person next to the protagonist, Cassie, starts drinking her beverage while looking away, saying she didn't expect to find an old tiger boy here. Lova gets confused and asks what she's talking about, but the being beside them starts laughing, saying he didn't expect to see a little cat girl here, as that's quite a rare sight, and introduces himself as Beiruk. Cassie also smiles and introduces herself. Aiden looks at the Tiger Man and says that, by the looks of it, they don't seem like regular travelers. Beiruk starts laughing and says that this judgment doesn't seem right coming from someone who travels with a catwoman. Ellis interrupts and says she has been curious since earlier and asks Ladell what the thing he has been holding since the beginning is. The shy boy gets startled by the question and asks if she's referring to his instrument. Ladell starts explaining that the instrument is called a baipa and is a traditional instrument from his home. He mentions that it's a bit embarrassing, but admits he is the bard of the group. The saint is delighted by this, calling him a great friend, and says she would love to hear him play. Ladell is even more surprised and shouts as she did this out of nowhere. However, looking at her cute face, he couldn't refuse and says that if she really wants to hear it, he can play, though he's not that good. Ellis gets very excited and happy, shouting that yes, she would love to hear it. He starts playing his instrument and begins to play faster and faster. The sound of the instrument starts drawing the protagonist's attention. Everyone around begins to listen to that incredible melody, and it catches everyone's attention. People start asking where the music is coming from and point to the protagonist's table, saying that someone there is playing something. Even the protagonist's companions begin to be impressed by the music, and people start gathering around him. Underlord also appears and smiles, saying that the infusion of music with talent, it seems that Child is extremely talented, as the mana in the music resonates with the humans around, enchanting everyone. The people around begin to calm down and become completely enchanted, smiling at the sound. Shortly after he finishes, embarrassed, and says that's how the instrument is played. Everyone around starts shouting, saying that the performance, the sound, the melody, and everything else were amazing and phenomenal. Cassie also feels happy and embarrassed, thanking the young man for such a touching performance. Lo can't hold back his tears, pointing out that it's the first time he's heard such an emotional performance. The saint also loved it and shouts, telling her new friend that he was truly incredible, emphasizing how cool it was. Lao laughs to his brother, saying that yet another fan has been added to the list and he had expected this from his younger brother. Liddell remains very embarrassed and shouts, asking his brother to stop saying such things. The Tiger Man starts laughing, saying that, to be honest, Liddell is secretly enjoying all the attention. Once again, the young musician gets embarrassed and asks him to stop as well. Lao thanks them for the dinner and says he would like to stay and continue the conversation, but his schedule is very full, so they need to leave. Aiden understands this and says that if he has other plans, there's no way to avoid his departure. With a smile on his face, Lao points out that entering the martial arts duel festival requires much more preparation than he expected. The protagonist gets excited and asks if he's going to participate as well, as this is quite a coincidence. But suddenly, he remembers something, shifts to a more serious tone, and asks the man if he said his name is Lao. The man looks directly at the protagonist and confirms, saying, "That's right." Aiden maintains his posture and begins to stare at him as well, saying that, by the looks of it, the next time they meet, it will be as enemies, as he too is participating in the martial arts festival. Lao doesn't lower his head and says he understands. However, he emphasizes to the protagonist that he won't go easy on him just because they met before. After this conversation, he turns to his group and says they will meet again soon. Then, they leave. The demon appears, asking what just happened there. Aiden asks what he means. Underlord looks at Lao and says that, even for just a moment, there was a great intent to kill. Aiden replies that maybe he knows that guy. The demon continues, asking if the protagonist met that man in his past life. He answers no, as he hadn't even heard the rumors. A swordsman traveling with an ancient werewolf and a genius bard. The man was the winner of the martial arts festival and became known as the demon of the sword that slays evil. Underlord remains a little confused and asks again if that man really was the winner of the martial arts festival in the protagonist's past life, and why he became known as the demon of the sword that slays evil. Aiden continues explaining that the man disappeared after winning the tournament's prize, the elixir, without leaving a trace. He didn't even participate in the subjugation of the Winter Queen, and after his disappearance, he reappeared 2 years later in the Duchy of Sires as a homicidal maniac. After they finish eating, they head to the place where they will spend the night, and when they arrive, everyone is extremely impressed. Ellis asks if the protagonist's friend is really allowing them to use that place. He replies yes. Bali looks at the place and says that using connections to indulge in luxuries during a pilgrimage is exactly the opposite of the original purpose of hiding one's identity and understanding the lives of real-world people. The protagonist asks him if he really thinks people in the real world live without enjoying their connections. He also points out that this will be a valuable lesson and experience for the saint to understand how powerful connections and influence can be. He looks at everyone and asks what could be a more perfect pilgrimage than this. Bali is left speechless and ends up agreeing. Sometime later inside, the protagonist receives a visit from Niseta. Upon arriving, she bows and shows respect to her noble master. Aiden asks how things are going. She says that, thanks to the information the protagonist provided, they managed to eliminate several people from the chaos. Additionally, she mentions that the branches that seem to have connections with the sires are apparently withdrawing recently. This suggests that, apparently, there was some discord between Chaos and the Storm Knight, Sylvetta. Aiden begins to think that, with the terror incident at the Imperial Palace, the Sacred Fire Cult incident, the experiments in the Death Forest, and even the Blood Knights experiment at the Umbra Guild, with all of their plans failing, it was to be expected that this would happen. He looks at his servant and asks her if there's any chance they figured out that the protagonist is the one behind all of this. Niseta says that the probability of that is extremely low. She starts to get a little embarrassed and says that this was already expected from her leader, handling everything personally, emphasizing that he truly embodies the noble master of the underworld. Hearing her speak this way and seeing how embarrassed she is, the protagonist begins to question whether she actually blushed because of him. As in his past life, she tried to eliminate him several times. A bit awkward about the situation, he tries to change the subject, saying that the most important thing is the item he asked her for. The witch says she understands and places a briefcase on the table, saying she brought it. She starts opening the case and shows him the 7 ingots of Estelanium, as he asked. Upon seeing them, Aiden begins to smile with happiness, thinking that this mineral is a mysterious one with magical conductivity and instant explosive potential rivaling adamantium. That material is so rare that most people have never seen it in their lifetime, and just one piece of it is worth the price of 10 mansions. He picks one of the ores up in his hand and tells her that it is indeed very precious, and thanks her for delivering it to him. Niseta says that it's not a big deal for her and asks what he intends to do with all of it. Aiden says that he plans to make armor for himself, as he already has a sword and shield, but until now, he hasn't found a suitable armor. The silver-haired witch sighs and says that the ore is notoriously difficult to work with, and that it won't be easy to find a blacksmith who can handle it well. The protagonist smiles, saying that there's a real blacksmith who can forge exactly what he needs. He starts walking through the streets of the city, saying that it's not here. Underlord is beginning to get irritated and says that they've been walking for over 2 hours, and all the protagonist has been repeating is, "It's not here," prompting the demon to ask if he's sure this blacksmith exists. The protagonist confirms, saying yes, and emphasizes that the only problem is that this blacksmith's forge is hard to find. To find it, one has to discover it for themselves or... Suddenly, looking to the side, he says that he found it and looks at a door at the end of an alley. A strange aura surrounded that place. Underlord looks and doesn't understand how the protagonist can think this is right, as he clearly only sees a door frame leaning against the wall. Aiden approaches the door and says that for an average person, it's just a discarded door lock. However, he starts pulling something from his bag. The demon asks if that's a key for the door. The protagonist says yes, and that if he puts it in that hole, then... Suddenly, as soon as he inserts the key into the door lock, it begins to glow brighter and brighter. And when the door opens, he finds himself in front of a forge with various armors scattered around. Underlord is impressed, saying that it's an overspace magic. The protagonist agrees and says that, in fact, this is a race blessed by the land. They were born with a workshop in their own subspace, and can even establish specific conditions for who can access it. The condition to enter that old man's workshop is an S-rank mercenary badge, which the demon just saw. The blacksmith is concentrating on crafting a blade for an axe and shouts, asking who the intruder is in his workshop. The protagonist smiles and calls the blacksmith Hedos, emphasizing that he came there to order a set of armor. The blacksmith looks at him angrily, not understanding what's going on, and asks if he really said he wants to order a set of armor. This is Hedos, the dwarf blacksmith. Underlord asks the protagonist if this is the blacksmith he was talking about, pointing out that this dwarf seems really grumpy. The protagonist says yes, and emphasizes that his skills are no joke, noting that it was this dwarf who made his armor while he fought with Underlord in his past life. The demon gets irritated and says that he's no longer interested in hearing that. Hetos walks over to the protagonist and asks if he's really an S-rank mercenary, pointing out that he's very fragile and doesn't seem capable of handling anything. Aiden affirms that he is indeed an S-rank mercenary and shows the white gold badge. However, the dwarf starts shaking his head angrily, saying that today's human world seems to have gone crazy, as giving an S-rank mercenary badge to a weakling like the protagonist doesn't make sense, and it seems that he'll have to raise the entrance requirements for his establishment. The blacksmith tells Aiden to leave because he doesn't have equipment for someone like him, emphasizing that there are many other blacksmiths who can make something. The protagonist begins to laugh, saying that this is a shame, and suddenly pulls out a bottle of Tears of the White Dragon, saying he thought they could have a conversation while enjoying this delicious, incredibly rare, top-quality white wine from the Kingdom of Drather. However, it seems that he will have to look for another blacksmith. Upon hearing this, the dwarf freezes and starts trembling, asking if he really said he has a bottle of Tears of the White Dragon. Aiden threatens to leave, saying he's going, but the blacksmith shouts for him to wait a moment. With his mouth full of water, Hedo says that they should have a conversation, as talking is nothing to worry about. Soon after, the dwarf is a bit drunk and shouts, happily saying that humans really know how to make amazing alcoholic drinks. He asks the protagonist what his name is. Aiden introduces himself and the blacksmith keeps smiling, saying that the wine is delicious, emphasizing that it is the best drink he's had since that rascal Valken gave him a gift 20 years ago. The blacksmith recalls that the mercenary appeared in his forge with a boy named Aiden Albareo. He continues, saying that the little brat seemed very stubborn, just like his master, which caused some trouble as the young man had grabbed a sword the blacksmith had told him not to touch. However, Aiden Albareo kept running around with the sword, shouting that he would borrow it once and for all. Later, the young man was older, and the blacksmith says that Valken is very irresponsible and wonders where he went. The protagonist watches the dwarf and thinks that, in this life, the emptiness without his master must have been even greater for the dwarf. Aiden changes the subject and starts laughing, saying they should stop drinking and focus on the armor. The blacksmith agrees and stands up excitedly, saying that after receiving such good wine, he can't just let the protagonist leave empty-handed, and asks him to describe his order as there isn't a weapon or armor in the world he can't forge. Meanwhile, in Sires, in the glacial mountains of the north, something was thawing. The Winter Queen, who had been asleep for a long time, finally awakens. Inside the carriage, Aiden looks out the window, thinking that it was really nice to see old Hedos after so long. The armor and dagger he had requested will be ready in 4 days, and there are still about 10 days until the Winter Queen wakes up, so he should have enough time. and now he has a key that allows him to travel to the dwarf's forge from anywhere, which can be very useful in the right circumstances. So, for now, he will wait for the items he requested to be ready. Meanwhile, they went to the great temple for the pilgrimage they are supposedly doing there. However, as soon as they arrive, there is a large crowd with banners, applause, and cheers, which makes the protagonist confused and wonder what is going on. The people from the church are holding banners welcoming St. Ellis along with cheers and praises. Ellis goes to the window and, smiling, begins waving, greeting everyone, saying that she is very happy to meet everyone there. The people are enchanted by how cute the saint is. Underlord watches this and says that the saint really seems to be enjoying all of this. The protagonist agrees, saying that she really seems happy and that they should let her enjoy this moment. When they finally arrive at the place and get out of the carriage, they are greeted by the sacred fire cult Sire's branch. The saint goes to meet a man. He bows respectfully and introduces himself, saying his name is Barkus, and that he is the high priest of the sacred fire cult in the Sire's branch. He emphasizes that he would also like to welcome the companions who came with the saint. The demon asks the protagonist if that human with a primate appearance is really a being like a high priest. The protagonist explains that in Sire's, even the leaders and caretakers look like that. Aiden approaches and Barkus looks at him and says that, above all, it is an honor to meet the savior of the main church. The protagonist says that it is also a pleasure to meet him and introduces himself, saying his name is Aden Remez. The protagonist mentions that Ellis's reception was much more enthusiastic than he expected, as he didn't realize she was so popular. They move a bit further while the high priest explains that normally the firekeeper should be lit with the holy fire god. However, it has remained cold for more than 10 years, as they didn't have a saint or saintess to keep it lit. He emphasizes that now, with the saint's holy fire, the temple will regain its warmth and also the fire in the hearts of the believers. Ellis looks at the firekeeper, a bit nervous but determined about what she must do. Aiden notices that she's a bit nervous and looks at her, asking if she knows how to do a good job. The saint replies that yes and remembers that she has done it before, so she's no longer afraid. Slowly, she begins to climb the stairs. Aiden stood there watching the scene and smiled, thinking that the child had grown quite a lot. Ellis reached the top of the stairs, still a little nervous, and said that if she poured a bit of her divine power there, maybe everything would be resolved. She then began to conjure some holy flames, and the firekeeper began to ignite once again. The saint was happy to see that it worked, but noticed that something was a bit different. Suddenly, the flame that was supposed to be small started to take over the place, leaving everyone impressed and shouting that the holy fire had finally been lit after 10 years. The holy fire lord was with them once again. Barkus began to cry, saying he never thought he would see the holy flames burning again in his life. The high priest looked at the protagonist and asked if that wasn't wonderful, as it was a great holy flame. However, Aiden didn't respond and stood there, amazed, looking at the holy fire. Still in shock, he began to wonder what kind of feeling this was that he was experiencing right now. Suddenly, the system announced that he had acquired a new mana cultivation technique. While it reduced the mana loss rate, its efficiency and absorption rate would increase significantly. Upon seeing this, he wondered if this was the mana cultivation technique he had learned from the ancient book he had taken at the Sacred Fire Church back then. He remained stunned, as the mana cultivation technique was now commanding his body, and the technique was urging him to absorb that fire. Suddenly, he clenched his hand and the flames began to behave strangely. With incredible speed, they began to move toward him. The high priest shouted for him to be careful, but there was no time to do anything. The flames engulfed the protagonist completely, and everyone around him began to get worried. Bali said that the holy fire burns anyone who isn't chosen as its master. So what was happening there? The fire continued circling the protagonist's body, who remained with his eyes closed, wondering what was happening as it was very hot. Suddenly, he heard a voice saying, "To my successor, I grant you my eyes, which can see through all lies. Any lie will lose its power before you." Aiden opened his eyes, which now glowed like fire, and suddenly the flames began to diminish. His followers and disciples approached, asking if he was okay. Lo and Cassie began touching him, shouting and asking if he was okay, while the high priest only observed. Bali began to laugh, looking at Aiden, and said he had already known that he wasn't an ordinary guy. Barkus asked what he meant by that. Bali started explaining that a prophecy was passed down along with the legends of the Holy Fire, and that long ago, before the Holy Fire Lord ascended, he told his believers, on the destined day, someone will appear and extend their hand to the fire. Instead of annihilating them, it will joyfully dance to greet them. The chosen one will come and inherit the will and purpose of the Master, and thus they will be called the Apostle of the Holy Fire. They looked at the protagonist, who was gently patting Lova. Bali asked if, given the current situation, the young master didn't seem to be the Apostle of the Holy Fire. Suddenly, the young master stopped, looked to the side, and realized that everyone there was looking at him differently. The protagonist asked what the glimmering in everyone's eyes was. Suddenly, the whole crowd began to shout and cheer, greeting him as the new apostle of the holy fire, for the apostle of the holy fire was there to protect them all. Aiden stood completely lost, asking what apostle of the holy fire meant. Suddenly, Barkus and Bali knelt before him, showing respect, which made him even more surprised by the situation. The high priest said that he would like to greet the new apostle of the holy fire. The young master began to tremble a bit, embarrassed, and said he had a bad feeling about this, emphasizing that he would prefer if they didn't do that. Suddenly, the whole place began to shake and people started to get scared, asking if it was an earthquake and shouting for everyone to be careful as the stones were falling. But the protagonist realized that this wasn't an earthquake. It was something different happening there. Suddenly, from afar, she had fully awakened, and all the pressure felt by the entire city emanated from her. The Winter Queen let out a fierce scream that echoed through the entire frozen valley. Upon hearing that scream, the young master immediately deduced who it could be. He began to think that this wasn't right, as there should have been more time before she awoke. Everyone started hearing the deafening scream, and the threatening aura circled in every direction. Even the guards began to wonder what that noise was and where it was coming from. Even the leader of the spiritual merchants was present. She begins speaking loudly, thanking everyone for using the services of the Emporium, emphasizing that she is the owner of the alcohol emporium, the hat merchant. People start looking up, not believing that she is there, wondering what someone with such status is doing in that place. She then announces that, as the representative of the emporium, she has a very important announcement to make. She starts saying that from that moment on, a legendary dungeon called the Queen of Winter's Nest appears. The people are shocked upon hearing this and can't even speak. Suddenly, one of them begins to tremble in panic, asking if the Queen of Winter really came back to life. Quickly, panic spreads, and people start running and shouting that the Queen of Winter has returned and will destroy everything, and that if they want to survive, they must just run as fast as possible. Meanwhile, at the Holy Fire Church, the young master grabs his sword while wondering how she resurrected 10 days earlier than expected, but he comes to the conclusion that it doesn't matter anymore. He starts analyzing his accessories and notices that both are completely out of control. The Banshees are having a tantrum because their queen has returned, and the Black Knight Spectre is going mad due to the desire to protect his homeland. The protagonist grips his sword tightly, irritated, and wonders why this damn ghost thinks it has the right to interfere, ordering it to return immediately. But suddenly, the energy contained in the sword starts growing stronger, and Aiden's new power is activated. Instantly, he is shocked, wondering what that is. He begins to see the Spectre's history, who is named Dares Kleiman. He used to be a knight in service to Lord Sylvetta. The young master starts to have the vision as if he were Dars. Sylvetta is standing in front of a window saying that with his mana core in its current state, he will never return to his previous level, and if this happens, he will even lose his legitimate position as the Grand Duke of Dare. He asks the Dark Knight to bring back the Dark Mages who visited him, as he will accept their offer. And with a small stone in his hand, Sylvetta begins to laugh, saying that if he completes that precious stone, he can replace his mana core with it, and when that's finished, he will be able to claim his position as Grand Duke. The protagonist begins to feel scared, wondering if these are really the Dark Knight's memories. He thinks that the whole incident with the Holy Fire gave him a new power called the Eye of Fire. The system appears, explaining that the Eye of Fire is a hidden authority left by the Holy Fire Master for his successor, allowing one to see through lies and the truth of all existing things. It has the ability to perceive the essence of everything. The protagonist starts thinking that the system had said this was on the same level as a god's divine authority, but he didn't imagine that this would allow him to look into the memories of a specter. Underlord says that the most important thing is that the mystery of the red stone the protagonist absorbed has finally been solved. The young master thinks that indeed, since he absorbed that stone, manipulating mana has become incredibly easier, and now he understands why. However, the most important thing for him is that one thing is certain. The man doesn't have much time left. The rest he will certainly try to use to create another substitute for a mana core. The demon is confused and asks if they didn't already know this through the Silver Witch, pointing out that Sylvetta doesn't have a good relationship with Chaos right now. And if that's the case, then how exactly is Sylvetta planning to create a new substitute for the mana core? The protagonist asks Underlord if he knows why the descendants of the Sires family are so ridiculously strong. The demon says no, and asks if it's because their bodies were forged in an adverse environment. The young master responds that the reason is because the first Grand Duke defeated the Queen of Winter and drank her essence. The essence of the Queen of Winter contains an energy so pure that it is incomparable to any known and existing elixir. And with this, the protagonist is sure that Sylvetta is definitely after the Queen of Winter's essence at this very moment. Aiden keeps thinking that he definitely won't let things go according to his plan. Someone else arrives, saying it's been a while since they've seen the young master. The protagonist turns around and is surprised to see Dyer. Dyer extends his hand and says he was going to greet them separately, but then saw the protagonist there. Aiden asks if he already knew he would be there. Dyer starts laughing and says he heard that the protagonist's family had become guardians of holiness and that he would accompany her on her pilgrimage, and that he came to Sychius. Aiden gets confused, wondering if this pilgrimage shouldn't be a different, secret one. Underlord points out that there are no secrets in that world. The protagonist says that apparently he must have come there because of the Winter Queen. Dyer says that's right. The Order of the Sacred Flame also needs someone to attend the emergency meeting. Upon hearing those words, the protagonist gets an idea. He says the person attending this meeting must be one of the highest-ranking members of the Order of the Sacred Flame. Dyer looks a bit confused and confirms, saying that's right. Aiden keeps laughing and says that if that's the case, someone called the Apostle of the Holy Flame, whom everyone in the Order follows, would be perfect. Dyer starts to get a bit worried and says that might not be the case. However, the protagonist turns around saying they need to go right now. Dyer, a bit reluctant, ends up agreeing as he can't oppose the protagonist. Aiden explains the situation and says he is the Apostle of the Holy Flame Dyer is looking for, so they must see his father immediately. Underlord asks the protagonist if he has a plan. Aiden emphasizes that he really was planning to meet the current Grand Duke of Sychius anyway, as he has a brilliant plan. Inside the office, Sylvetta is hunched over his desk, saying that the Winter Queen has finally been revived. He wonders if she knows how long he waited for this. He points out that people believe the first Grand Duke of Sychius defeated the Winter Queen. However, only half of that is true, and the other half is false. The first Grand Duke of Sychius did defeat the Winter Queen, but he couldn't destroy her. After the defeat, the essence of the Winter Queen shattered into fragments and spread across the north. These fragments turned the entire northern continent into eternal winter and merged with monsters, making them stronger. Sylvetta points out that one of these fragments entered the body of the first Grand Duke, enhancing the physical bodies of all his descendants. With just that fragment, the Sychius family gained a blessed physique. He punches the table and says that after all this time, the Winter Queen regained her power and was revived. In other words, if he can capture the Winter Queen now and fully absorb her essence, he could become the strongest in the world. He orders the White Knight and the Black Knight to prepare for departure as they will be the first to go and defeat her to obtain her essence. The two kneel, showing respect, and say they will leave immediately. Someone comes running and bursts through the door, telling Sylvetta that something terrible has happened. He asks what it could be. The man who ran in bends down out of breath and explains that the Grand Duke Sychius has just entrusted the subjugation of the Winter Queen to an external force, not the knights. Sylvetta is extremely shocked to hear this and asks what external force that is. Very angrily, he points out that he had already told his father he would personally handle the subjugation, yet suddenly, an external force appears. He asks where this external force is. The messenger says it's the Order of the Sacred Flame. Sylvetta remains furious, saying that the Order of the Sacred Flame is nothing but a hindrance from beginning to end. The messenger points out that he heard the one leading the subjugation has been gaining a great reputation recently. Sylvetta asks who this famous person is. The messenger says it's someone named Aiden Remez. Upon hearing this name, Sylvetta becomes extremely enraged and says he must meet this person. After the hat merchant appears inside the audience chamber, the three meet. The current Archduke Caius Vernon asks if what the protagonist is saying now is that he's willing to defeat the Winter Queen on behalf of the family. Aiden says that, to be more honest, he's proposing a deal. The Archduke gets interested and asks him to explain further. The protagonist starts by saying that, as the Archduke already knows, the Winter Queen is a disastrous and difficult monster to handle, even with several swordmasters. Even if it were the elite knights of the Sayus Grand Duchy, there would surely be massive casualties. Instead, he, his comrades, and the Order of the Sacred Flame will go and subjugate the Winter Queen. The Archduke starts analyzing the situation and asks what the protagonist wants in return. Aiden smiles and tells the Archduke to give him everything there is, starting with the land and including all the byproducts that come from it. Dyer is startled by this and asks the protagonist if that isn't asking too much, since his father definitely is. However, Aiden interrupts him, saying there's still one more thing he wants. But the Archduke also interrupts and begins to rise, leaving Dyer surprised. The Archduke says he believes in actions, not words. He quickly advances, grabs his son's sword, and points it at the protagonist. However, Aiden was prepared and manages to defend himself from the first strike. He thinks that this was expected from a high-level swordmaster, as his hands began tingling even from a light swing of the sword. Dyer tries to intervene, telling his father to calm down a bit, as this man is still the one who saved his son. So, if he does something like this all of a sudden, the Archduke drops the sword to the ground, saying that the protagonist is not just all talk and asks what the final part of the deal was. Aiden thinks the Archduke is exactly as he heard, a stubborn old man. He begins to explain that his final deal is After the agreement ends, the protagonist goes to his room and sits on his bed. He looks at the elixir in his hand and says, the final condition of the agreement was the elixir originally prepared as the prize for winning the martial arts competition. And, as expected, that elixir contains mana with unbelievable concentration. He thinks that elixir can clearly break his limits. He puts it in his mouth and swallows it quickly. He begins to feel strange. He thinks it's cold mana flowing into his body like a massive waterfall, as there is too much mana for his body to absorb all at once. However, that doesn't mean he can let a single drop of that precious mana escape. It's all his. Aiden starts focusing as much as he can, trying to absorb the massive amount of mana. Underlord appears, worried, saying that the mana will go wild and the protagonist needs to release it immediately. But he refuses and says he won't lose anything. He keeps trying to absorb as much as possible. However, the mana begins to spread through the room, covering the entire space. He thinks the wall is about to collapse. The glow coming from his room is so intense that it starts drawing attention from outside. Through the window, the curtains begin to sway until suddenly everything falls silent. Thanks to the protagonist's evolution, Underlord also evolves drastically. He says that apparently, as Aiden's powers returned, so did his appearance. The protagonist closes his hand and tries to punch Underlord. However, his hand goes right through him and nothing happens. The demon is confused and asks what he's trying to do. Aiden turns to him annoyed, emphasizing that he thought he'd be able to defeat him once he became a swordmaster. Underlord becomes completely furious, asking what a brat like him just said, as he's nothing more than an excellent... Suddenly, someone knocks at the door and the protagonist tells them to come in. Niseda enters and says the preparations are complete. Aiden tells her to go ahead, leaving the Underlords stunned. A bit later, at the Winter Queen's dungeon, the two are climbing the snowy mountains. Niseda points out that the mist isn't normal. The protagonist agrees, stating that it's an extremely irritating spell. He thinks that the first reason the elite knights of Sisyphus were annihilated during the first subjugation was because of that banshee's mist. It drives people insane, making them relive their greatest fears and sorrows. However, that doesn't work on him. He uses his skill to remove all the mist around him. And the second reason the Templar Knights failed to subjugate the enemy is because there are many in an army of undead. But he doesn't need to handle that alone. He asks Niseda if she can do it. She says she can't see anything due to the mist, but she can definitely sense everything around her. She emphasizes that the cries of the undead are cries of sorrow, desperate wails filled with fear. The undead are trapped in the memories of when they were alive, wandering this world unable to reach the state of Buddha, feeling the pain of death again, endlessly. It's a cry for salvation until the last remnant of their being disintegrates and vanishes. She begins focusing her magic, stating that this is why black mages exist, to save the dead, granting the blessing of death to the ghosts writhing in pain. The three main holy religious orders of the era bless the living, but the priests from the kingdom of Florence were priests and ministers of the dead. And she is the last descendant of the royal family of Florence and the final high priest of the dead. That's why she's simply fulfilling the mission she was given. She casts her magic and begins chanting, "Families who lost their souls and whose bones turn to dust, who wander without knowing themselves. You who lost the skin that felt warmth, wandering and losing sight of the fire. Here comes your flame, Florence. Leave your hatred with me and go. End this now. Sleep well." Her magic spreads throughout the enemy's territory, and within seconds, all the undead completely vanish. Inside her palace, the Winter Queen sat with her head lowered, consumed by immense rage. The pressure in the entire place and the falling blizzard intensified drastically. The protagonist starts laughing and says that it seems she really is angry because all her subordinates have vanished. And that's exactly why they need to go there and see how much stronger they've become. At the Holy Order's Sisyphus branch, Ellis was kneeling in prayer before the flame. She begs God to please help her. She asks him to allow her brother Aiden to return safely from his battle with the Winter Queen. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the Winter Queen's palace, the protagonist keeps walking forward without the slightest fear. He thinks that the cold is so intense that an ordinary person wouldn't last long, and it was a great idea to ask Hedos ahead of time to make armor from phoenix feathers. Besides being extremely durable, it also retains heat. He did well to visit that old man. Beyond the mist, that glacial cold was also one of the reasons Sisyphus's subjugation forces failed. Underlord says he now understands why the protagonist sent Niseda back. Upon entering the palace, he remarks how magnificently the place is built. He begins to draw his sword and thinks that even with all his preparations, she is still a calamity-level creature, which is why he must fight with all his strength. The Winter Queen begins trembling with rage, asking how the protagonist dared to do that to her kin, and declares that she will not forgive him. She starts screaming, releasing an enormous amount of energy. She says he betrayed the master who loved him, that the human world betrayed him, and that he is no longer needed. With ice forming on his body, the protagonist starts to wonder if she's referring to the contractor she once had. Banshees are spirits born when emotions like sorrow and regret transform into hatred. Moreover, his armor is starting to fall short of holding back the cold. However, he already has a plan in mind. His body begins to ignite in flames, and he says it's time for Pyranes to come forth. The phoenix has appeared before her master, summoned by him. He thinks the class gap between him and Pyranes is massive, which is why he can only use 1% of her original power. Still, he's just a boy. The phoenix says she never imagined that a spirit who once held the rank of king would fall so low. It's truly pitiful. The protagonist asks if she can win. Pyranes says she is the master of all flames, so they should let that poor child rest. The protagonist charges forward, asking the phoenix to cover him. The queen starts summoning ice golems that rush toward him. However, he can clearly see their weaknesses. He imbues his sword with mana and easily destroys the first opponents. He starts to smile, saying he can finally feel that he's reached the master's realm. Another ice golem prepares to attack him, but a fireball quickly melts it. Pyranes asserts that she won't let anyone harm her contractor. The queen grows increasingly furious as she watches her beloved knights being completely destroyed and screams again with tears in her eyes, declaring that she will never forgive them. She starts using another spell, raising ice crystals. She launches her attack, saying he should freeze and shatter into pieces. However, the protagonist dodges all the attacks with ease and keeps advancing. He says that, with his fire-infused eyes, that's nothing to him. Still, he's surprised when a massive spiked ice wall forms in front of him. Aiden wonders how much mana capacity she must have to keep using master-level magic like that. The queen continues attacking without pause, unleashing even more of her power and generating overwhelming pressure. Her attack starts freezing his body once again. The protagonist thinks she's using another extremely annoying ability, but with Pyranes' help, that's nothing to him. Then he hears an apology and asks what's wrong. When he looks back, he sees his summoned spirit has taken on a different form. Pyranes explains that, aside from the environment being extremely poor, the protagonist's mana is also low, making it hard for her to maintain her form. So all she can do in that state is offer a bit of warmth. Aiden begins to worry, realizing that spirits are greatly affected by their surroundings, and that this place, full of cold earth, is the worst possible environment for a Pyranes. He stares at the queen, who continues attacking, and thinks he underestimated her. In his past life, he barely managed to defeat her, even after wiping out nearly all of Sixtus's subjugation force. He also realizes that the Banshee's shield won't cooperate with him now that her queen has returned. He begins to question whether there really isn't another way, another path. But while he stands there fighting, she, the saint, the most powerful among all, Ellis, is on her knees praying. With the power of faith and conviction in her words, she begs God to help him. Suddenly, he realizes something is happening to his body. A golden cloak begins to envelop him completely. He watches, wondering what this power is. Underlord starts crying out in pain, asking what this sudden flow of sacred power is. Thanks to the power surrounding him, he hears a voice saying, "Please, let Brother Aiden return safely." Immediately, he realizes it's Ellis's voice and understands that she had been praying for him all along. Pyranes starts to radiate an unbelievable amount of power. She says she doesn't know exactly what just happened, but suddenly began feeling a huge amount of mana, and that's enough. She transforms once again and spreads her wings like a true phoenix, saying she can now use 1/10 of her original power. Just the heat emanating from her body begins to completely melt the queen's palace. She tells the protagonist that her body's heat alone is destroying the castle. He's astonished, questioning if that's really just 1/10 of her original power. The Winter Queen begins to grow uneasy and screams, asking what that light is. Pyranes looks at her and says it's time for her to rest beside her master. An extraordinary wave of heat and flames sweeps through the area, striking the queen and making her scream in pain. Before disappearing, she starts crying, for she sees her king before her. Underlord appears behind the protagonist and says to her that he's sorry for making her wait so long, and that now she should rest, calling her Child of Snow. Seeing her king before her, the queen feels at peace, smiles, thanks them for everything, and accepts her defeat. Thus came the end of the Winter Queen, and things begin to calm down. At the castle of the Grand Duchy of Psycheus, people look up and say that the mist suddenly stopped and the village became warm. The snow piled up on the mountain also began to melt. They wonder what could be happening there. Once again, the hat merchant appears, saying he has a new message for everyone. He declares that from that moment on, the legendary level dungeon Winter Queen's Nest has been conquered by Aiden Remes. The people can't believe the Winter Queen was subdued and begin questioning if the protagonist, known as the useless young master, really did it. They wonder if this means they no longer have to be afraid. After a few minutes of questioning, they realize it's true and begin to celebrate, saying they can restart the festival now and wishing long life to Master Aiden Remes. His group begins to smile, seeing that he truly succeeded. The real protagonist, the one who truly defeated the Winter Queen, was simply on her knees, with her feelings and faith, once again joining her hands and thanking that her brother Aiden was safe. Dyer is also pleased with the achievement, and the Archduke sighs in relief. However, not everyone was happy. Inside Sylvetta's chamber, a terrible atmosphere took over. His knights had their heads lowered, while he crouched down after destroying everything. Sylvetta starts saying it should have been him, but because of some unknown guy who appeared out of nowhere. He screams the protagonist's name in fury, saying that if Aiden hadn't been there, he would have been the one to defeat the Winter Queen and reclaim all his power. Enraged, he keeps screaming that he'll kill the protagonist, but then he begins coughing, and blood comes out of his mouth. Once again, his knights become worried. Sylvetta says that on top of all that, the same person also saved Dyer at the banquet hall, saved the saint of the Order of the Sacred Flame, so it's all his fault. He emphasizes that there's no way all this is just coincidence. Aiden Reams is definitely standing in his way on purpose. Sylvetta continues trembling with rage and orders the White Knight to bring the experimental subject. The White Knight becomes concerned and points out that the experimental subject is a prototype made from non-human monsters. Plus, the jewel's power is unstable and side effects could occur in the body. Consumed by hatred, Sylvetta turns with a terrifying gaze and asks the White Knight if he's really questioning his leader's orders. The White Knight starts shaking in fear and says he understands. Sylvetta says that if the protagonist managed to defeat the Winter Queen, then he must have reached at least the Swordmaster level. And to face him, Sylvetta needs to recover his power, even if it's only temporary. That way, he can complete the jewel with the essence of the queen that the protagonist possesses, even if he has to kill him for it. Sometime later at the Order of the Sacred Flame, the protagonist begins to enter. Underlord tells him it's funny how he's being received like a true hero. Aiden asks, what hero? Because he's not there to save anyone. He's only after his revenge. He smiles and says that even so, he doesn't feel bad at all because he also gained a usable cloak. That is the Frozen Winter Cloak, a spiritual weapon. Its unique ability, Ice Field, can instantly freeze space within a 15-meter radius. He thinks this will be extremely useful. Suddenly, she comes running, shouting, and the protagonist is surprised. It's Ellis. She hugs him tightly and both start smiling. With her eyes glowing, she tells her brother that she prayed to God for him to return safely and says she felt that God answered her prayers. Aiden recalls the moment he was struck by all that sacred power and realizes her prayers truly saved him. He gently strokes her head and says that thanks to her prayers, he really did return safely. Bali smiles, saying that no one would have imagined such a disastrous level monster could be handled so easily. However, he points out that it was expected, since the protagonist is much stronger than he thought. Lo comes running, crying as he sees his master is safe, while Cassie just stays quiet. The protagonist stops Lo, saying he's already receiving too many compliments, and emphasizes that he didn't do it all alone. As he looks around, he gets confused and asks who that huge wolf over there is. Ellis starts laughing and points to the wolf, saying that's Chaco. Aiden is stunned to hear that, asking if it's the same dog he met before. Ellis explains that over the past few days, her dog hadn't been feeling well. He wasn't eating and only slept. But one day, new fur began to grow, and he changed like that. The protagonist is still confused, asking how a dog could change so drastically out of nowhere. Underlord says it seems the dog broke through a wall and evolved into a new identity. Aiden remains confused, wondering how a dog could break a wall. The Lord of the Underworld starts explaining, asking if it isn't the same for humans. Just like the protagonist reached the Swordmaster realm by breaking through a wall, that dog also gained new powers by crossing his own barrier. In other words, that dog is the Swordmaster of the canine world. Aiden starts feeling useless and asks how a dog managed to break through a wall that he could barely surpass his whole life. Another member of the church appears, saying he has good news. The protagonist turns and asks what those sudden good news are. The apostle says that they were just called directly by the Grand Duke of Psychius. He says the Grand Duke wants to personally thank Aiden and has requested a private meeting during tonight's banquet. He adds that Lord Sylvetta, Master of the Ice Fortress, will also be present. The protagonist turns, irritated upon hearing that name. The Lord of the Underworld says Sylvetta wanting a private meeting is very dangerous. The protagonist stays annoyed and agrees, saying it really is dangerous. But if he sees that person's face, he might not be able to suppress all his rage. Several hours later at the Ice Fortress, the protagonist begins to approach. Suddenly, he hears a voice saying, "So you're Aiden Remes." He stops and looks ahead. A person approaches with a sword in hand and says he's heard a lot about Aiden, that he saved his younger brother and did well in the Order of the Sacred Flame. The protagonist begins to get irritated and says the black mages were filthy and plotted everything. They're human trash, filth, just like him. Sylvetta, now with his body fused with the monsters, starts laughing and says he already knew, that the protagonist knew his plans. He asks if Aiden was hired by his brother or if he's just someone holding a grudge. Aiden starts drawing his sword and says grudge isn't entirely wrong. He points the blade and says that a mercenary who once considered Sylvetta a comrade asked him to do all this. to make Sylvetta feel the same pain he did. Sylvetta asks what he's talking about, saying he never associated with those bastards, and there's no way he'd ever call them comrades. The protagonist grows more furious by the second and says he now sees those are Sylvetta's true feelings. It must have all been a lie. He begins to recall his past life when the two were friends. Sylvetta once said his very existence was already a big help, as he could always count on him. And in the end, he emphasizes that he had no choice and won't ask for forgiveness. With that, the protagonist thinks that final moment was truly sincere. He begins to release his aura, thinking that along with it ends the bitter relationship he had with the one called Sylvetta. The protagonist keeps pointing his sword ready for battle. Sylvetta feels his aura and says it seems Aiden really did reach the Swordmaster realm. He says he had an idea when he heard the news that Aiden defeated the Winter Queen. He starts laughing and releases his soul, saying that's exactly why he made so many preparations. The protagonist is surprised by the sight, asking what exactly is that in front of him. Sylvetta begins to change form, his body fusing with that of a monster, releasing an extremely powerful aura. Aiden thinks that Guy has finally broken through the barrier of a swordmaster, because that aura is incredibly strange and unpleasant. The Lord of the Underworld says it looks like Sylvetta absorbed a power similar to the gem the protagonist used before to break through his own wall. However, although the method is the same, the contents of the gem seem completely different. At that moment, the aura flowing through the Night King's body isn't human, it's that of a monster. He points out that it resembles the completed version of the Blood Warriors he had seen before. Aiden remarks that, driven mad by power, the man ended up destroying himself. It's almost pitiful to watch something like this. Sylvetta starts laughing and says it doesn't matter right now, because as long as he has the item the protagonist stole, he can immediately purge that filthy aura from his body. He asks where the essence of the Winter Queen is stored, saying that if the protagonist hands it over, he might at least be able to save his allies. Aiden watches his opponent silently, slightly unsure. Sylvetta says he looks like a fool and asks how much time he thinks he has, since it's just the two of them there, and questions where he thinks the other knights are. He emphasizes that, by now, his knights should have taken control of the protagonist's entire group, including the saint. He grabs something and says that if the protagonist doesn't believe him, then he'll see it with his own eyes. He picks up a crystal ball and tells Aiden to look into it and witness how his companions are suffering and being taken hostage. But when he looks into the orb himself, he's stunned and asks, "What is that?" Meanwhile, at the Holy Order, the White Knight is holding the crystal ball in shock because his lord had guaranteed with full certainty that that group wasn't anything special. Bali was beating down the knights with his monstrous strength. He starts laughing and asks if that's all they've got because tonight will be a holy war. The Red Knight points his sword and shouts for the others not to fear and to fight for their lord. He senses something, looks to the side, and blocks an attack. Lo is also ready for battle and, irritated, asks how they dare try to harm the young master. He will make them pay for that sin with their lives. The two begin to fight, and the speed of the combat is impressive. The Red Knight laughs and says it's pathetic that all of Lo's attacks are full of openings. He says Lo is like a moth flying toward the flames. He prepares to strike and shouts that death is Lo's wish, so he will grant it. He pours all his strength into his sword, coating it with aura, and strikes with everything he has. The blow lands on Lo, but the Red Knight's sword breaks. He begins trembling in fear because he realizes his sword didn't deal any damage. Lo's body had changed. Lo also had a trump card. He says that with that strike, his opponent couldn't even scratch him. He infuses his sword with aura and charges at the Red Knight, who can no longer defend himself and lands a direct hit. Lo states that he can no longer be a burden to his young master. The White Knight watches the battle, which is turning into a full-blown massacre. He can't believe even the Red Knight has been defeated. He thinks that now, at this point, there's only one option left. He shouts for everyone to capture the saint. They need to use her as a hostage. The soldiers rush toward her, startling the little girl. Cassie is behind her, very calm and silent. She prepares herself and says that the knights shouldn't try to do such vile things to the saint. She raises her hand and the knights start to panic, thinking something is flying. Several bottles begin to float among the troops and suddenly drop on the invaders. A green liquid starts oozing out and they ask what that is. They begin to freeze in place and scream that they can't move forward anymore because of the sticky, strange liquid, begging for help. Cassie starts laughing and says it's just a sticky substance made of viscous liquid. She tells Chaco to finish the job. He appears and the knights begin to tremble, asking where that monster came from. The dog was far larger than before, emanating a crushing aura with a cold and piercing gaze. He charges toward the warriors, who can only cry. The saint cheers, shouting that her dog is amazing. However, while she's distracted, the White Knight comes from behind, preparing to attack. Mid-attack, he thinks he has no choice but to deal with the saint himself. She looks back and uses her sacred power. The White Knight panics and asks what's happening. Suddenly, a light appears on her fist and she lands a direct blow on him. Ellis had received so much power from the fire god that a single punch released an unbelievable amount of sacred power, instantly defeating the White Knight. On the other side, seeing the failure of his troops, Sylvetta crushes the orb and begins to tremble. He says there were more than 10 knights who were masters, so how could this have happened? The protagonist prepares to fight and starts laughing, pointing out that unlike the old friends he once had, this time he made some very good allies. Sylvetta keeps squeezing the crystal in his hand, injuring himself and bleeding. He says all those people are just disposable pawns that can be replaced, and that there's no need for hostages. He charges in with everything he's got, and the two begin exchanging blows. He claims that if he can absorb the protagonist's essence, everything will be resolved. Aiden focuses on the battle and keeps fighting without saying a word. The battle between the two swordmasters is so intense that the impacts can be seen and heard from far away. The pressure of the fight is extremely strong. The protagonist is thrown back, and Sylvetta charges forward, but Aiden manages to dodge the next attack. He asks if Sylvetta doesn't care if the entire palace is destroyed. Sylvetta replies that he doesn't, because if everything is destroyed, they can rebuild. He keeps attacking, saying that the young master knows nothing about the burdens he carries. He asks if he knows the Northern Blade Glacier and how strong the monsters from the frozen towers are. Aiden only defends himself from the attacks. Sylvetta keeps shouting that he knows absolutely nothing. His sword begins to look strange. The protagonist notices the ability and quickly dodges. Sylvetta says he is the Knight of the Storm, the master of the Ice Fortress, and the one who will inherit the position of Grand Duke. He yells that he has the mission of becoming the strongest to protect the Grand Duchy and asks if Aiden even knows the sense of duty that this requires. Aiden lands back on the ground and, irritated, asks if Sylvetta really just said he doesn't know what duty is. He remembers when he was praised, people tossing him into the air saying he was the hero who would save the world and rescue everyone. He was the hope. They asked him to save everyone from destruction, like a true hero. He tells Sylvetta that this isn't just wordplay to cover up the dirty things he's done, and asks if he has any idea how many people died because of his greed. Sylvetta replies that it was an unavoidable sacrifice. The protagonist stays silent for a moment, thinks, and says it's fine because now he understands. And now that he's heard all of his opponent's intentions, he starts walking and thanks him for clearing his mind. Seeing that piece of trash's face made him so angry, he momentarily forgot his true duty. Sylvetta is confused and asks what he's talking about, what he forgot, and what that duty is. Aiden stops holding back, unleashes all his power, and says he's talking about the promise to drag Sylvetta's heart across the ground. Sylvetta starts feeling the overwhelming power radiating from the protagonist as if he were staring directly into his soul. He becomes worried, wondering what this power is and where it's coming from, because it feels just like Master Peer. Master Peer is an ability that anyone who reaches the transcendent realm can naturally possess, but there's only one thing that determines its strength: killing intent. This intent is perfected after taking a life and is the essence of a Master Peer's power. The protagonist keeps advancing, eyes locked on his opponent like a hunter staring at its prey. Sylvetta trembles and thinks the Master's aura he feels coming from Aiden is like that of someone who's killed tens of thousands. He shakes even more and thinks it's absurd, but gathers his strength and charges, declaring that only he can be the strongest. The two resume their fight and the movements intensify. Their sword fight becomes increasingly fast. The strikes begin to resemble each other, and Sylvetta notices something strange. He starts to see himself as if he were fighting against himself. He screams, asking what tricks the protagonist is using. Aiden replies that he's not using any. He's just spitting in his own face, and with a smile asks if that isn't the sword of Sychius, the one he himself taught. Sylvetta is confused and asks how he could have taught anything if this is the first time they're meeting. The protagonist charges and says that if he's curious, he should take a good look again. He keeps using similar attacks and points out that this is the sword Sylvetta taught him. Sylvetta can't understand how that's possible. The protagonist keeps advancing, forcing Sylvetta to retreat. He begins to feel fear and thinks it's unmistakable. That's definitely the sword of Sychius. However, he's certain it's the first time he's ever seen Aiden. He starts to wonder if that means Aiden was his brother's little dog, and that's how he learned those moves. He becomes extremely enraged at that thought and decides he'll kill anyone who stands in his way. He begins to be consumed by greed. His eyes change color and a devastating aura begins to envelop his entire body, creating a massive sphere of energy. The protagonist just watches and thinks that in the end, it really came to this point. Sylvetta completes his transformation and now, truly a monster, begins to advance, saying he will kill the protagonist. Aiden observes the situation and says this is a mana outbreak. His opponent is now completely at the mercy of his own mana, like a true beast. Sylvetta keeps shouting that he will become the Night King and that everyone must obey him. He grips his sword tightly and declares that the protagonist can no longer defeat him. He charges in with everything he has. His power is so overwhelming that just one swing of his sword begins to destroy the entire surrounding area. He keeps roaring like a beast, focused solely on killing. Aiden continues watching, saying nothing. Sylvetta keeps attacking, destroying everything around him, and shouts that he can feel himself getting stronger and stronger. The protagonist only defends and thinks that Sylvetta is attacking with aura, so there's no opportunity to counterattack, and he can only wait for all that fury to end. With the immense power radiating from the battle, someone begins to approach, asking what kind of commotion is going on. As they get closer, they see the two fighting. Sylvetta senses someone else nearby. Dyer is shocked and terrified to see his brother like that. He asks what kind of aura that is. Seeing his brother there, Sylvetta changes focus and charges at him with everything he has. Dyer panics and dodges the first attack, asking what his brother is doing. Sylvetta says that if it weren't for Dyer, his life wouldn't be such a mess, and emphasizes that if he had just died quietly at the Imperial Palace, none of this would have happened. Dyer can't believe it and asks if the actions of the Black Mages at the Imperial Palace were orchestrated by his own brother. He screams, demanding an answer, but Sylvetta is already consumed by rage and hatred toward everyone. He charges without saying anything and prepares to strike his own brother. The protagonist steps in and blocks the attack. Aiden tells Lord Dyer that the monster before them is no longer his brother, because the mana surge has begun. The person once known as Sylvetta is no longer there. Dyer is confused, not understanding what's happening. The protagonist continues to hold off the attack, trembling from the overwhelming force. He says that, on top of everything, even though Sylvetta borrowed the power of dark magic, he still reached the Transcendence Realm. Aiden stresses that if Sylvetta isn't stopped now, he will become a calamity that will destroy all of Sitsios. They must stop him here and now. The protagonist asks Dyer to lend his strength so they can save Sitsios. Sylvetta starts attacking again, screaming that he'll kill anyone who gets in his way. However, he's caught off guard. His own brother strikes him. Dyer apologizes and says it's all to save Sitsios. Sylvetta grows even more furious and unleashes a devastating attack, but the protagonist defends once again. Aiden asks Dyer if he remembers the fight at the Imperial Palace banquet. Dyer says how could he forget, it was the strongest monster he ever faced. The protagonist says that if he remembers that moment, then it'll be easier to coordinate their attacks now, since they once joined forces against a monster that used a great sword. With that, the two begin attacking together. The monster before them charges as well. The exchange of blows resumes. Sylvetta uses his sword to strike, but the protagonist blocks with his shield and yells for Dyer to attack now. Dyer lunges with his spear, but his brother senses his presence and dodges the attack. He counterattacks with full force, but the protagonist blocks again. Aiden thinks that because of the mana surge, Sylvetta has lost his mind and is pushing his muscles to the limit. That way, a single strike may be powerful, but afterward, his body will be overloaded and he won't be able to exert his strength properly. Seeing that his opponent isn't in peak condition, the protagonist takes advantage of the opening, prepares himself, and charges again. He begins attacking repeatedly, pressuring Sylvetta, who can only defend for a few moments. Sylvetta screams, asking how Aiden dares to do this, and counterattacks again. However, the protagonist vanishes from his sight, leaving him confused. He realizes his body isn't moving. Ice starts forming on his face and his legs begin to freeze. Aiden had used his attacks to close the distance and activated the frozen winter cloak. The protagonist says goodbye, telling him they'll meet in the next life. He thinks that, for someone who was once his comrade, Aiden uses the Dragon Slayer swordsmanship and his sword begins to change color. Dyer closes his eyes, unwilling to witness that scene. The protagonist remembers exactly what he learned in his past life and replicates the strike perfectly. He charges forward to put an end to everything. Sylvetta is surprised to see the Dragon Slayer. Aiden scales it and cuts his opponent with the strength of a dragon. He remains silent for a moment and Sylvetta stops moving and collapses to the ground, defeated. The Lord of the Underworld appears, telling the protagonist that he has finally achieved the revenge he long desired. Aiden stays silent, staring at the man who was once his companion. The Lord of the Underworld notices and says the expression on his face doesn't look like that of someone who's happy. He asks if that wasn't the reason he lived this new life. Aiden, looking down, replies that it was exactly that. His goal, desire, and will for this entire life, and that he finally got his revenge. However, he still can't understand the feeling he's having at that moment. The next day in the Grand Duchy, the news was published in the newspaper, and people wondered if it was really true. Some noted they heard a lot of noise last night, but never imagined that was what was happening. The newspaper stated that the eldest son of the Grand Duke of Sitsios, the Storm Knight Sylvetta Sitsios, had died. People commented that it seemed he had reached the Transcendence Realm, succumbed to a mana surge, and passed away. Others remarked that he truly was a good person. In his room, the protagonist stares out the window when suddenly someone knocks on the door asking if he's there. He turns and asks who it is. Dyer opens the door and says he's there to ask something. The protagonist asks if the cleanup is finished. Dyer explains that thanks to the information Aiden provided, they were able to arrest everyone who helped Sylvetta in his crimes. Dyer bows, places a hand on his chest, and thanks him, saying that thanks to the protagonist, they were able to protect the family's honor and that, on behalf of everyone, he would like to express his gratitude. He then looks at Aiden and says there's something he wants to ask. He questions if the protagonist knew from the beginning that his older brother was involved in all those activities. He continues saying the incident at the Imperial Palace banquet, the events within the Order of the Sacred Flame, and even the experiments in the Forest of Death. He wants to know how Aiden was able to foresee all of it and act, when not even the Archduke, let alone himself, had any idea what was going on. The protagonist answers that he heard all of it from a certain mercenary and apologizes, saying he can't say anything more. Dyer lowers his head, reflecting on what he heard, and says that for now, his father would like the matter to remain secret, and in exchange, Cicios promises to offer Lord Aiden the greatest possible reward. As the true mercenary he's always been, the protagonist's ears twitch at the word reward. He starts to smile, saying that's certainly excellent news. Sometime later, Aiden and Nisita go to a certain place. She looks ahead and says she never imagined something like that was right under Cicios' nose, a massive amount of magical crystals. She comments that she's extremely surprised to find so many mana stones there. Moreover, she says that sea of mana stones seems to be of the highest quality. A single piece of that quality could be worth hundreds of gold coins. The protagonist explains that the Grand Duchy of Cicios agreed to fund the construction of the mine as part of the reward, so things should proceed smoothly. Furthermore, that place will be crucial to his future plans, and that's exactly why he's counting on her to take care of everything. He thinks that the enemies he must now face are backed by powers far greater than Sylvetta's, so he needs to grow his own forces to match them. One of the most crucial things for expanding his forces is money. With those mana stones as a foundation, he'll be able to start seriously expanding his influence. Niteta bows in respect and says she'll do her best, as ordered. The protagonist says it's fine and asks her to truly do her best. Smiling, he looks at her and says that you never know. Maybe that place will become the site where a fallen kingdom is rebuilt. Niseta is shocked by those words, then smiles and says he can leave it all to her. Sometime later at Hatos' workshop, the protagonist pays a small visit. Hatos turns and says the brat finally showed up. Aiden lifts a bottle and says, "It's been a while." The blacksmith is pleased and says that what the protagonist has in hand might be... They begin pouring drinks, and before long, Hatos is happily shouting that this is exactly what he expected. Human booze is the best there is. He asks if Aiden has already tested the equipment he provided. The protagonist replies yes, and points out that thanks to that gear, he was able to clear a legendary-level dungeon with ease. The blacksmith starts laughing, saying he never imagined Aiden would be capable of clearing a legendary-level dungeon, but then again, that's to be expected from the successor of that reckless man, Valken. Hearing this, the protagonist is shocked and asks if he really knew about that. The blacksmith says there's no way he couldn't know and explains that, even with his current appearance, he was the one who forged weapons for successive mercenary kings. So he could never forget the awful stench of that guy. He adds that, in the beginning, he was a bit skeptical because he didn't think Valken would ever accept a noble as a disciple. The old man gets annoyed and says that if that bastard was going to take on a disciple, the least he could have done was say something before disappearing. Still, it seems that man found a true gem. He asks if Valken has been found. The protagonist replies that unfortunately they haven't met yet and says he doesn't even know how many years have passed since the last time they saw each other. But then he laughs and says Valken is the kind of old man who probably wouldn't die even if someone killed him. Hatos laughs too and says that's exactly right, and that he's glad to see the disciple knows his master so well. Aiden says he has something he wants to ask. The blacksmith asks if it's about new equipment, because if he asks, he'll make it. There's no gear he can't forge. Aiden laughs and says that actually he wants to visit the underground dwarf kingdom, Stonoheim. The blacksmith is surprised by the request. The dwarf kingdom is located deep underground, but no one knows its exact location. There's only one way to reach it, through the workshop of the master blacksmiths. Hatos says it's probably been decades since the last time he was there, and asks why Aiden wants to visit that place. Aiden explains that there are many mana stones buried in his territory, and he intends to make a deal with the dwarves regarding the development and payment for those stones. The blacksmith listens and agrees to open the path for him, but emphasizes that the dwarves are a race that has been deeply hurt by humans. Hatos opens the door and begins walking with the protagonist. Aiden looks around and comments that this place is exactly what one would expect from a dwarven village. Even swords are scattered across the ground. Suddenly, he notices something and wonders what it is. He hears someone shouting that the warriors must retaliate immediately. Dwarven warriors are fighting against several golems. Hatos is shocked and asks what the hell is going on and what those giant rock pieces are. Aiden picks up one of the swords on the ground and charges forward. The dwarves head into battle. The commander yells for them to destroy the enemies, but is stunned to see the protagonist slice a golem in half with a single motion. He wonders if that being is even human. Countless other golems begin to appear. The protagonist surrounds his sword with aura and charges at them, wiping out the entire army in a single blow. They start crumbling and collapsing to the ground. Aiden acts as if nothing happened. The dwarves are stunned and comment that they never imagined that Brat would eliminate all the golems with one strike. However, one of the dwarves questions how a human managed to get in there. Hito steps forward and says he was the one who brought that man. The dwarves are shocked to see him and say he's Hatos, the greatest blacksmith of Stonoheim. They comment that Hatos has been working in his workshop for decades and want to know what brought him there. The blacksmith replies that before they talk about that, he'd like everyone to explain the current situation, because the Stonoheim he knew was definitely one of the most peaceful villages, and now it looks completely different. Sometime later, Hedos asks if it's true that golems have been emerging from an ancient dungeon in recent months and attacking Stonoheim. The soldiers confirm that it's exactly that. They say they've defeated many golems countless times, but they keep coming back, and because of that, they've lost more than half of Stonoheim's forces. If it continues like this, they'll be destroyed by those things. An elder asks the protagonist if he already knew about this, but he replies no, because he never even considered going to Stonoheim in his past life. He changes the subject and starts looking at Aiden, his eyes glowing as he says that maybe this is the hero the blacksmith brought to save Stonoheim. Hados replies that's not it. The protagonist is only there because he wanted to meet his younger brothers. A soldier says that if he means Lord Hephasto, he's inside the castle and will be guided there immediately. Soon after, they arrive at the castle and the doors open. They announce to His Highness that the visitors have arrived. The blacksmith and the protagonist enter the room where the dwarf king is. Hephasto, trembling with anger, turns around and says he's only showing up now. He storms over to the blacksmith and starts shaking him, demanding to know what the hell he was doing locked up in a workshop for decades and why he only came back now. Hitos apologizes and says he was focused on his work. The king keeps shouting, asking if he has any idea how many problems he had to deal with, because the person who was supposed to become the king of Stonoheim just ran off to his workshop. He emphasizes that the blacksmith should have at least paid a visit after something like that. The Lord of the Underworld comments that he never imagined the dwarf named Hedos was originally the king of the dwarves, as he always thought he was just a dwarf who liked to drink. The protagonist thinks that now he understands why it's so hard to find a dwarf as skilled as Hedos. Among the dwarves, there's a tradition where the most skilled blacksmith becomes the next king. Originally, Hetos, the most skilled, was supposed to become king, but since he locked himself away in his workshop without saying a word, his younger brother, the second most skilled, ended up taking the throne. Hitos asks what exactly the current situation is, since things clearly got serious, and scolds his brother, saying he should have at least said something. Hephasto, extremely irritated, yells at his brother again, saying that Hitos himself had claimed he'd just get in the way of the work and left without even leaving the workshop key, so how could he get in touch? Hitos apologizes for that as well. The king calms down a bit, exhales in relief, and says that despite all the problems caused by his brother, thanks to him bringing that person, Stonoheim was kept safe. The king then asks what a human has to do with their kingdom. The protagonist approaches the blacksmith and says he'd like to speak with the king of the dwarves alone, asking if Hetos could give them a minute. As soon as the blacksmith leaves, Hephasto asks what the protagonist wishes to discuss. Aiden says that, in truth, he came there through Hitos because he wants to make a deal with the king, but it seems the kingdom's current state isn't ideal for that kind of negotiation. The king lowers his head and says that, as the protagonist can see for himself, that's exactly the case. If not for him, a swordsman, the kingdom would already have been destroyed, and for that very reason, he would like to ask a favor. Aiden asks what kind of favor. The king says that earlier, when he saw him dealing with the golems in the castle and wielding a sword imbued with aura, he realized Aiden had reached the Transcendence realm. Hephasto, as a true king, asks if Aiden would lend that overwhelming power to save the kingdom, because they need his strength as a swordsman. The king looks the protagonist in the eyes, thinking this must be the final chance the gods have given them to save the kingdom, that this human is the one who will bring salvation to Stonoheim. The protagonist stays silent for a moment, then replies that he refuses. The king is surprised and asks why. The protagonist says it's because he has no reason to help them. The king yells that if he wants a reward, he just has to name it. If he wants gold, they can find a gold vein. If he wants weapons, they can forge the best equipment in the world. Aiden starts to get a little more interested in the conversation. The king emphasizes that if he can defeat the golems, any reward will be granted. Aiden asks if that's really enough. Hephasto, confused, asks what he means by that. The protagonist says that if he destroys the dungeon core where the golems are being generated, preventing them from continuing to appear, it will make Stonoheim safe again. The king remains confused, and Aiden goes on to explain that the reason Stonoheim is in danger right now isn't because the golems are strong, but because the kingdom is weak. So even if they're lucky enough to solve the situation this time, what will they do if a similar test happens again? Hephasto looks a bit disappointed, but ends up agreeing and admits that the kingdom is indeed weakened. Aiden starts laughing and tells the king that he already has a solution, a way to strengthen the forces of the dwarf kingdom. Hephasto gets excited and asks what the solution is. Aiden replies that he'll show them immediately. They open a secret passage to the old laboratory of Baron Hyde. The protagonist comments that this was expected, since dwarven workshops are convenient and can be relocated anywhere. Hitos gets annoyed, saying the protagonist takes after his master, trying to use the workshop as a means of transport. Hephasto says that's not the important part and asks if there really is a way to protect the kingdom. Aiden explains that instead of a path, it's a technique, a completely new technique, one that not even the dwarves know. The dwarves get irritated and question how he could have a technique that they don't know, since when it comes to technique, no one can rival them. They start pressuring the king, asking if he really intends to believe the words of that greedy man. However, the king gets angry, releases his aura, and orders everyone to be silent immediately. He declares that he trusts the person his older brother trusted and brought to the kingdom, so everyone should wait and listen. Aiden starts smiling, thinking this was already expected. He got lucky. He didn't know if he could negotiate the mind development with the dwarves using just human alcohol, but an opportunity came up. The Lord of the Underworld appears, commenting that it's strange to try to exploit dwarves using liquor. Gustav suddenly bursts in, shouting that the young master has finally arrived and that his loyal servant Gustav greets him. The dwarves already start thinking the man is insane. The blacksmith and the protagonist are also a bit embarrassed. Hitos says that crazy figure can only be Aiden's researcher. Gustav keeps shouting and says that thanks to the young master's generous support, the development was a success. He pulls off the cloth covering his new project and reveals the first weapon combining magical engineering he developed, the Gustav Mark I magical power cannon. The protagonist, meanwhile, thinks that name is absolutely terrible.